push and the pull, and the endless sky keeps our secrets. When we know where to go, when we see the signs, colors drifting, the space we hide, the stars align, time is shifting. We reignite, the world's left behind. We're fading blue, caught up in a haze of you, calling me to say we're making you my satellite, made it through the afterlife. Space we hide, the stars align, time is shifting, the push and the pull, and the endless sky keeps our secrets. When we know where to go, when we see the signs, colors drifting, we reignite, the world's left behind. We're fading blue, caught up in a haze of you, calling me to say
Hello, Poggers, and welcome to another episode of The Pog State. This one we were very worried about because we thought perhaps our brains would be working a little bit too well because it was looking like a DK3-0. As it turned out, it was
a DK5-0.
It was a DK5-0, and for some reason, they're no longer in the road to MSI. It's a very weird situation. However, we are here at maximum amount of games, ready to get into a Pog State. It is I, Valdez, Wolf, and a Digon, who is looking somewhat perturbed.
Was it 4-1? They won one. Their game 3 was legit.
Game 3 was, I guess, legit.
I just because
Didn't they almost DK almost came back?
Yes,
because there was like a 6,000 gold swing like halfway through the game. But then they didn't.
You guys
Which I guess
remember
is more legit.
when they went all in mid lane against Elderbuff in Game 4?
Yeah.
I'm still thinking
do
about
you
that.
remember
Like,
when-
from time to time, it keeps popping up. I'm like, why did they do that?
Do you remember when Shiyu didn't have control and then passed up into the entire team?
That
and
too?
died?
I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Also, when he pushed in Azambessa while they were doing
It's weird because like I feel like Shiu made all the mistakes, but then D Plus were like, well, he made the mistake. We can't let him go down by himself.
That's that kind of teamwork you're looking for.
Yeah. Solidarity, brother.
Yeah.
They're like, let's all go to solitary together, and that way it's not solitary anymore. Heck yeah. I don't know whether that is a great thing, and D Plus, unfortunately, not going to be in the road to MSI anymore. But they are in EWC, so there's that. On what feels like a technicality. It's a very weird qualifying system. However, they are there, and that's all I'm going to say about it, because I do think it's kind of dumb. Okay, we are going to do a bit of a recap. Rounds 1 and 2 are done. They are behind us, and it is time to just have a little bit of reflection on how things went. Yeah, saying goodbye, unfortunately, to quite a few teams here as well. As we said bye to the Bros yesterday. Unfortunately, D Plus also leaving today, and we are down to 4 teams left. And I'm really interested in how things are going to go in Wonju, because we have 3 more best of 5s left to go. And what got us here? That is what we need to focus on first, just to help the sheep police here. Which
Yes,
teams
please.
do we think will go to MSI is where we're going to start. And I guess we can talk
Yeah.
about a little bit of recappy stuff on the way to that.
The chat points are MSI who?
Yeah.
And then looking ahead to MSI, which is what we're kind of getting at here, but explaining,
Yeah.
I think, the who.
So I think one of HLE and T1 are going to make it to MSI because they are in the first match, and one of them has to win a best of 5. So that is going to happen.
A bracket reader.
Yeah.
He has this innate
The other
sense.
team. I
We
just
can
know
see
these
the bracket
things.
and be like,
You
it's
know
gonna
what?
be one of these two. I
I do
actually
have
a
the
feeling.
bracket right
If
here.
you're
actually,
right, Brendan,
so
I'm going to blame the format.
it's on the sheet. Now KT has no chance against Shenji, which means maybe they have a chance. So
I mean, KT had no chance against DK.
Yeah,
And I still think they have
exactly.
no chance against DK. However, they did now make it further on in the tournament. So
What
Feels
about
like a
DNS? Do they have a
technicality.
chance? If you could read, like, can I use your psychic bracket?
they're
reading
not
powers?
on the bracket, Wolf. So
Oh, okay, thank
yeah,
you.
they don't have a chance.
does that make them
Yeah.
a wild card? They could just pop onto the bracket at any time? Or does it not work the same as the sheets in the Pog State? Where anything can happen, you know?
What? The sheets in the Pog State are supposed to be law, except you do not follow the law.
Yeah, maybe DNS are not going to follow the law either. They're just going
We
to
actually
break their
have
way in.
The 2025 Road to MSI bracket as well, which interestingly enough has a lot of the same teams.
LCK top
Gen G,
heavy,
HLE, and
absurd
T1,
notion. What are
and
you
also
talking about?
KT, who are back. And this time they're not going to lose to T1, they're going to lose to Gen G.
Yeah.
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 And the teaser's gonna feature heavily.
It's gonna feature Cuz being like, "I fixed my issues." In the early game. Cuz acknowledged quite heavily in his interview that he done had a bad time.
His
and
Nocturne game was okay.
Yeah.
It was okay.
he turned it around.
Yeah.
Stuff
To
certainly
pull
happened.
back the curtain, a lot of the teasers done today because they had to wait to see who makes it. And so last year they did a ton on Perfect. We've talked about it a lot on this podcast before. And then Perfect went and proceeded to get bodied by Doran. That's when Doran did the brush off the shoulder thing and then had his own T1 moment. And so it feels like the teaser's gonna heavily feature KT and I'm gonna get you Canyon, and then Canyon's gonna probably brush off because I don't know. Who knows? I mean, they were able to do it last year at Worlds.
True. I mean, Genji, I think, are a different matchup for. I mean, obviously they are a different matchup, but it's different for KT than when you see them up against
That's what
T1.
you've done.
Well, Ox isn't here, so somebody has to do it. You
Yeah,
know?
thanks, Brendan. He always
no
just
problem.
fills the void
Yeah.
You know,
Thanks.
You're just such a great void.
A lot of
filler.
people are looking for that void to be filled.
Yeah,
so
maybe
they
we can
need
call you
someone to
Brendan
be there
Voides.
to fill the void.
Brendan Voides.
It's not bad.
It's good.
Yeah, I
In
like
terms
it.
of
Okay, but my
nicknames.
point was, I do feel like KT have a chance of actually upsetting Gen G. Like, my brain can see it. I can't see them beating T1 anymore. Like, it's weird because they did do it in round 1. I understand that. However, I just don't see it happening again.
I don't see them beating Gen G at all. Like, I can't even pretend like it's the funny thing where KT does the funniest thing and they beat Gen G again.
That's why they're
after
gonna win.
Barely.
I
No!
mean, I've already,
No!
I already put in my prediction of Gen G
You
3-0,
did. You did.
which means that it's way more likely that KT are going to win.
Yes.
Because the more people that don't predict KT, the more likely it is to happen.
They were favorites today. They were 9-7 today, and I think the reason why I refute not being able to see them beat T1 is that although Cuz had a terrible day, he stole the soul point or the soul, and then he stole the Elder Dragon. And Owner this year has been susceptible to that, and so is Kenyon. And I think if it gets to that time, it gets to that moment, that is how you kind of win. You
I
have
don't
to
know.
sneak
You're
it past
basically
these
just
types
saying.
of things.
So I think the weak point is T1 Cuz might get lucky, and so they will win.
Yeah, they can win.
That's what happened today.
They did just 50-50 their way
But that's
into
DK.
to
Yeah,
MSI.
but that's D+. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
did just do that.
I-
I can't
I
get
don't
past
trust it.
Smote Stole. I hate that so much.
I couldn't. How would you? I guess you would just say
Smite Steal.
Smite stealed.
Elder was
Smite
smitten.
Stole. You could say Smite Stole, but it's not
Stole.
Smote Stole.
Smote stole.
Yeah.
Smote stole.
I think it's
Can you say
also.
smote?
I don't think Smote
just say
actually is
stole.
right. I think it's just smited.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
Someone-
smitten.
Yeah,
I don't know.
in League of Legends jargon, I think smited is correct.
Yeah, I think it actually is. But I mean, that's
It doesn't
neither here nor
matter.
there. I had a bit of a problem.
I had to air it.
No, I know.
couldn't
Not.
Even when I was doing it, I was like, "This is not
I
good."
said it on the cast today, and I started the series, the tone of the series today of like, whoever wins this series needs to really do it cleanly and prove that like they can go toe to toe with our big three. Otherwise, it's kind of like, as everyone's expecting, Gen G just beats whoever goes, and it's not that interesting. I think that's what's gonna happen. Like, neither of these teams look clean. KT won barely, sort of accidentally, almost, and there were some good moments for KT. I don't want to take anything away from like how Effort played Blitzcrank and the BDD Azir shuffles that were cool, but D+ tossed it. They
Yeah.
crumpled it up and they were like, "I'm not going," and so I just can't really feel like with how good Gen G is right now, which is insanely good, that KT are gonna be able to like luck their way into this one.
Yeah, I think it's important to note Gen G is third place, but if they didn't into the beginning of the season, which, I mean, I guess T1 did as well, and only HLE didn't.
I mean, there's a reason why it was so close
Yeah.
at the very end.
It was very close at the end because Gen G won almost everything, and they got really good towards the end. So like form is everything, and the numbers on the screen that you see in the standings, yes, they mean something in terms of seeding, but like Gen G might even be the best team out of the three. It's
I
kind of hard to
also-
say that definitively, but I do think that they're definitely in the running for best team right now. So
I also feel like they beat whoever loses in the first match. Because I feel like it's actually, and this happened last year, where whoever plays in the first series, right? It's really cool because you get to like automatically promote to MSI. But I think that losing in that series
punishing.
is double punishing. Because you have to then come into a team on a high after a best of 5 win that happened yesterday and come in off a loss to try and take them down. And
you're
I just
also,
think that like it's
you're coming off
really
of
hard.
I was this close, like I'm this close to actually just going to MSI. I only have to play the other game to like,
Yep.
oh my god, I might not go now.
Yep.
And I mean, we saw it last year, the reverse sweep situation with Hanwha, right? I mean, that was triply bad because like momentum was like so against them, and then they like didn't win any games for a really long time.
Yep.
And they did not have a good EWC, and it was the beginning of the fall of Hanwha for last year. I agree that I think Gen G and T1 are going. I don't think Hanwha's going to go. I think T1's going to clutch it out in the first series, and I think Gen G will beat Hanwha again. Like,
I think that first series is going to be sick.
It's
Like,
going to be
I
sick.
think it's going to be
it's
such
gonna
a
be
good
sick.
series.
But I think T1 are going to win. They seem better right now to me.
Yeah, and
Same.
to your point of the momentum thing, we just saw the same thing happen to D+ after they lost Game 4, where it's like, wow, we were on the cusp of going, and now are we going? Okay, yeah, and they crumbled again. So I see your point there. I think for me, it's just seeding here. I'm going with Hanwha and T1. I think when Hanwha play that fast-paced play style, no one has been able to stop them. It's if they don't play the fast-paced play style.
I
If
think
they try to
sometimes it
play
ends up being
scale.
they play it too hard though and fail with it. That's
Sure.
been an issue in the past as well.
But
Rarely, but sometimes.
yeah, like I think just if you're Hanwha, you know who you are. Deal with the meta changing later when you get to MSI. But play that same way against T1, play that same way against Gen G if you lose. And then T1 versus Gen G, I mean, that one is a coin flip to me. I think I think it'll be T1 versus Gen G in that final round. And I'm just going T1 because they've got the magic. That's really it.
I think whoever loses that first series 100% loses. I think it's so hard. The momentum is like so powerful from like a day before best of 5 win.
Gen G is also
Like,
going to be
it's-
having the beat down like on KT.
Exactly. they have the warm up round. And there's a phrase that I use for this that I don't think I should use, but like I say it all the time and I shouldn't. But like they really do get prepared via their opposition.
I wonder
so
though,
that they're ready to go and perform in their next match.
I wonder though if the team that's on the upper part, like for round 3, because their matchup is tougher and they get exposed for their weaknesses and they lose, they could learn more. Whereas Gen G won't learn anything from smacking KT down 3-0, which is what I think all of us are probably going to unanimously predict to happen. Even though we meme a lot that maybe KT could do the funny. I wonder, like, you know, that could be the case where there's some learning experiences there. I just think Gen G is better than both teams right now. Actually, I think they're underrated, even though they're lower seed because of how the standings ended. I actually think they're the best team that we have in the LCK right now, personally. So I think they'll just win no matter what, whoever goes.
I think it's pretty close between T1 and Gen G for me. Like, I kind of agree. I do think that HLE are a bit overrated. I think that they looked great in regular season so far, but that's regular season, and now we're going to be getting into best of 5s where their style is very predictable, and T1 and Gen G have really hit their stride. I feel like even like the depth of the picks we're seeing even in best of 3s from the side of T1 has been very nice to see. Like even Pays pulling out the Mel as well as something. The bottom lane as well, like Carrier pulling out all the different picks he does. I just feel like I feel like maybe this is the time where HLE gets stopped. I think I'm with Wolf on this one.
I have a counterpoint, and it's actually based on what you brought up, because I think Delight, after this patch, is in a much better position, because he can actually play engaged supports again.
But like Rakan and Nautilus basically only though, right? Like I thought about that too initially, but after watching these last few series play out, I'm like, it's not like we're seeing Leona and Alistair come back that
I think
much.
that you can, though.
You can.
I feel like
They played Alistair today.
yeah.
But that was like a weird that I don't think that was good.
And
Like, that-
Shen.
Yeah, the Shen did
Shen.
get pulled out. I was thinking, would we see Leona today? Because we got all 5
we almost
games.
did, I think.
We
but
did not.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we should have. I'm not entirely sure.
No, blind blitzcrank is the way.
Yeah, I guess blind blitzcrank is the way.
It was
Into-
obvious.
into Zyra
it was
Khan.
it was scores like cherry on top, like checkmate.
Let me see you answer this. And look, they won. So how can we really fault it? It's genius in the end. Okay, I guess we'll have a brief discussion about this because I haven't actually done very much looking around the world, but we do have man about town Dagon here who knows a little bit more about the happenings of around
He does
the world.
do about the town, yeah.
I do.
So about who's going to MSI already, we do have both teams locked in for LEC as G2 and KC both going. We got Furia from CBLOL, who I actually thought were pretty good when we did see them in Brazil. So that was a fun one. Obviously did have home ground advantage, but looking great there. We got Team Secret. Unfortunately, we dropped the Whales, which is a little bit of a shame. Maybe Whaling has gone too far. And then Relove Deep Cross Gaming, who win the award for the
Best
greatest
name.
name
in the
ever
tournament by
in
far.
esports. Like, I think it's, well, maybe not in esports. There have been some banger names, but that one is
In this
very
tournament,
good.
100%, they win like it's not even close.
Yeah.
If you
IDCG
didn't-
also feels good.
If you didn't love them, it's time to reload.
It's a really good point.
Is LCS any good?
Yeah.
I feel like they've gotten
Oh yeah.
they've gotten better and
Elaborate.
better. I don't know. Like I think there is actually an angle.
Okay.
They've been the punching bag for so long, but I don't think that they're big contenders. But I don't know. Are they like better than LEC? I guess it's hard to say that with G2 and their performance earlier, but I don't know.
I mean, I really like Lions' roster.
Yeah.
And Team Liquid's roster, but they have only just started getting things together.
Yeah, I think with Lion, they recently did their substitution in the top lane. They signed Castle from Disguise, so now they have both Dokla and Castle to try and figure out what they want to do on the top side of the map. Inspired is just so good. And then Berserker was like first team All-Pro AD carry, Saint.
Good old Saint.
Esports Saint.
DK Saint.
Or DK Saint.
DKCL.
Was first team All Pro as well. And so they're stacked with the talent, just like what everyone thought. But it is one of those things of you live by Inspired, you die by Inspired. And he is becoming very quickly one of the greatest junglers in the West, in the history of Western League of Legends. But it just depends. And with Cloud9, it's just, you know what your ceiling is.
I'm hearing the copium. The hopium.
It's there. Yeah. No. That's it.
I mean, I just wanted to tease Degon because he is obviously an ex-LCS talent who has still an attachment for the region.
Yeah.
Tell me more about the LPL. I'm a little bit more interested in the LPL.
So LPL is interesting because World Elite, WE, came out of nowhere winning one series in their spring split 2, in the what is like the Legend group. They then make this crazy run beating BLG, who selected them as their opponent. Then
Yeah,
they
BLG like then go down to the lower bracket. They're still in the running,
Yes.
but they're the ones on the road. They're the Golden Boys.
Yes. They are the Golden Road Boys. Anyone's Legends was the other team that fell to them. And then Top Esports and WE are playing for the spot as of right now. I think they're actually playing it while we're recording. So for MSI, and then it'll be WE, AL, or BLG, the ones that go. BLG beat JDG last night pretty convincingly. So everyone assumes it's going to be BLG. It should be BLG. The loss that they had against WE were crazy, like kind of coin flippy games. You know, we've heard of backdoors before. WE did a front door. They went to the Elder Dragon, and then as they were doing Elder Dragon, like one person stayed and 4 people ran past the enemy jungler and went to the front of the base and just killed the base. They started the trade. They're like, we'll do Elder for base. Just kidding. Here's the Elder. We'll take your base. It was
That's
super
weird.
awesome. It was super awesome to watch. So if WE can get over the top, that's going to be the story. That'll be like the B and K Fearx story of like First Stand.
I don't like that story.
I know that's what we're setting up for.
Some
Yeah.
G2 food,
Yeah.
which could be
But
fun.
honestly, when we think about the West, G2 and KC are probably better than what the LCS can put in right now.
There
They're
it
just
is.
more complete. They're more
Yeah.
complete right now.
I haven't been able to watch that much LCS this split. Sadly, I watched a lot in like split 1 before First Stand. Actually, I was waking up super early and watching a lot of their games, but I haven't watched that much this season. But like I do a meme a lot, and I'm just trying to meme on Degon a little bit. But they looked better this year overall. We've seen some crazy runs from them, but
I think the rosters definitely like have shaked out pretty nicely, and I was a bit disappointed that TL weren't able to perform, but obviously I'm very biased towards purely TL because not only is Jake my friend, but also Morgan's on that team.
Yep.
So the Lord, we could trust.
Yeah,
after what happened at First Stand, I don't know if I can really sneer at any region after.
Yeah.
We did get.
We got a
kinda
little bit
bopped.
swept.
Yeah.
As Woodid likes to remind us, we are the 3rd best region according to First Stand.
What I'll say is First Stand is
Stats
a fun
don't count.
tournament, and LCK Cup is as well. But fortunately or unfortunately, a lot of our teams worldwide as we saw, for all the teams that were facing HLE last year in first stand, which was basically like HLE were playing with their toes, and like everybody else was like, oh my God, I have no idea how to beat this team. It just felt like everybody wasn't really locked in, and that was the first stand. And now for the second first stand, I don't want to take anything away from G2, but also I do think that everybody's going to level up as the year comes along, and they did some good work at that tournament, but I do think MSI will be where the teams lock in even further, and G2 is going to have a harder time. The Korean teams might even also have a harder time, but I expect whoever we send at least to, as long as it's not KT,
I think it's
to,
also
to level up and look really good at this tournament, a lot better than what they looked like at first stand.
there's also the home ground advantage, which I think benefits Korean teams more than any other teams.
And it's Daejeon.
It is Daejeon.
Yeah.
There are so many goos there for them to enjoy so many things.
Well, specifically 5.
Oh, I thought there were 9. What about the 9 goos? That was advertised. Was
Wait,
it not?
Was it? I thought it was specifically 5.
was
I thought it was
5, yeah.
5 goos of.
I think there is 5
Well,
goos, but I think
it
they
was-
advertised 9.
I
It's
thought they
5 goos
advertised
of fun,
5,
but
and it's
9. So
actually
there's
9,
4 goos
right?
of something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 5 goos of fun, and then 4 that are like
Something
kinda
just
shitty.
pretty boring. There's like, yeah,
I'm
there's
in the-
goos we
nobody likes
prefer not to
administrative
mention.
district.
Yeah. how many goos are there in Daejeon?
This is a wild goose chase. That someone's on now.
So bad. Oh my God,
Also,
he's
I think we
dadding
gotta
so
pause- We
hard.
gotta pause for a minute because I think also I don't know if we acknowledged, but the whales are back. The whales are confirmed. It's Team Secret Whales.
They got the
We
whales back?
correction. Yeah, it's actually.
Wait,
the
is
whales
it
are back.
officially in the name? Like we get the whales
Yes.
back?
Yes.
Oh my God, I apologize to Team Secret Whales for denying them the whales. Whaling has been stopped.
Well, that's the thing.
Greenpeace have managed to do it, and
People-
we've put the whales back in.
People don't know this, but why they're called Team Secret Whales is because the whales are sometimes a secret. You didn't know. They were still the secret whales.
So
are
I
still
thought
a
it was just Team Secret because the whales were a secret.
They were a secret. I'm
Yeah,
sorry for
and
leaking.
now the secret, the cat's out of the whales out of the bag.
The whales out the bag. I love
as it turns out. Okay, good.
5 goose confirmed.
It's the city of science, actually.
Yeah, that's
no,
where
it's the
Keist is there.
it's the country, the nation of science. Haven't you played Civilization? Korea always gets science bonuses.
That's true.
no matter
true.
what. So
You're
it's
right.
not just Daejeon. Although when we were there for that weird rickety tournament, there was a lot of science buildings. Like a lot of science buildings.
They were generating a lot of science points. Eurekas.
definitely. Yeah, it was massive. I think that there were some wonders there. I think they were just wonder stacking in Daejeon.
Please
So
let
that
us
might
know
make
if you
sense.
are a Civ 5 or 6 enjoyer. Thank you.
And
What about
don't
4?
4 is also great. 4 is actually what set the stage for a really great 5, I
Any shout outs to Civ 2?
thought. No,
7? Any 7ers that bought it recently?
absolutely not. No one. No one should be a 7er.
Life on the wild side gets so lonely. Wanna sing a lullaby to someone new. I must have lost my hand last night. You're on my mind. You're on my mind. You are standing right in front of me, baby. We are living out our lives in this fantasy. I'm starting to see so clearly. You're the best thing that I've got. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no start to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
Nine weeks of regular season action has brought us to this. It is time to send one of our teams to MSI. T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports. Welcome everyone, I'm Daniel Digon Gonzalez. Joining me are the champions of the Chichijik Legends match. It is Wadid, Puni, and Yankos. If you guys missed it, it was peak performance yesterday or 2 days ago as these guys played in a best of 3, best of 5, got a win, and now we're going to get to see a best of 5 between the best teams in the LCK.
Yeah, who care about washed players just like us? We care about more intense matchup between T1 versus HLE today.
The real League of Legends, the high quality of the game, right? Absolute insane peak of I just dropped something. Chill.
That's okay, that's okay. That's not the only thing that's going to go off the rails. The action will go off the rails as well as we take a look at how we got here in the road to MSI. It kicked off with the 3-0 by D+ over Bros, then the insane reverse sweep by KT over D+ to get us to the 4 teams here. Gen G and KT will do battle tomorrow, but we're making the #1 seed today with Hanwha Life Esports versus T1.
So today, winner takes all. Winner goes to MSI, and their job is done. So I feel like this one is just the easiest way to just make it out to MSI. So you shouldn't miss this out.
Yeah, again, these two teams just so exciting and dominant.
And remember that if you are the second seed, you don't guarantee being in the higher stage of MSI because you have to go to play-ins. And in play-ins, there will be second team from NA, there will be second team from Europe and so on. So you really want to secure that first seed if you are HLE or T1.
Yeah, I mean, also, even though you lose today, like, it's gonna be one more chance. You can actually play one more, and that's gonna be, concerns like, oh, we have one more chance. We can actually just do whatever we want and no pressure. But what brings that to the team? High quality of the game.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the head-to-heads between our top teams here because it is crazy. T1 beats Hanwha, Hanwha beats Gen G beats KT, KT beats T1.
What's going on?
Back and forth now, the teams can all beat each other.
So literally everyone can win against everyone, and especially from now on, I think we have to think about what happened last year in the road to MSI. We all expected HLE to make it out, but they didn't. So
Yeah.
I feel like it's gonna be crazy Like, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the right bottom. Like, how many ones there?
This is
Oh my
literally
God.
all one. So every team won against every team, which means we can't really expect what's going to happen, but we will have our own opinions.
What does that mean? As we take a look at the match record between these, it's 7-6 over the last 2 years, which is way closer than what you think, but the one that's highlighted right there, the
Yeah.
road to MSI final round last year, that was the big 3-0 moment. That was Doran on the Camille, stealing the Otacon. Remember when Otacon was the thing?
Otacon is exactly.
Otacon was a thing.
It was the big moment for T1 and Doran stamping his signature onto that T1 roster, and it feels like it's prime for another huge moment for one of these teams today.
Yeah, for sure.
If you look at the graphic, though, it is HLE who took the last BO3 between these teams about 3 weeks ago. So will T1 step in with full confidence, or is that lose still lurking upon them?
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the big moments here in terms of what their experience has been like with MSI. Look at that. Everyone has been there except that world champion in the mid lane sector. Never been
Where
MSI
is it?
before.
Where is Warriors experience? No, this is all about MSI experience, and when you talk about it, Zeka is not here. Maybe this is the chance that he may like bring something for him, but again, not yet. Look at Faker.
Yeah.
He brought so many things.
I mean, I'm really proud because I carry him like at 17 champion.
Wow!
Oh, wow.
I'm also MSI champion.
Easy.
You guys, it's all good, though. It's all good.
Non-MSI champions? Yeah, that's us. Yeah.
I'm cooked.
Yeah. Well, if it's going to come down to a lane, let's start in the top lane with two of the most dynamic top laners that we have with Zeus versus Doran.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is actually playing so phenomenal, just playing this D-side. I mean, I want you to glaze him even more up because like these fights are so close. He goes to the Fog of War and he knows exactly what he needs to do for the team. Flash out, 1 HP, just keep eyes on the Doran there. Like he's not even actually basing, even though he's 1 HP. Like he's trying to make one more play. He's not actually just giving up anything. It's just like playing also weak side, and also it translates to the Zeus as well. Like he's not actually enjoying who played the Sion, but Doran is, and playing weak side and making this type of play, it's so huge for the team.
So you can see it from the top picks from both laners. I think at the beginning of the season, we all talked about how to counter in lane or the top lane. But in fact, I feel like you have to decide what are you going to blind pick. And so I feel like these two top laners are not afraid to take the blind pick on the top lane. So that makes the teams are having more spaces in terms of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to also just highlight the word about Zeus as well. Like, to order to win HLE or like only taking advantage for the HLE, it will be through the Zeus. It will be through like actually attacking the Doran, because it seems he is undefeated on the Rumble, but he shows kind of shaky performances, especially Doran when it's comes to spicy matchup, not like Sion, you know, Jace, Rumble, those kind of things. That's gonna be the really key point today. Like when it comes to the spicy matchup, no matter what, it will happen because the BO5 and Ken Zeus will be abusing that, actually, those kind of situation.
Yeah, remember, it was a slow start here for Doran until recently. He had the big Olaf performance, and then he's been back at top form. Zeus has been pretty consistent throughout, but that's not the only position that we're looking at. We're going to take a look at the jungle as well. Yankos has a couple of points here between Kanavi and Owner.
Yeah, we do know jungle is the most important role, right? Especially when jungle is getting gapped, because then everybody hates jungle. I feel like Kanavi is the beating heart of HLE, and it's something that T1 has to be something to take care of. Kanavi is always active, especially his buy currently in the LCK. It's a 100% win rate this split. And as you can see, every play starts from Kanavi. This is the last time these two teams face each other, and Kanavi is there in the river before Honor catching him when Honor playing that Pantheon. Now Kanavi sets up the dive in the top lane, and yet another play, this time from Honor's perspective, where he steps up in team fights. He uses that paranoia early when Kanavi is maybe slightly overcommitted, and sets up the team fight for T1. And I feel like jungle matchup is just so important, because whichever one of these guys will get ahead in the early game, and Kanavi being that little bit of a Psycho mode, will pull ahead.
Yeah, so normally when we talk about the jungle matchup, we don't really care about the champions that they play, because you're the jungler, you can always play with your teammate. But I think when it comes to Kanavi versus Owner, I think it's really important to have the favorite matchup for Kanavi because he wants to do something in the early game. He wants to invade enemy jungle. So I feel like it's really important to HLE to have a favorite pick for Kanavi. But for Owner, I think he's really good at defending. He's really good at adaptation. So I feel like whenever T1 is behind, Owner is the one who makes a play by himself. So I think it's going to be insane back and forth between these two best junglers in the LCK right now.
Yeah, again, I know I talked about Dorn having a slow start. Owner as well had a slow start to the season, was able to bounce back. And throughout the tenure of his T1 career, him and Faker have been solid throughout. And I think this is going to be a huge matchup because Hanwha Life Esports is known sword versus shield. It is Kanavi that wants to be the aggressive one, and it's led to them to being the #1 seed.
Yeah, to touch more on the Zinzao on Owner, especially with playing the Enchanter, it's showing off like so insane the performances.
And my friends, look at this. 9 wins on Vi, no losses on Kanavi, and then Owner's both Nocturne is absolutely insane, but his Zinzao 10-1. So for me, it's gonna be a little bit about the draft, right? Can they give Vi to Kanavi, even though last time he carried when he played against T1, and can they use the Zinzao or the Nocturne to counter matchup against the Vi and to make the game a banger, but also favor towards T1, or will Kanavi just take over with the Vi?
Yeah. Now, here is one of the points that you wanted to make. Vi is going to be high priority, so what are some answers that you can find into it? You brought up Xin Zhao and Nocturne here, Yanko.
Absolutely, and Vi is, as you can see, 4-4 against Zinzao. So it's a completely even matchup, I guess, depends on the player a little bit, even though Kanavi did win in that matchup at least once. And then Owner did lose in that matchup once. I think they actually might have played against each other, but Nocturne is favored in the Vi Nocturne matchup 2-4 in the LCK, so Vi only won 2 games against Nocturne and lost all 4 of them. For me, I'm a big fan of Owner's Nocturne. I feel like he can match the Vi. I feel like you can make a comp that both team comps will be very heavy dive, but when Vi goes in and the lights are off, you don't really know where you're flying to, and the team is not as eager to help you, especially in a high-pressure game. So for me, Nocturne against Vi.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the coordination goes. Now, we spent a lot of time talking about the junglers, but we know the big playmakers have been in the mid lane, and Zeka and Faker both having MVP caliber type seasons here. When someone's been the beneficiary of Kanavi's aggression, it has been Zeka. He leads the team in POMs and has been very, very good so far.
Yeah, I think for HLE, Zeka was the one who played the most consistent from the beginning of the season. So I feel like Zeka was the main part with the Kanavi leading the aggression in the early game. So I feel like whenever he's winning the laning phase, HLE is a good form. But I feel like Faker, he's the risk taker. So I think whenever he's like just going in, maybe he dies some, but he's gonna bring the victory for the team.
Yeah, I feel like Zeka really has to match Faker in this matchup, but even you can see the top 3% win rate champions. There was Aurora, there was Ari, there was Rai, so Zeka is more of a roam player. He wants to show up these waves early, and he wants to leave lane, he wants to roam with Kanavi, he wants to fight, he wants to dominate lane and make sure that Faker's on the tired, so then he can support his teammates on the map. And I'm very curious how this mid matchup will go, because in a way, mid lane is the most important role, as is the heart of the map, literally. This time, no joke about jungle, this time it's actually mid lane who is just in the middle, so if you get the mid prio, if you can roam to sides, you can set up these dives, you can set up these invades, and that is just gonna impact the game a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, that Faker's stat, it's not like about actually just he's playing bad in lane. It's just like he's actually playing for more fight, more skirmishes, not just that he's willing to lose the farm for the map prio. So I think that's gotta be real big key today.
Yeah, again, 14 solo kills for Faker, but he is second in all roles for solo deaths as well, with 19 only behind Rich. Now let's focus down to the bottom side of the map. A lot of narrative here as the duos will do battle. It is Gumayushi and Delight versus Pays and Keria. Let's start with the Hanwha Life Esports bot lane.
So it's all about the resources. I think T1, they really want to play through the both sides because they have Pays and Keria winning the bot lane all the time during the regular split. But I think for HLE, yes, they do have Gumayushi on the bot lane, but I think he's shining when he's not on the resources. I think he's really good at soaking the pressure by himself. Delight just move around the map, especially we have the melee support buffed in this patch. So I think it's such a huge window for Delight when he wants to play something like Nautilus, Rel, Rakan that is actually good on.
Yeah, I mean, also we should also really need to look up the Enchanter support, right? Like there's Worm, Lulu, like Surfing, like those kind of stuff, like still valuable. So if there's a right movement, if they want to pick it, especially I think it's gotta be about the pair, right? Kate Lux, Kate Bar, like when Karma, like can easily appear for the lane ball prio.
For me, the question is, how do you really contain Keria? Look at his champion build. And look at even pace. Like there's just so many one games. There's so many random champions. So the question is, how do you contain Keria? How do you make sure that Keria can take over bot lane? Because you see, if Keria is allowed to roam, he will also take over the map. So you can say that Keria is more bot lane centric, bot lane focused. But how can you possibly contain him?
Now, Huni, you said earlier, it has been Caitlyn plus something. Well, here are the share of sidekicks so far. It has been Bard and Karma on the side for Gumayushi and Delight. And you see Lux, Morgana. You can pick anything here if you're Keria.
So yeah, even though it's a fearless draft, I feel like the game 1 draft is like most important thing because you take the lead of the series, and I think Caitlyn is the most important pick for both teams because I think you gotta get rid of Keria's Bard. Then what about the Caitlyn? He still has Lux, he still has Morgana, he still has Nico, but also Gumayushi and Delight is also the Caitlyn players. So I think it's the matter of who's gonna take the case with the Caitlyn here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so right now, it's like the meta is like, it seems the AD crest is actually just gives you so much gold. It parse back so easily. Like, also, even though you're actually kind of below, like, not the gold, actually, you need, it's so easy to earn. Like, just wait for a little bit more item, 4 item, 5 item. You just actually can easily 1v out where, like, everywhere if there's an objective.
And I think that's also because of the AD carry quest that we released at the beginning of this year. You have more gold the more you fight, because the more assists or kills you get, the more gold you get as an AD carry, right? And since both these teams love to scrimmage and love to fight, whichever can really get that early game prior with Caitlyn, whichever can get these early skirmishes on, he can just snowball the game out of control.
Well, maybe you've seen it so far with the way that we've set up this pre-show. It is a lot about draft and the picks and the win rates, where the priority is going to be. So we did a mock draft to try and simulate what a Game 1 could possibly look like, and we're using some of the bans from their matchup earlier, we did.
So yeah, this is the case where HLE looks for the window with the Bard open. I think T1, even though they have Keria in their team, I don't think the Bard first pick is gonna help them. So I feel like they kind of need to make Caitlyn stronger for the lane. So they first pick Caitlyn, but I think in that case, HLE need to pick the Bard away because you don't want to give him Keria Bard and you don't want to give the Kate Bard combination of the bot lane, right? So I think the best answer could be Jhin Bard here, so you can actually counter Caitlyn with it. So I think it could be the best answer into this case here.
Yeah, and we know that Gumayushi very, very comfortable on that Jhin Bard duo.
Especially, and that kind of allows the light, because Jhin is just a good weak side champion, right? He will stay on the tower, he will clear the waves with his Q, sometimes he can even get driving to Caitlyn, and then Bard can essentially just roam them up and take cover.
But the issue is, Keria is the player who can just play Lux into this, right?
Yes.
He picks Lux, and we're gonna lock in that Honor Xin Zhao in the bag, by the way. And
Oh
we're
my
gonna
god!
know about it.
Okay, the Honor Xin Zhao! Now if we get the Honor Xin Zhao, now I like the draft!
But-
now it's on T1 side!
But HLE, they have the counter pick on the third pick on the jungle, right?
With Vi?
With Vi,
Kinda Vi?
I mean, I think that one depends. I think here you can technically pick a mid laner, because there's so many answers to Xin Zhao that you don't really need to pick it instantly. You don't always want to pick Vi into Xin Zhao, especially when you have a Bard, because Bard and Vi can be similar. So you can do the Vi, you can do the Cassiopeia possibly, right?
Yep.
Like, so you can do Anivia and burn for it. So I feel like there's a lot of options that HLE can go for. But this draft at least allows HLE to really set up for top side. They have the
Yes.
counter pick, top last pick, and the light will be the roamer, even if his tower falls.
So yeah, the thing is, they need to take the risk. You can't ban everything in the fearless draft. So I feel like HLE is the matter of can you actually deal with T1's bot lane? Can you actually deal with the draft? That's my question towards it.
Yeah, again, a lot of the time we've seen Gumayushi not been given as many resources and done the most with it. But against one of the most aggressive bot lanes in the league, it's going to be very, very difficult. Huni, when you take a look at that, which side would you rather have played?
I mean, I love to see, like, also, like, I think the Jhin Bard side, like, I think playmaking too, like, and as you said, I think the flexibility of the 3P, I think it gives a lot for the opens up for HLE draft.
Very good for Zeus.
All right, well, we had the opportunity to have a conversation with the coaches of the teams. Let's take a listen.
2026 LCK 로드 투 MSI 3라운드 경기를 앞둔 양팀 감독님들 모시고 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 먼저 옴무 감독님부터 인사 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 하나에서 감독을 맡고 있는 윤성영이라고 합니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. T1 임재현 감독 대행입니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 하나생명이 LCK 1, 2라운드 1위, T1이 2위를 차지하면서 MSI 1시드 결정전에서 만났습니다. 중요한 경기를 앞두고 있는 소감이 궁금한데요. 옴무 감독님부터 답변 부탁드립니다.
일단은 MSI가 대회 자체가 중요하기도 하지만 또 이번에 대전에서 하는 만큼 저희한테는 의미가 크기 때문에 최선을 다해서 선수들이 열심히 준비할 것 같습니다.
저도 한국에서 하는 MSI니만큼 좀 1시드로 갈 수 있는 기회를 얻게 돼서 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 2라운드 종료 이후에 약 2주간의 시간이 있었는데요. 그동안 어떤 준비를 했고 연습 과정은 어땠는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 휴가가 없어서 조금 쉬고 와서 다 같이 남은 기간 동안 일단 T1을 상대로 생각하고 최선을 다해서 준비를 한 것 같습니다.
저희도 이제 조금 쉬고 좀 많은 구도들을 연습했고 결과를 오늘 보여줄 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 사실 하나생명은 상체 라인이, T1은 바텀 라인이 많은 주목을 받고 있는데요. 이에 대해 감독님들의 견해가 어떤지도 궁금하거든요.
일단은 T1이 봇이 강한 건 맞다고 생각하고, 하지만 또 저희 봇도 갈수록 중요한 데 갈수록 훨씬 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 지금 폼 전 좋다고 생각하고 있습니다.
톰 감독님은 어떻게 생각하시나요?
저희 물론 바텀도 강력하긴 하지만 상체도 하나에 비해서 좀 뚫리지 않는다고 생각하고 저희는 전라인 다 잘한다고 생각합니다.
네, 감독님들의 이야기를 나눠보니까 오늘 경기가 더 기대가 되는데요. 1번 시드가 걸린 만큼 감독님들의 각오도 남다를 것 같습니다. MSI 진출을 향한 각오 한 말씀씩 들어보겠습니다.
일단은 좋은 결과가 결국 나왔으면 좋겠고, 근데 최선을 다해서 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다. 죄송하지만.
저희가 이제 1시드로 간 적은 최근 없었는데 이제 오늘 경기 이길 수 있도록 해서 1시드로 진출해서 MSI에서도 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 이렇게 양팀 감독님들의 각오까지 만나봤습니다. 양팀 모두 후회 없는 경기를 펼치길 바라면서 하나생명 e스포츠의 옴무 감독님, T1의 톰 감독님과 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Unbin, with Coach Tom and Ohm. As you can see, the Fighting Warrens there, and it means a little bit more this MSI does for Hanwha Life Esports because their baseball team is also based in Daejeon. So there's a ton of fans of Hanwha in general in Daejeon waiting for their League of Legends team to make it on out. Let's see what we all think, though, as an LCK crew, who will be the one that punches their ticket here in the upper bracket match. And what? Dagon! It's just me?
No, it's a Jonah Strong.
Jonah Strong buff?
But actually, I'm the only one that I predicted 3-0 T1 by the
Yeah,
way.
you're crazy.
You're
He
crazy.
calling me crazy.
Yeah.
I think T1 is gonna make 3-0. It's not even close.
Wow! I mean, I think T1 is going to win
Wow.
as well. My prediction and Kuni's prediction, I guess, are the same, 3-1. I just feel like HLE has a lot of potential, and they won last time. So, I mean, predicting 3-0, that's a little bit wild.
Yeah, it's too crazy.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens here, but we had a former world champion at the campus here in Wonju to try and see what students thought around Wonju. Let's take a listen.
롤을 아십니까? 안녕하세요, 롤드사 베릴입니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 지금 이제 원주 연세대학교 미래캠퍼스에 와 있습니다. 제가 여기에 왜 와 있냐, 로드스 MSI가 원주에서 개최한다니 이거는 못 참지 하면서 이제 헐레벌떡 왔거든요. 이 MSI에 진출할 두 팀을 이 학생분들에게 승부 예측을 받아보려고 왔는데, 그럼 바로 가보시죠. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하십니까.
혹시 저 아시나요?
아, 그럼요.
아.
알죠. 자본 게이밍부터 보고 있었던 저라 영광입니다.
너무 좋은데요? 이제 두 팀이 MSI에 진출하게 되는데 티퍼를 붙여주시면 됩니다.
T1을 응원하기 때문에
아.
T1에 한 표를 하고, 그다음에 이제 베리 선수 계셨던 PT.
아.
전 초비 선수를 너무 좋아하기 때문에 전 젠지랑 제 친구가 T1을 응원해서 T1 반대인 하나로 하겠습니다.
일로 오세요, 학생. 안녕하세요. 롤 좋아하시나요, 혹시?
네.
응원하시는 팀?
캐니언 선수를 좋아해가지고.
아, 내용도 약간 엄브랑 좀 비슷하게 약간 승부 예측으로 골라주시면 됩니다.
히든전을 제가 좀 좋아하기 때문에.
참여하시게 되면은 하나를 이제 추첨해서 가져가시면 되거든요. 네.
데프트 베르시
오, 거의 받을 수 없는. 안녕하세요. 네, 혹시 롤 좋아하시나요?
네, 롤 LCK 완전 애청자예요.
어디 팀 응원하시나요?
저는 모든 팀을 사실 응원하고 있기 때문에
LCK를 진짜 사랑하시는 분이네, 이 정도면은.
인생의 그냥 단비 같은 존재랄까.
음.
보면 행복하고 인생이 즐겁고 그냥 취미 생활이 없었는데 너무 보면 즐겁거든요.
팀을 여기 찍어주시면 됩니다.
그때 4명 보유한 하나생명이 이기지 않을까라고 최근에 폼도 너무 좋기 때문에 진출할 것 같고 T1 월드 3번 연속 우승하십니다.
안녕하세요. 네, 혹시 롤 좋아하시나요?
하진 않는데 열심히 보고 있어요.
LCK 보신다고 하니까 어느 팀 좋아하시나요?
디플러스 기아.
지금은 아니지만 작년에 또 DK 제가 선수였기 때문에.
맞아요. 가서 너무 좋은데. 처음에 못 알아듣고요.
아닙니다. 진출할 것 같은 팀을 골라주시면 됩니다.
저희 팀을 꺾은 이왕된 거 우승까지 계속 달리셨으면 좋겠고요. 여기는 MSI가 처음이라고 들어가지고. 많이 오신다.
그러니까요.
롤을 다 좋아하시네.
근데 시험대가 이제 안녕하세요. 혹시 롤 좋아하시나요?
네,
LCK 보시나요 그러면?
맨날 잘 보세요.
네, 또 이게 또 애청자가 이렇게 또 오셨네요. 그러면은 그 MSI에게 진출하게 될 두 팀을 약간 골라주시면 됩니다.
태권 선수가 또 이제 고등학교 선배시기도 하고 그래서 보니까 일단 믿고 오는 T1이어서
맞고
네,
와
같이 이제 하신 데프트
맞죠.
같이 22년도에 우승한
신기하네. 1위 하는 모습도 힘들다. 안녕하세요.
대리님 아니세요?
맞습니다. 안녕하세요. 일단은 빨리 오세요. 그럼 이제 응원하시는 팀 있으실까요?
T1 좋아해요. 저는 젠지. 저희 둘 다 사실 이번 MSI 티켓팅을 했다가 둘 다 실패한 적이 있어서.
진짜요? 과연?
제발.
이렇게 단합되는 모습이 아쉬워하시니까 제가 이제 제 권한으로 한번 약간 대신 뽑아봐서 저도 하나 이제 나오면은 아니 생각보다 많이 남았는데? 저 이걸로 할게요. 저 사실 뭐가 있는지도 몰라요. 나왔어요. 네. 축하드립니다. 아닙니다. 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 롤 혹시 좋아하시나요?
네, 저희는 이제 시험 공부를 하다가 스트레스를 받으면 자유 랭크를 하면서 노예를 다지는 중입니다.
좋습니다.
T1과 젠지로.
젠지가 또 잘한다는 소문이 있어서 일단 젠지에 하나 붙이고 어렸을 때 T1을 좀 좋아했기 때문에 T1에다가 한 번.
뽑기라고 해야 되나? 있는데 하나씩 이렇게 가져가서 뽑아주시면 되거든요. 이 포로티모 키링 일단 나왔습니다.
저도 똑같은 거 나왔어요.
이 단합 되나요?
저도 단합.
또 친구분들끼리 또 단합이
저희가 뭐 평소에 잘 맞지는 않지만 이럴 때만큼은 또 단합이 되는 22학번으로서 잘 지내보도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다. 마무리하면서 저도 예측을 해봐야 되지 않겠습니까? 진출 예측팀은 하나생명과 KT입니다. MSI 경험이 없는 두 팀이다 보니까 경험을 쌓는 게 저는 좋다고 생각해서 하나생명과 KT를 고르게 됐습니다. 지금까지 롤도사 대리였고 학생분들의 많은 승부 예측이 있었는데 그 승부 예측의 결과를 공개하겠습니다.
I'm just stunned. There was a lot in there that was kind of crazy. One, great to see Beryl. Two, he picked Hanwha and KT.
Yeah.
And then three, he pulled out the tickets for the fans to go to MSI.
It's so crazy. Cinema.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Again, Hanwha Life Esports and T1 will both punch a ticket here. One reason why T1 will do it. Quickly.
I have Faker.
I mean,
Faker did touch my belly before he go on stage.
What? He did do it. He rubbed it.
How is that a good reason?
He actually touched my belly, so I gave him.
Am I gonna be successful?
I gave him
if
lock.
Oh, you gave him buff.
Who need the
Huni buff.
There it is. Oh yeah.
Well, I'm just a big. I just believe that T1 is a strong team right now and they are performing, and I feel like they have the magic when they play offline and for international tournaments. So I give a proper reason.
Again, these teams have played 13 times over the last 2 years. It is 7-6. It can't be any closer. And both these squads have proven over the first 2 rounds here in the LCK that they are the best. But we can only send one today. Winner moves on. Loser will have the opportunity again on Sunday. It is T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports, our newest rivalry that continues to write exhilarating chapters into this book. And let's enjoy the next one. We'll see you after game number 1.
But why would HLE make it? Digon, you think give a reason?
치악산, 강원도 원주에 자리한 이 산은 경사가 가파르고 산세가 험하여 쉽게 정상을 허락하지 않습니다. 그렇기에 그 산을 오르는 자는 서로 지탱하고 버텨주는 동료와 함께 시련을 이겨내고 끝내 정상에 올랐습니다.
민영이는 팀에 굉장히 긍정적인 면을 가져다주는 선수였고 다양한 역할을 잘 수행하는 선수였던 것 같습니다.
But it's still not winning for T1 as HLE are dominating the bottom.
민석이는 플레이가 예측하기 힘들고 재능이 넘치는 선수였던 것 같아요.
Here the bubble on Aguma. The wild growth is there, but he is so low. As down he will go. There's the shutdown for Paze.
동료와 함께 걸었던 영광의 길. 하지만 생사고락을 함께했던 그 반쪽을 반드시 넘어야 할 적으로 마주해야만 합니다.
T1에 있으면서 MSI를 한 번도 못 간 적이 없었는데 이런 중요한 길목에서 T1과 첫 경기를 하니까 감회가 새로운 것 같습니다.
작년에 민영이랑 로드트 MSI에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줬다고 생각하는데 이번에 상대로 만나게 돼서 꼭 승리하고 싶습니다.
하나생명 e스포츠 승리와 함께 1위를 확정지었습니다.
정규 시즌 1위로 앞서가는 한화생명. 그 뒤를 쫓아 올라온 T1. 그들 모두에게 이겨야만 하는 단 하나의 이유가 있습니다.
민영아, 이렇게 중요한 경기에서 만나게 됐는데 내가 먼저 올라가 있을게.
민서가 T1은 우여곡절이 있는 팀이잖아. 밑에서 고생 좀 하고 와라.
로드 투 MSI 1시드 결정전 지금 시작합니다.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the DB Promi Arena here in Wonju as we head into our first seed matchup between Hanwha Life Esports and T1. An absolute honor and pleasure to be joined by everyone here, especially my co-casters. We got Wolf and Ox joining me today. How are you guys feeling about this one?
I think we couldn't have asked for a better bracket here. The most iconic rivalry in LCK has always been T1 and Gen G, but with the recent roster changes and shared ex-T1 members that these two teams have, this is a new rivalry that is really fueling to be maybe one that could even surpass that T1 Gen G rivalry if we keep seeing these top teams clash against each other in high-stakes matchups like this. Degon mentioned earlier, the stakes are incredibly high, currently 6 and 7, so it doesn't really get much closer than this.
And with how close HLE was to making it last year, going 2-0 up against Gen G, then getting reverse swept, and then reeling from that, getting swept in the lower bracket by T1. You know they want to make it to MSI, and I feel like doing so against T1 here, getting revenge for last year is absolutely the way they want to do it.
Yeah, and if you guys are confused about the way it's going to work here at the Road to MSI, one of these two teams is going to make it directly into MSI and will represent us as the first seed from the LCK. Even if you do lose today, you get a second chance on Sunday. And that'll be up against the winner of Gen G and KT, who are waiting in the other side of the bracket. That match is going to take place tomorrow, so should be pretty interesting. We do have some favorites in mind, obviously, for who's going to make it, but here's the fan prediction. 70% for T1, generally what we would expect.
Yeah, I mean, I think that right now, most people are leaning towards T1, even though Hanwha Life Esports was on top of the standings from round 1 to round 2 after a huge recovery after LCK Cup. T1's current form and improvements they made, especially through their bottom lane, give them a little bit of an edge, I think, in most people's minds.
Their rapid climb up the standings and the fact that they got that really significant match win against Gen G pretty recently, I think has put them in a lot of people's minds as favorites to get that first seed to MSI.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting. You know, we haven't seen these two teams in a little bit. It's been, I think, 2 weeks for HLE, and, you know, we're on a new patch as well. So the teams, they talked about, even the coaches were talking about how they prepared coming into today. They took a little bit of a break, and then they really got into the mixer in terms of trying to prep specifically for this matchup. Both teams have the belief that they can make it through as the first seed, and even though a lot of the predictions, the fan prediction, you know, the talent prediction over on our side are leaning T1. Most of us aren't as crazy as Wadid. A lot of them are 3-2s, 3-1s even, only Wadid with the 3-0 for T1.
I think that when you look at this series, a lot of it's going to be momentum, right? A lot of it's going to be how the early drafts start, and where we start there is going to determine, I think, what the two teams' tendencies are going to be. But of course now, the most important part of all, it's time to welcome our players, starting with the top lane. Zeus against Doran has been an iconic top lane matchup in best of fives, in road shows across their time here in the LCK. Domestically here, at least, Zeus here has been incredibly dominant in regular season, but when it comes to these best of fives, he has often fallen prey to Doran as he did last year.
Doran, latest edition last year on T1, obviously winning the World Championship with them, and then coming into his own and really making a name for himself multiple times across LCK titles. But I think sometimes lives or dies on his confidence and how he's feeling the series.
Yeah, Doran, absolutely fantastic in road to MSIs of past, and I am curious to see how he is going to be doing today.
The Krug Lord.
Yeah, the Krug Lord. I do think that, you know, when it comes down to it, this guy can really show up as long as he's feeling it. We still talk about, you know, Doran versus Pays and, you know, who deserves the MVP and stuff like that. I still
don't mention that with the two of us on this desk.
I still side with Doran, but at the end of the day, you know, there's a reason why we have some Doran fighters for him to, you know, be deserving of that MVP, even though he did not get it in that day. But yeah, very curious about the form.
The jungle matchup, this is the one that I think if you are a Hanwha Life Esports predictor like Degon, you are really leaning into this man right here. Player of the year so far for LCK, I think, very easily. His style is what forged this team's play style. Owner on the other side, I don't want to say he's had a quieter year, but he has definitely not necessarily been the main character for his squad. But Owner has come up big in so many big matchups against Kanavi internationally. Now they're competing to see who is going to go internationally the first seed.
There's been so many times where Owner's just been in that terrific Worlds form, and it's just started to bleed out into the rest of the year where it's just his form in general. And in these big matches, he comes and he provides so much pressure, willing to pick things like the first time Mundo at Worlds, which was showing a crazy level of confidence, but on his signature picks, on his Zinzao, on his Nocturne, just feels almost unbeatable.
Yeah, I feel like both of these junglers really can turn the tides of the games. I mean, we've seen Owner do it so many times on huge stages. Kanavi has as well for the many teams he's been on, but you know, as you were saying, Wolf, I think this year he's really on form, and I think it can be very close between these two teams, but Kanavi has been insane this year.
This mid matchup is epic because we have Faker, who has been looking so good right now, so many solo kills, but Zeka, his champion pool is completely unleashed. No longer just the melee specialist, he is playing all of the mages. And with Faker in form, which you don't always see it year-round, but when it happens with these big best-of-5s looming, you know you're going to have a good time if you're a T1 fan.
I think Zeka struggled with the addition of Fearless, but now is fully unleashed and has been playing such a variety, and it feels like he has strengths in so many places. His pairing with Kanavi has been so hard to deal with. On the other side, I mean, he's going up against the GOAT, so it's always a tall task to match into.
Yeah, I think a lot of, you know, even Wadid was saying, you know, part of the reason why he went for 3-0 is Faker. Like, that was his reason. I think in best-of-5s in big matches, you can never really doubt this guy. Zeka, though, in his own right, very good in terms of what he is able to bring out in the clutch. He has a lot of POMs this year at the LCK, and he has really stepped up his game in a big way. And I think that's a major reason why this team is on top of the LCK right now.
And the bot lane matchup, the swap that we had this year with Gumayusi going over to HLE and Pays coming in here. Gumayusi winning the finals MVP and then leaving T1, going up against Pays, returning from the LPL, young prodigy player. And this is a matchup always exciting to see. Both these players extremely talented and very proficient in their role.
I think right now these two teams are playing through their bottom laners extremely differently. Gumayusi is often left to weak side while Delight is roaming around the map, whereas Pays and Carrier are locked in as a duo. The two of them sticking together, and we're seeing dives, we're seeing Faker roam. Just like classic Guma on old T1, they've moved Pays into that spot, they've accelerated this guy, and when he gets a lead, T1 pop off, and they have facilitated him so much. Whereas on the other side of Hanwha Life Esports, it's been a little bit more utility for Gumayusi. He has gotten a lot done when it comes to mid and late game, but the early game, he takes a back seat.
It's always a very fun time down on the bottom side. We even got to see the highlight between Keria and Guma, and their time spent together and now their time spent apart. And speaking of which, Keria here up against Delight in the support role. I feel like the patches are slowly heading in Delight's favor, but in terms of supports, this year has really been about Keria.
You see all those support changes, helping out melee supports, and you know Delight feels good, but he's been having some phenomenal performances on the range supports and showing the breadth of his pool. But when you're going up against Keria, a player who's consistently innovated and challenged what it means to be a support, this is expected to be a hype matchup, but Keria has just been in terrific form.
I don't think any team in the LCK could say their star player is a support except T1. It's the only team that could say that. It's the only team that could say often the main character is the support in Keria. It's his champion pool, it's his clutch plays, it's his laning phase, and they give the resources to that bottom 2v2, and he shines, and he does not fail. He does not choke. And that's something that for Delight, we can often say, but not always say it. I think if Delight is going to go to MSI as our first seed, he's going to have to step it up in this matchup in a big way.
Yeah, I think we might be able to see some interesting stuff. You know, we already talked about the patch, but, you know, in terms of some of the new things we're seeing in the support role, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what we're going to see in a Fearless Best of 5, one on this new patch that should bring some fun stuff.
Coach is taking the stage here now for what will be a grueling best of 5 here in Fearless in Wonju in front of this massive crowd. You want to get that first seed. For Hanwha Life Esports, last year they were up 2-0, got reverse swept, then got 3-0'd by this very team. So a lot of history between the two of them in Road to MSI from last year. Hanwha Life Esports know what it's like to lose in that top matchup and not go. And they definitely do not want to repeat history here tonight.
And I remember after they missed out on MSI, coming back to the LCK, it took a while for them to find their footing again. It wasn't until playoffs they really reached that level. I remember Zaya saying in interviews how that loss, they were reeling from it for some significant time. It's a heavy loss to take, and I'm sure that in this situation, they will do anything to avoid meeting that fate again, especially in the manner that it happened. Going down from this match where they were 1 game away to getting swept, and they know that there's a good chance they might just end up facing Gen G down there, who are a dangerous team you don't want to face at this sort of last chance situation.
Yeah, I do feel like anything is possible when it comes to, you know, big matches and upsets and stuff like that. I feel like generally the LCK, you know, we've had T1 versus Gen G so many times. We've had so many of these top tier teams going head to head over and over, but it is KT, so you know, you never know what you're going to get. But yeah, I would agree. I think Gen G should be making it through. And to be honest, we don't even really know how Gen G's form matches up against these two teams. They could be the best that we have here.
When you look at this train going across, it's a reminder that both this Road to MSI tournament and MSI will be happening domestically here in Korea. So you got to think for a lot of these players where MSI has been an elusive title for them, where they've been able to find success so much more elsewhere, but haven't been able to pick up that MSI trophy. Zeka hasn't even been able to be there. This might be your best chance, right? You get to play domestically, you get to prepare, you get to have the jet lag advantage. It is so much easier. It feels like this is your big opportunity. You do not want to miss it.
There's also a lot of pressure because with it being in Korea and the fact that for the first time in a long time, the LCK did not win the most recent tournament. There's a lot of pressure to perform when you are going to be domestic in the MSI, so you want to come in strong, make the claim that you're the best team from the LCK with that first seed spot, and then deliver on that promise.
Yeah, I mean, as I was trying to pick apart earlier, it is really difficult to figure out which team is the best in the LCK this year right now. I feel like it could be any of the 3 teams. And then who knows, KT, like they're just kind of there.
Whoever knows with KT.
You never know. Maybe they're the best too. I doubt it, but could be HLE, could be T1, could be Gen G. And this tournament of the Road to MSI, this small weekend that we have here is really going to determine our seeds and show off the form and really declare who our best teams are at the moment at the LCK. I really gotta put up or shut up.
Yeah, and I really like the theme that we have here in the arena. It's a very dark arena, right? You can see even the players' lights on the desks, but the light and the most shining thing is this MSI ticket, the LCK #1 seed. That is what we are fighting for and playing for here. All 10 players reaching desperately for as we jump into this draft here for game #1.
How do they make it float?
Magnets.
Magic.
Oh, sorry.
Aren't magnets just magic?
Yes.
Effectively.
Nobody knows how those things work.
Nautilus ban here right away towards Delight. They love their Nautilus Misfortune lanes, and Nautilus a little bit stronger on this patch. The Bard, of course, will be banned away from T1. That was the one thing that we didn't really agree with on the mock draft that we had earlier. Of course, that was the bans that were previously in their series. But I don't think Carrier gets his hands on it, not only in this first game, but in this series. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, some conversations I've had, even though the meta hasn't completely shifted because of the melee support changes, not enough to really upheave things. It has pushed Nautilus higher prio because he was already being played into some of these good matchups. He got a bit of a helping hand. Cassiopeia ban does come through. Pick that's been very successful in the LCK. Been failing horribly in the LPL, funnily enough, but still seeing that ban priority here. Rumble and Karma, 2 of the big picks that are open available. T1, we knew they wanted to prioritize that bot lane 2v2. They will instantly slam down that Karma for Carrier. I feel like for HLE, there's a danger of playing into Ezreal Karma. If you leave the Ezreal available, they're going to prioritize the Jace, though, for Zeus, and not even give a look in towards the Ezreal. Jace Rise come in, solo lane priority, and T1 have plenty of choice in terms of AD carry pairings with this Karma.
I'm most curious to see also I mean, they could just go for Karma Ezreal, the really common one, which I think they're going to do. But will they just give Doran the keys to the Yorick counter pick here in the top lane right away? Or do they want to prioritize jungle here, and we'll have a bit of a split? Because this is quite common when one team goes for the bottom duo, the other team locks up strong blind solo lane. So that's the split that we do have here now. The question is, does a counter pick come through here? Or with all these jungle picks open, the Jarvan, the Xin, is that where Owner's priority is going to go? Is he going to get his hands on the Xin Zhao here in game one? They do need Engage so far in this comp. That's what they're sorely missing.
Yeah, especially playing these mobile solo laners, the Jace's long-range poke. I think having Engage would go a long way. Xin Zhao sinks well the shields, but Jarvan, especially when they can't go Ezreal, has that lockdown, that Cataclysm, a lot of value. They go for the Sion instead, prioritizing that into the Jace, a pick that Doran's had a lot of success on. I felt like there was maybe an angle to leave it because there's Sion, Yorick, and Cassante as answers, but they prioritize him having that matchup now. Have HLE, do they just take a jungle in this situation? You can't pair up your bot lane, so it can be tricky, but instead looking towards the Ziggs for Gumayusi here.
Wow. I mean, just last year, this was a pick that we weren't ready to trust Guma to be able to play to a high level, compared to our best Ziggs, but he has really turned it around. It's one of his better picks, actually. And they're just going to lock it in right away to be able to have some sort of oomph in this bottom 2v2. I like the choice. I like the boldness of it. There's so much poke, but also consistent damage with the Ryze pick in mid.
Yeah, definitely a composition for HLE that wants to play at longer range. We often see the Ziggs paired with setup. So things like Ziggs Pike have been popular into enchanters for that kill pressure. Expect to see T1 banning away some of those options. It is going to be a lane, though, where you are going to get pushed in heavily. Ziggs needs mana items and some points in his queue, but we can really match the pressure, especially level 1 from Ezreal Karma. And for T1, secure and engage is such a big thing here. So the Nocturne going to be banned away. Actually, it's T1 not going for support bans, but taking away the Vi, which we know Kanavi's been very successful on. But taking that away from him is something that can set up the Ziggs or even the Jace to follow up with that poke onto a target who's held in place.
I do think these jungle bans, particularly for both of these players, make a ton of sense. The base already went heavily on the Kanavi's vibe, but the Owner Nocturne was also mentioned. So those are the two big ones, but now we could see some indexing into support for T1 in this final ban, as the Lee Sin for Owner will also be taken away. Not necessarily a consistent form of engage, but a pick that gets a lot of backline access against this range, so it could be a great answer there. You know, Pike, you mentioned, we've seen often Leona with the Ziggs in the past, maybe not on this patch, but it is a little bit better than it used to be. We'll see what they do decide to opt in for taking away from Keria. Banning against Keria is always tough, because he's always got something else that, you know, is in his wheelhouse, so they ultimately do decide to take away Kanavi's Nefiri.
They just fully commit to the jungle bans in this situation, and Kanavi could snap something up here if he really wants. He's going to go for that Jarvan, even though it's into the Ezreal.
And also, there's the Trundle angle potentially in this draft. You know, it's not amazing with what they have in terms of engage and setup, but they are playing into a Sion. Opting, though, for this Jarvan.
I think this works well as a denial, even though obviously into the Ezreal doesn't feel fantastic, but they end up pivoting and instead go for the Camille. So Camille support in this situation, pairs well with the Ziggs. You put the ults on top of each other, effective there. And I think it's tricky to do this, but level 1 with Ignite, you can actually challenge. If you land the stun, you Ignite, use Hail of Blades, you can challenge some matchups, but I don't think they'll probably look for it here. We'll just be pressured out.
Yeah, Nivea is such a tricky pick with this draft. It's the one I think we all expected to see when it wasn't banned away, when we saw the indexing towards jungle instead, because it's a common counter pick to the Ryze. But the laning phase can be tricky to pilot, and it's not consistent engage. You have to wall incredibly well. You can set up the Sion with the wall, you can set up the Ezreal if you can cut the team in half, but it is a very hard draft to play in Nivea. So Faker, a lot of confidence with this pick to come through, and we'll see what Owner's pick is here ultimately. Might just end up being the Xin. Take the Jarvan.
Yeah.
This has been a weaker pick for him compared to Kanavi especially. He's actually 2 and 3 on it. A pick that he shies away from compared to other junglers.
I think the engage was the important thing here, securing something that can close the distance, especially when you have that Anivia, who's obviously very good at playing defensive. When you're playing into the likes of a Ryze and a Jace, and the enemy team has that long-range poke they can set up for, I think having that engage is important. The Trundle's going to have a good amount of value here, though, playing into that Sion in particular. I feel like for T1, a lot of power in that bot lane 2v2. We know they're going to play through bot. They've been doing that all season long, and they have the tools to do so. But when it gets to those team fights, they have that one... They have the top jungle who can find engage options, but they have a lot of poke to be dealing with on the other side, and Trundle can make things really difficult for a Sion to operate in those 5v5s.
I like the draft of T1 a little bit more because I think it offers a lot of frontline for that poke. It has a clear identity in terms of its zoning because it also has a decent amount of range, right? It has the Ezreal there, and it is very powerful into the Trundle. The Trundle is great into Sion, can set up some of that poke, right, with the pillar. But when the Trundle gets caught, he doesn't have any mobility. He gets walled by the Anivia. He's just a sitting duck a lot of the time. So you really need to be landing that poke before the fight breaks out. Otherwise, getting those objectives, I think, is so hard here for HLE.
I think it's also going to be so important that Jace is really far ahead, because if Jace falls behind, we've seen that happen sometimes, not as much with Zayas, but in general, if this Sion gets strong, he can just stand there and soak all of the poke up. You need the Jace to be ahead of the curve and to be relevant in this game, or it is just going to be T1's to take.
Well, I feel like in terms of drafts so far, it's pretty straightforward here in game number 1 as we head into our first one for this best of 5. Alrighty, game number 1. This best of 5 determines our first seed into MSI here at the road to MSI, as Faker's already getting it going here at level 1, as he oftentimes does on the Anivia. Has been a key pick for him, I feel like, especially towards the tail end of, well, I guess for all of round 2, I suppose. He has been fantastic on this pick, and I do like it as a comfort pick, especially into the Rise early on for Faker.
You see Zeka getting down a ward onto Owner's Raptors, very wary of the potential early gank that can come through. We've seen some of those from Jarvan just immediately beelining towards mid, especially with an Anivia in combo, very easy to set that up. Some good dodges there from Gumiishi and Delight.
Faker often uses his egg as a resource. We talk about this a lot. We call it the Faker egg. In the laning phase here, we'll just go straight down to it. Huge cheer comes through, though, because Zeka ends up getting a majority of his health bar in post.
Yeah, he's getting pretty low. I mean, Zeka, at the end of the day, though, is not going to be able to finish him off, and that's really what you're looking for, but he has Flash.
If he hits level 3, I think he could just flash on him, honestly.
Yeah. Faker's going to have to be careful about that.
Faker does have teleport, and okay,
a gank down on the bottom side as there is Peas with the Arcane Shift away, but now the flash forward with the satchel means that Peas has to flash out, and he lives! Even though Kanavi tries to flash in for the kill, it is not enough.
They commit so heavily, so many resources put into that play, but I love the positioning from T1 in the lane. And they had Carrier playing so far back, the Ezreal up forward, so the Arcane Shift and the Flash is just enough to get him out of range, to get him to safety. 2 flashes burned by HLE and that Ignite, so even though Pays loses his summoners, he's still an Ezreal, he still has the Arcane Shift, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, no, he doesn't die, but the damage is still done. Obviously, the Ziggs is going to be able to teleport straight back to the lane. They ended up getting some extra damage done here. Some farm was denied for Pays. He's a wave behind right now, so still mission successful, but had they gotten the kill, it would have felt so much stronger. Even though they committed double flash, I think this is something that HLE will not feel too bad about. Faker also recovers from losing his egg because he has TP, gets straight back to the lane. Early game is even. Here we have Owner rotating around.
Yeah, we're roaming down here, Guma, in a rough spot as the satchel's already down. He is just a sitting duck as Delight is not able to interrupt Owner getting in there. This should be first blood. The question is, who does it go to? They hand it over to Pays as he starts off strong on the Ezreal.
And it's just perfect timing for a gang to get Pays back into the game, capitalizing on the fact that Guma burned his flash in that earlier gank. They get to shove this wave in, maybe even get a plate on the back of it as well, and it is Pays who picked up that kill, importantly enough.
Yeah, really huge moment here for T1, pushing them into a 400 gold lead off of the first blood alone. As Faker is just going to be slightly annoyed here by Kanavi. Nothing really in return. Delight tried his best to try to alter the course of that bottom side dive with his little hook shot there, tries to prevent the follow-up, but just ultimately not able to do anything. And with Satchel down, there's an easy gank for Owner on that Xin, or excuse me, Jarvan.
Yeah, I think just with how deep Gumayushi was in the lane, I just think there's no way you get out unless T1 massively misplayed it. So early ganks coming into the bot lane already from both sides, which isn't too unexpected in this situation. Zek has been doing pretty good in this mid lane matchup. We saw him getting those heavy trades earlier, but going to be able to pick up the plate here as well. And the top side, Zeus has that early pressure into the matchup against Sion, but Doran's doing pretty fine, all things considered.
Yeah, I feel like, especially nowadays, with a lot of Rise players having to play into Anivia over and over, they've kind of realized that as long as they can get through the early parts of the game, get a couple of items online, the Anivia damage isn't really that much. So as long as you're not being camped by the jungle, you actually have, good pushing power, especially before the Anivia is level 6. And a lot of our Rise players have been, I feel like, thriving, especially early on in the matchup up against Anivia. Obviously, the Anivia, once she gets going, gets a couple of items, maybe 3 in the team fights, can be extremely annoying, and that's what Faker's going to be looking for.
A lot of burst potential in the Anivia if you can isolate a target with your wall in team fights. As Zeka,
he's running on into this one. Faker's not going to die this time, but I mean, even the tick and damage from the Deathfire touch, Faker's really having a rough time even just surviving.
Yeah,
Doesn't have his ult.
Yeah, no ult, no TP. He's in a really dire spot. Zeka's low on mana, but it's a Rise. He still has a decent amount.
No stun. Yeah, the stun is down, the ghost is up, but the auto doesn't finish him off, and Zeka nearly retakes the aggro from the Deathfire touch. A big mistake from Zeka. Faker's laughing his way to the bank.
By the way, Faker's passive was coming up in just a few seconds. I think Faker knew he was playing with him. He was trying to bait him in, and Zeka took the bait, hook, line, and sinker, but the re-aggro on the turret, a huge mistake.
I just feel like it goes through your mind. You're like, oh, the burn might kill him, but then he doesn't register the burn. I shouldn't get on the tower. Zeka gets a little bit too greedy there, and this is a great route back into the lane for Faker, who honestly has been struggling in these early levels. And now, he was level 5 there, he's up to level 7.
The second Faker Qs, you're like, I'm going in, right? He doesn't have stun, he doesn't have the peel, I think I have the damage. He's like, I got him. By the way, Faker's super cool about it the whole way through. I made a mistake, he says. And the crowd roars behind him. Faker now with a gold lead in a matchup that felt really, really like he was falling significantly far behind in.
I think part of it, not to make excuses for Zeka, but we've had so many years of phase rush Rise, and maybe not quite used to Deathfire touch on the Rise in that situation.
Yeah, it's not very often Rise builds anything that burns, except obviously in recent patches with the Deathfire touch. And yeah, so now Faker's in a totally fine spot. We take a look at all the other lanes and where they're at. The Jace is still doing well. The bottom lane is winning for T1, as we have seen. As Keria is going to have to flash away, and that's a nice pillar to deny any kind of follow-up there onto Delight. So they collect the flash of Keria at least.
And I think Keria is going to quite frequently be a point that HLE can look to target, being that he has to be the primary warder and he is playing Karma. If his flash is down and you're playing into Trundle or Camille, these are picks that can really capitalize on that effectively. And being flashless means you just have to take safer routes when you're trying to rotate, or you have to play a lot more careful when you're trying to get vision down. Delight looking for an aggressive play on the top lane.
Doran has ult and flash though.
I don't really know what they're going to look for here outside of a little bit of harass. I mean, this is a Sion that just has plated steel caps, but with the shield and level 7, he's totally fine. So it feels like Delight is looking to do something on the map. Although the knockback is going to come through here, and now Delight gets in there, and Doran does get outplayed there. That is going to be the kill going to Delight.
A little bit of trickery there. Coming back for the late re-engage. Doran, I don't think, expected that, and will cost him his life. He tries to flash and still ends up dying. Delight flashing is not, I mean, it's not like he doesn't want to have flash on this Camille, but I think it's absolutely worth it. Now Doran being flashless in this Jace matchup means repeat ganks could be a possibility. Speaking of, we do have Owner down here. I don't think he's going to be committing to anything, even with Keria in the area. But all right, a big punch back here for HLE.
A big pickup, considering that I feel like HLE having Delight on the top side, playing towards Zeus is obviously beneficial, but a big focus was getting those grubs anyway. Getting the kill on top of that is just the icing on the cake. We did see grubs buffed on this patch, so even stronger now. And when you have this Jace who's already strong, definitely something powerful buff to set him up with.
Not to mention the Ziggs, obviously, was incredibly strong at taking out turrets.
Yeah.
And Navi felt like he was seen just based on the positioning of Doran, because if he gets in there, lands a pillar, I mean, we only have the ult available for Doran, as there's the ult, it's down, and now the Subjugate comes in and he's basically made a paper. This is what the Trundle is so good at doing. They punish Doran once again.
Honestly,
what I was talking about, you know, the follow-up gank here, pretty easy to set up. You got the Subjugate, and down he goes, and Owner's just trying to protect this turret, but so much money is going to go over. The Grubs are here. Zayas picks up additional plate gold, and now this is a 1,000 gold lead, and Zayas is going to have to be the saving grace here for HLE. They played through him. Let's see what he can get done.
We wanted the Jace to be strong, and he is very strong at this point, so Zayas in a phenomenal spot. I feel like in that gank, Kanavi's pillar placement was not even ideal. It was not cutting off Doran, but with the Subjugate, the damage is just there, and if Doran starts falling behind into a composition that has so much damage and a Subjugate, it's going to be so hard to play these team fights. You step up, a pillar's behind you, you can't ult out, your stats get drained, you get deleted, and suddenly T1's front-to-back ideas go out the window.
Yeah, got to be careful. I feel like Sion oftentimes is picked as safety, someone who can get through the lane, eventually gets very tanky, but it feels real bad when he's just sitting there giving over free gold to the enemy team. Is now Faker in a very awkward spot here, trying to wall his way out of the situation. Probably going to have to flash with the Camille coming over. Flashes long to get away from this one, and now Delight trying to get on the edge.
Oh!
And he gets in to the Realm Warp, and Delight will survive with the help of Zeka.
Oh, the placement was perfect. Just a little bit of the Realm Warp inside the Cataclysm to get him out, and Zeka keeps clear so they can't CC him to cancel. I thought he was just dead in that situation, but a great save there from Zeka.
Very clean. Faker in such an awkward spot as well, right? To have to flash because there's no mid-prio for him to run to, but he doesn't get the flash off successfully. They try to turn it on the play, but the Realm Warp is very cool. And as a result, you know, it's one flash down here for T1, HLE burning nothing. So very successful there outside of the Realm Warp, of course. Dragon, meanwhile, goes to T1. They have double Dragon here, but it's Ocean Soul on the other side, which can feel quite nice into a poke composition in this situation.
All right, we got plays in top and bot. They're trying to punish Guma, who already flashed, and they don't have a whole lot of CC. And now Delight comes in, picks up one, gets the ult down onto Pays. As immediately now we got a TP coming in. T1 trying to double down on this one, but Pays is already pretty low. And they're just trying to hold on to the wave. I don't know if they can really go for a redive here.
I don't think so. And now Zeka is just going to be able to push mid freely. Zayas has control of the top side, and Hanwha Esports are swinging into a pretty big gold lead here.
Such a huge win for HLE. Gumyushi doing a phenomenal job there of evading the initial dive. Delight slides in to save him, and then the map impact is just crushing T1 right now. Gold lead for the team expands to 2,000. Gumyushi just slides away with the satchel. Will get poked down a bit there, but it's not too much of a concern.
He doesn't even care.
Yep. I mean, Gumyushi's played this role for HLE many times before, have to be on the weak side, and he does it so well there.
This is why I think a lot of the, you know, the Zayas, I believe, is 6-0 on this Jace pick. It's because they play through him, right? Unlike a lot of other Jaces, and they leave Guma on this island, right? Guma has the flash here initially, and now he's like, all right, I've done it. The wave is thinned out. Delight comes over, and he's like, let's fight this. And they absolutely do. They can play through the turret. And they know that on the other side of the map they're winning. They know that in the mid lane they're winning.
Look at live what we got going on here. Zayas is in a lot of trouble, as he's kind of been baited in by Doran, honestly. He's trying to dodge everything, goes for the kill, but Owner is still going to pick it up at the end of the day. Owner pretty fed in his own right.
Yeah, you saw the Ziggs ult coming in trying to help get that kill on the Doran, but I don't think it was quite in range to really connect there. So a nice pickup from T1. They're still in this game, very much so, but that Jace is going to continue being a problem. Also, we've seen this tech many times before, the Serpent's Fang rush into Sion, but the value in this game in general is massive with a Jarvan and a Karma in the game as well. They're just trying to go aggressive here on Doran, and just doesn't quite have the damage to cut through him quickly enough before Owner shows up.
Yeah, you can see the pings coming over. They kind of realize, oh, okay, this is what's happening. Doran sells this really well. Makes it look like he's just thinking he can actually kind of have a fight with Zayas here. And Zayas just wants to continue this pressure in prio. And then Owner shows up. And it was clearly planned 2 steps ahead there for T1. And they end up getting A small win there on killing the Jace, putting him down a little bit here, but so much money over to Owner.
And now this is a situation, though, that you can feel really comfortable in with the very fed Jace in one side lane, the Ryze another, and you just set up the Ziggs mid. And he's just going to clear waves endlessly. Even though Ezreal typically so strong at this point in the game, playing through mid prio, he will be able to push the wave in, but Ziggs will just clear it out before you can really make much off the advantage.
Yeah, so they can just kind of sit back, rest on their Jace, who is very fed, their Ziggs that's surviving, and the Ryze that is scaling. Does feel like, you know, as long as they can poke past the Scion and the fed Jarvan, they should be eating pretty well, as now Faker's in a bit of trouble here himself. Doesn't have the flash. He's just going to be put down to Egg, and Owner's there, but he just has to watch his mid laner die as Zeka hiding on Bush gets the last laugh.
There's just not a whole lot that T1 can play through right now because their mid lane is an Ezreal that hasn't hit his 2-item spike into a wave-clearing Ziggs. Grubs went over to HLE, and these 2 dragons for T1 feel super low value in exchange with the game state right now. The side lane pushes that are super strong. They guarantee this Herald here. Zeka's already putting work down on this inner, and it very quickly starts to feel like if T1 can't force a fight here soon and try to get this Ezreal online, HLE are just going to run away with this game because they have too much control. And here, T1 are trying to bait a pick onto Zeka, but Kanavi is in the bush, and he springs the trap first. And even with this egg here, Faker is just going to be abandoned by Owner.
I feel like Kanavi finds his way into these lane brushes so often, sneaks his way in, and is just patiently waiting there for his opportunity. And Faker, so often when he dies in the side lane, the typical T1 mantra is Faker dies, but we got all this in return. In this instance, as you said, not able to convert it into anything. 20 seconds on that Dragon third of the game. As you said before, Ocean not the highest value, but into this poke, still a decent amount.
It's all they've got right now to hang their hat on here in this game, besides the small Ezreal lead, right? But that doesn't necessarily matter when the rest of the map is in shambles. And if you can't get Prio to poke with your Ezreal, and they have the better poke anyways with Ziggs and Jace, it is going to feel really tricky. T1, you could opt to just leave this Dragon, but I think the value of having Soul Point is going to be enough for them to commit heavily. We do have Zeka with his ult in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it looks like they want to collapse. Might be a little bit late, though, as the damage already done to the Dragon. Kanavi just going to walk up, not going to get the smite, though, as Delight gets in, locks down pace, who gets pulled back in, and everything in the kitchen sink is thrown in the face of the one fed member of T1. And that'll be just more gold in the pockets of HLE now.
Charge of the Herald into the mid lane, Satchel to secure, and T1 are falling apart at the seams here.
You can see he's trying to avoid the wall there with that drift up to the top side, and this push continues. Kanavi is going to have to flash, but I think that's a small price to pay for what they've got in this play.
Yeah, the second charge puts the tower not quite low enough to Satchel, but pretty close there. Oh, Carrier could be in trouble.
Wow. And even like a fadeaway Satchel just saying, okay, maybe, you know, it gets a little bit lower with the minions. It is pretty close, but they're just getting so much gold on the map right now.
When you have this Camille composition that HLE have, you can make a choice to both give a Dragon, but also commit to the Dragon and get exit kills, which is exactly what they do here. They double TP, right? Or they have the double TP coming top side here. They use the Herald at the same time, so they're like, we're going to get something out of this no matter what. But it's the flash here from Delight onto Paze, pulls him back in with a Realm Warp angle. They don't even need it, but they are so ready for 3 different ways to punish this team. The Herald, the Camille Flash, the Realm Warp. They're like, yeah, T1, you got your prize, but we are going to get so much more. And that has been the story of this HLE Game 1 here. You got the Dragon, we got everything else.
And now with mid tower gone, it feels like T1 have to push so much deeper to contest these neutral objectives. When you have a composition like this, when you have the likes of the Pillar, of the Hextech Ultimatum, it's going to be difficult to disengage from unfavorable situations. With this gold deficit, most situations are going to be unfavorable for T1 right now. We do have Paze coming up on that big item spike with the Mirror Mana being stacked soon, but it just doesn't feel nearly as significant as it could be in this state of game.
I wonder if now for T1 the game plan is completely shifted and you start thinking about your Anivia wave clear and you start thinking about giving up a few dragons and you start thinking about maybe, you know, we contest for some barons later on, but we're just going to have to let everything go from here on out, just try to defend our turrets. Because trying to force fights and start fights at this game state, 3,000 gold behind, into this Fed rise, right? The Jace is insanely ahead. It just doesn't feel realistic at this point.
The problem as well is that you're playing where your engage is mostly the Jarvan and maybe the Sion, but Sion is playing into the likes of a Trundle who can pillar to interrupt his engage. And the Jarvan, when you look at the other side, all 3 carries on HLE have flashes.
They're trying to get owner here. I mean, even a TP going to be committed to as everybody trying to come over and help them. But now Faker gets baited into this one, but he will be okay. Actually, just walks it off. Zeka also using both summoners. And they've got to respond to the top push. We also have a Satchel in bot as HLE. They don't get any kills, but they're still getting more map gold.
This is a great macro game from HLE. This is also the type of game that we've been talking about kind of tangentially to this, where we've seen HLE pull back the aggression a little bit and play through the map, play a little bit slower, choke people out, and this is another example of that type of game where it's not just Kanabi dives repeatedly. They play the Trundle, they know their win cons, they play through the top lane, they let Guma sit weak, and suddenly the gold lead is just so immense, and T1 has so little options. And T1 opt for that little scrap, and it costs them most of a top inner turret.
I mean, you
because
look
of the
at
grubs here.
How much play gold Zeus has gotten. The fact that they got those 3 grubs for him, the Zig's been here as well, who can help with tower pushing, but just Zeus has been absolutely on a tear this game, and this Jace, so hard to deal with. When you're playing outside of the Ezreal, a shorter range composition, it's a minute until that next dragon. They did at least get the flash from Zeka in that situation, but when I was talking about the 3 carries of HLE, he is the bulkiest by far, and if you do Cataclysm him, they don't have the most amazing damage follow-up to just burst through him. If he survives, you're in a really bad spot. Ideally, you would have loved to get Zeus' flash, and then take him out of the fight immediately, remove all that gold, and be in with much better odds. We'll have to see how T1 play this one. That Cataclysm is such an important ability.
Yeah, keep in mind this Jace was prio pick, the first pick for HLE from the second pick side, obviously. And Zeus is one of the guys that's always gone back to this pick, even when we saw so many counters into this, you know, the Sion, the Yorick, the Cassante, you know, what have you, so many different options for teams. But, you know, T1 say, okay, we'll play the Sion, we'll deal with this. But the amount of help that Zeus got, the fact that he was already winning the lane, it's all just ballooned into some problem that T1 cannot handle. And speaking of which, Faker walking up and nearly dying is going to flash away, as now the front to back is here for the side of T1, but they're very much playing tail between the legs. That is going to be a missed shock blast though, so maybe a chance for them to enter, but we'll see if they even want to fight this.
I don't think so. I think you got to just try to cut your losses and get a little bit of a dent on this turret, but Zeus
they're going in onto Zeus, as not sure if he's baiting or what. Just now Doran going to charge on in, but he's in a bit of trouble, has to flash away himself. Zeka on the chase, looking for more. There's the pillar into the roots from the rise, as T1 just trying to kite this one out. Even a TP coming in from Faker as he looks for more. The stun is going to miss, as now the shock blast comes in, and it's just missiles flying both directions, but nobody dying.
Very close there, honestly, for carry going down. A lot of summoners burned. Dragon Gun and HLE isn't of a major concern, and even though the game state is still bad for T1, Zeus and Gumyushi's flash has been burned. I feel like this is the window they've been looking for to be able to actually make their way back in with a fight. If you can find a window to engage on those targets, then maybe.
It's so impressive that T1 get anything out of this, right? Because Zeus is here to clear the wave, right? They try to collapse onto him, it's unsuccessful, and then Keria ends up eating so much damage. As you can see, Owner is just kind of off on the side, hoping maybe there'll be an overextension, maybe there's an opportunity, right? He's just waiting, but HLE don't really give it here. Baker gets the flash out of Guma, which is big, but T1 are like, we got to give up the dragon, we'll get something in return. They really get nothing in terms of the turret, but we're able to at least get those critical flashes, so maybe the next time they're given that opportunity, it'll be a real advantage. His Delight is also made of paper.
Yeah, he is able to buffer that pretty nicely to get out. Now could look for the re-engage as they're looking for Faker, who doesn't have his flash. Nice peel here from Owner, just trying to get his mid laner to safety, but he's going to be the one that pays the iron price at the end of the day. And that will be 1 kill going the way of HLE so far.
So rough. Owner trying to save his mid laner, goes down as the jungler. You're so much more important now. Baron on the cards for HLE. T1 trying to contest, but taking so much poke.
Yeah, the poke is kind of insane. I mean, Doran just trying to lead the charge here, trying to force them to turn, and that they will, but HLE able to dispose of him pretty quickly. Although at the end of the day, they're not able to restart the Baron just yet. That's more poke on Akaria, though. And they say, okay, let's go for it once again. As really, it's up to FaZe to try to poke some back here. He's got a red buff. They don't really have much vision, though. As maybe, I think someone was wrapping around. I think that's why we're not being shown the vision from the top side of this fight. FaZe and T1 feeling the pressure, though, as that is going to be FaZe hopping away. And he gets to safety, but HLE get the Baron.
FaZe wasn't able to land enough poke there, I think, for the challenge, and he was so scared to step up. The placement of the bombs from Guma on the ground really preventing them from getting to that Baron as quickly as they would have liked to. This all starts with Delight being a potential caught target here, but Faker is unable to wall him away. Now his wall is down and he's vulnerable. Owner has to bail him out. And now you don't have access to the Baron. You don't have a jungler. The poke is saying, look, again, the bombs here in this choke point. T1 have to wait that out, which means FaZe is only the one who can offer damage when Doran goes in. And as you can see here, he hits 1 Q on the Delight, and that's it. Nothing else really to speak of. And so the Baron goes over. Hanwha Life Esports, 6,600 gold ahead.
To me, the control from HLE, the setup around the Scion, the satchel into blocking the ult, and also when Owner went in, the immediate ult from Delight so he couldn't flag and drag out. They're controlling the members of T1 so well, and whenever anyone is overextended, giving so little chance to escape, and now with this massive lead and Baron in hand, it's going to be almost impossible to stand up to siege. Yes, Faker's wave clip, look at the poke!
Yeah, and also the fact that the pillar comes in and stops his ult. So you're already dealing with trying to clear Baron waves, but you can't when there's a Trundle.
Doran just TP'd in for the massive shield, and he got Serpent's Fanged, it's just gone.
Yeah, see you later, Mr. Shield, as you can see T1 desperately trying to find an engage here, but it has been clean from the side of HLE so far.
And it's a Ziggs comp with 3 grubs. If you've got great wave clear, but if he touches the turret, you're not having any of it. You're not gonna. Your turret's gonna just disappear. So they do buy a decent amount of time here. Hanwha Life Esports are gonna go for a reset. So if you're watching this, hoping for a T1 comeback, the good news is the base isn't open yet. The bad news is everything else. And Ace still has a gold.
You're not really selling it there.
Ace still has a gold lead, right? He's on 3 items. Faker's soon to have his 3rd as well. Oh. They're gonna realm warp for a play here.
Yeah, and once again, Owner's like, man, I might have to try to bail you out again, but there's no bailing this out as the realm warp play from Zeka is excellent.
The snap plays from HLE this game have just been so good, so intelligent, such good reads of the map. Na'Vi might be in trouble here.
And he is Trundle, but you know, he's never really had to burn his flash.
Yep.
So he just uses it there, and I mean, there's not really much that T1 can do to use a Trundle flash.
30 seconds left on the Baron, and I think T1 will not lose the inhibitor tower at this point. So the game is in a dire spot, but I guess that's a silver lining for now, at least.
Yeah,
the Dragon
selling it well too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying. Doing my best.
This Hexplate Trundle is super interesting as well. I really like this build because it's going to give you your subjugate all the time, and he keeps just using it on whoever is seen and caught. It's obviously amazing into the Scion, but it's great into the Jarvan as well. If you could find him, he just dies instantly, basically, when he's trying to go in. So you say, well, you engaged on us, but who did you catch? You caught the Ryze, who's super tanky, who has Seraphs. You die. Good try. And every single time Owner has to try to go in, he has to think twice about what it's going to mean into this Trundle pick that's got its ult up all the time.
Yeah, and this comp from the side of HLE is so win more as well because you have so much catch potential with the Camille. Like, Delight can always go like 10 out of 10 aggro onto FaZe if he really needs to because he knows the follow-up will be there. And, I mean, you know, the follow-up damage from the Ziggs, the Ryze, everybody that's ahead. We take a look at the difference in the gold and the damage in the top lane. It's actually kind of disgusting. Almost 5 times the damage done here by Zeus. And yes, it is the Scion, but I mean, that's a huge impact so far from Zeus.
We got some big item buyers coming in as well. Gumayusi just picked up the Void Staff. We got Sterak's for Delight. We got Deadman's Plate for Kanavi. We already had Actualizer earlier for Zeka, but I think on the back of these, HLE feels so strong. If someone oversteps from T1, they're already in a position to fight, but they will be hunting now to push forward the pace of the game.
That they just keep killing on repeat with pillar setups. is even not safe, right? And the wave clear Faker has doesn't mean that he just gets to actually push the side lane into this draft. They just can only play defensively. They can only catch waves. And eventually, sure, if we get to 35 minutes plus, 40 minutes in this game, T1 will have a fighting chance as that Goldie means less and less. But this is not D plus KT. You know, this is not that kind of game. I don't think HLE are going to mess this up. They've made all the right decisions here with this lead. They have been so oppressive. Like, this means nothing to them. Nice try, Faker.
Well, it keeps the control board alive for now, at least. That's a victory. We're taking that.
Small wins are still wins.
Yeah. Little by little.
Equalizer, or sorry, Actualizer picked up for Faker, you know?
Zeus pushing the top wave and now recalling to group up with the team. So now have all members grouped together. You can see setting up this vision, they're looking.
Wow, going in on a carry, actually. This is very aggro to try to kill the support, and yeah, they do get him, but Delight immediately trades everything. Tons of damage on Owner. This is his flash, and now he's just barely going to get away for now, but Zeus is going very deep, gets stunned up against the wall, and Zeus going too hard, gets taken down.
I think T1 got a little lucky there, but also this was the moment I said probably we weren't going to be seeing in this game, where maybe a little patience is lost, because On Life Esports have such a lead, but they weren't happy to just sit back and say, well, we'll just wait for that Baron to spawn and look for a turn there. They end up losing 2 critical members, though, before the Baron spawns, and now don't have that strong foothold they had moments before. As Carrier, Delight's like, you can't clear this ward. I'm not going to allow it, but he's not alone. He has basically the whole team here. And the trade initially looks great. Owner messes up this flash, which is a bit of a tragedy, but baits them in. And T1 are on that Baron I was just talking about. You get these 2 kills, and suddenly you've got a window back in the game.
And so much of the gold is on Zeus as well. They take him out, and now Kanavi has to try to come in here and steal. And the Subjugate is keeping him alive, but now actually going to trade his life with Paige, but more damage is coming out here. Good massive ult from Doran, but the follow-up not there just yet. They finally take out Zeka, though. They haven't dealt with Guma as Delight goes in, and now Zeus is back. TP's into the fight, and T1 are super low. Trying to get away, and a shot blast barely going to miss, but HLE at least able to clean up this Baron try.
T1 saw their window back in the game and did everything they could to try and find it, but HLE able to force them off the Baron, force them away, and with the respawn of Zeus, get them away from the purple worm. But it was a delicate point of the game. You got to feel, we see with this fight starting off here, they're playing blocker on Kanavi. He survives for a while, but Pays plays so aggressive and just gets deleted, trying to clean up the jungler. And in the ensuing fight, without his damage, it's so hard.
If Hayes lives, it's a totally different fight. Faker's so low on mana, as you guys could see. Even though he has his egg, you know, he just cannot afford to stick around any longer. They have to just leave Doran out. Now, they are in live trying to take Baron. Kanavi has respawn, but he isn't here yet, and Faker's back with full mana.
They're not doing a good job of tanking this, but I think the poke of Guma might be too much, as that's a bit of damage coming on in, and the smite secure should be there from Kanavi. Waits until 1,000 health, and he's able to pick it up. It looked a little bit dicey, but at the end of the day, they're far enough ahead. There's not enough of a contest from T1, so HLE pick up their second Baron of the game.
Yeah, I also think that Faker and Carrier without flashes can't really approach the Baron itself, so we're kind of just poking over the wall, but they don't have that much range, so we're able to do a ton now. T1 are trying to get that early on Dragon and get control of the area, set up and lock down the space. You can see Zeka looking for a flank angle here.
And they're trying to go and look for a turn, maybe a kill on a Kanavi, try to get something out. As big damage already. Look at this, and the flank comes in, but they turn immediately on a Zeka. Big shield on him, but they take down the Rise. And now trying to kite this one front to back is T1. In goes Owner, has a GA. This Delight is able to take down the Ezreal, and that is so much of the damage here. But now Kanavi goes down, Faker's still alive. Zeus slowed up. He's gonna get stunned next to the Dragon, and it's chaos. Nobody can deal with the Scion, actually. And now the long-range poke comes in, and T1 are winning a fight down 7,000 gold. They're gonna take the Ocean Soul. And Guma's done 7,000 damage, but he's all alone. Just a sad little Ziggs with his back against the Scion. Is able to take out Owner, funnily enough, but a small prize as Doran picks up a massive sack of gold.
Doran's in final form on this Scion, and I think the mistake here was Zeka approaching on this flank with no flash available. T1 see him, and immediately Owner turns onto him. And even as bulky as he is, he still goes down.
The thing I think they were thinking was, I've got enough damage with this Actualizer Rise. Once the ult comes down from Guma, I wipe them. Like, he's thinking, I'm going to clean them up so fast, but he doesn't. He gets poked, but just basically collapsed on there and blown up. T1 snap, engage, and turn the focus the second he shows on Vision there. And then, like you said, there just isn't enough damage to cut through this Scion anymore. As Guma plays this really well, he plays it as best as he can.
Oh, we got another pick here, by the way. Zeka, he runs out, doesn't have any time, and Zeka again, unfortunately, has been a bunch of errors in this game that have really put his team in a bad spot, and now T1, all of a sudden, they're pushing mid. This is the same game where they were 8,000 gold behind, 2 Barons to HLE. And you said it before, Wolf, they didn't break into the base. They really didn't break the backs at T1. And T1 have been in this position before where they're just waiting for the enemy team to make mistakes, and we have seen quite a few of them here.
Zigzag being used defensively now. Poke missing there from Zeus as well. And with the Ocean Soul, they're feeling so much safer against that Poke.
Doran looking for it, trying to get the flank on her, but so many knockups. They get the kill on the Ziggs. They're looking for more. As down will go Owner. A lot of damage from the turret going on at T1, but at the end of the day, they have the Karma shields. They have this gigantic Scion, and they are just force pressing HLE into these fights and winning them.
I mean, this is what happens if you make a critical mistake. As Zeka made 2 in a row, the game can change just like that.
Look at this.
In this moment, he's just pushing midway here. Faker catches him with the max range Q. He has no flash. Then the wall comes up. He tries to realm warp his way out, but there's just too many threats. But you can see what happens when HLE's composition loses map control, loses vision control, and has to poke through waves, has to poke blind with the Jace and the Ziggs. The Ziggs is using his ultimate to clear waves, but the wave still crashes. This game has turned on its head completely. Honda Life Esports still with a gold lead, but the control they had is completely gone.
Yeah, barely at this point, having the gold lead, and Doran with the Ocean Soul and the items he has, so hard to cut through. For so much of this game, it's been about Zeus being ahead of the curve, but now he has 4 items in a dig compared to 4 items of Doran. You're just not cutting through that Scion. You had a timer where you were so far ahead, you could deal with T1, you were ahead, everything was going for you. The map control was spectacular. And then a step too far, and suddenly HLE now staring down the prospect of an even kill game, only 1,000 gold lead. And to lose a game 1 like this would be absolutely devastating to the mental. So definitely not over yet, but I feel like they have to find a better way to approach these fights. Try and get some poke onto the backline members, the critical members again, because if they try and brute force through Doran, it's just never going to work unless he really oversteps.
Especially with the amount of nemesises that this team has, for some of these players, like Zeus versus Doran, you start to think, if I can't win with this lead, can I win at all? As Owner is going to avoid this engage.
They're going very hard into this Jarvan, and they should be able to take him down. Nicely done, just trying to utilize that. As now the TP is coming in, and this is Faker! He just TPs directly in the face of HLE and dies! And now Pays, really the main character here, trying to get away. But HLE are on the chase, the root comes down! And just like that, everything flips over again! Keria all by his lonesome gets taken down, and Doran trying to hold on to the wave, but they're TPing in. HLE want to end the game now.
The Light's going to try and stall him out as long as he can. I think you might know he'll stay alive for the time being, but all they need to do is stall. The rest of them have enough damage to close, and T1, who brought the game back from the brink, don't manage to close it out. Fumble at the last moment, and it's HLE with a decisive end to game 1.
You've got to feel a lot of relief if you were a Hanwha Life fan. You can see on the players' faces not any celebration at those moments because they know they clutched it out in the end. They punished T1 hard, and Baker teleported into the entirety of their team, and they walk away the ones who destroyed the Nexus, but they will always have in the back of their minds that gold graph, the huge comeback, the swings, the errors that Zeka made from the solo kill in the mid lane to the wraparound, and then getting caught by Faker a second time there in mid at critical moments that almost got T1 back. T1 definitely frustrated with this fight. I almost feel like the mental edge still goes to T1 after this one. The fact that you were able to nearly bring it back to the brink makes you feel like anything is possible, and for On Life, you might think, any game is losable. We won this one, but we are really going to have to tighten it up going into game 2.
I think for both teams, the thought that would be going through my head right now is this is going to be a long series.
Absolutely.
I think it will be, based on what we've seen. I think it really highlights the fact that both these teams are so good that if you give them even an inch, both ways, they will take it and try to take a mile and try to win the game. And T1 nearly were able to do that. HLE, they got one mistake. They got that pick on an owner. The TP from Faker was a bit aggressive. They were able to take him down. Give them an inch. They're going to take a mile on both sides. So HLE winning the series so far 1-0 after a bit of a heart attack moment there in that game number 1. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in game number 2 after the break.
저.
막아놨다.
공간 막아놨고.
잡았어.
좋아.
태부터 애니비야. 봐줘.
맞아.
애니비야 뿌렸다. 뿌렸다.
애니비야. 다 했어?
이제 맞았고. 사연.
돼. 우리 사이언 나이스. 사이언 가져.
사연 잡으면 끝난다.
사이언 잡아야 돼.
이대로 바로. 사연 와봐.
알겠어. 대포 있다.
다행이다. 정신 차리자잉. 내가 차릴게.
나가봐.
해. 끝내자. 런들이 와도 돼요.
그냥 집중만 더. 맞아.
탐나네. 손 잘 풀었다잉.
형님 집중 풀어줘.
무조건 끝나.
못 이기는 게 좋은 거 알지?
잘 물었다 마지막에.
얘 못 가.
다행이다.
You hope you have an alibi. Talk is cheap, you crossed the line. So this will be my last goodbye. This will be my last goodbye. Last goodbye. I'm running away from the sun and the rain. I've been saying the same. This will be my last goodbye. Do it again. Nothing will change. I'm saying the same. This will be my last goodbye. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mine is forever in the stone.
The walls of the DB Promi Arena have not felt something like that. It was throw after throw, catch after catch, and ultimately, it is Hanwha Life Esports taking game number one. What a way to kick off our first for second matchup. Digon here alongside Wadid, Puni, and Yankos to break that last one down. And let's start with the draft here, Wadid, as it didn't go the way that our mock draft thought. We had AP bot to start, we had the Camille to start. It was crazy.
I mean, I thought they have to get away from Karma, but it was really ballsy from them. Like, they just opened up Azure Karma, and they picked their top side from HLE, and then just let your bot lane just sack the pressure from them. And I think Guma, Yushi, and Delight was the one taking the pressure on that. I mean, leaving up Azure Karma open against T1, and the BOK in the bot lane. That's just crazy. That blows my mind right here.
I mean, also, I think Hanwha Life Esports, I think that it really pays off, like just by picking just 1-2 Jace and Ryze into last pick the jungle encounter and against the Sion 3 pick. I mean, I think Yorick could be better because like you're playing Sion, losing matchup on top, and you're playing tank, you're playing into Jace, you're playing against the Ryze, and then 5 pick against Trundle. It's miserable. Like you can't play Sion in this team comp.
The real problem though is Chandler, right? Because he makes Sion so difficult to play. Hypothetically speaking, if T1 would pick Yorick and would play strong side top lane, then Ezreal Karma doesn't really want to play that way, right? You want to play towards Ezreal Karma, you have a fast clearing jungler, you can snowball that bot lane, but when the Chandler comes out and then Sandy Sand is just a free kill every single time Chandler visits top lane, this is where the draft becomes hard.
Yeah, let's take a look at how it all shook out. It's like what you said earlier here, Wadid. It was absorbing the pressure on the bot side of the map and then trying to get that Jace going on the top side, and the God of Thunder does it right here with Kanavi.
And I feel like this is the case where there is 2 plays happening at the same time, right? One of is from HLE, and they are diving top lane. Doran is under a lot of pressure at this point. He has no flash, no wood. So he's just a free kill. That was just so easy, right? Chandler ult, you walk up, you chomp him, and you kill him.
Is that what's chomping?
Yeah. And then at the same time, look! Guma is a weak side 6! It's so easy! I mean, he plays very well. He flashes away from the
so well.
He sidesteps the Jarvan Q, and then he clears the wave. The light is there to help him. They get 1 kill. Imagine playing weak side and getting a kill, and even Faker TPs, and it's just so late, and it's just a disaster. And this is what makes the game impossible in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, it was like so abused, like them getting mid-private and just going top. So that's why T1 make really good counter play bottom. The plan was good. The pre-play was good. but it was overplayed.
Yeah, but that wasn't just it. T1 were able to go ahead and stack up the Drakes. They got to all three. There was one fight on the third Drake where they get away. It was a 1-for-1, so you're thinking, okay, we still got a chance. Let's go ahead and see how that soul fight works on out. And that's what T1 does here later on in this, after the Baron had been taken.
Yeah, they did really well on the Drake management, so that's why they could have such a huge advantage towards the Drake Soul. And I think the way how they do the team fight around Anivia and Natural was on point. And look at German, he's going in, going out. Even though you lost the pace, you still kite back with the Scion. It was insane.
I mean, this game, I think HLE actually just like, they were not actually, even though they were winning, they were not actually just first setup. Like, sure, they're playing Jason Rice, but I think it's like, they have to actually get in the right position for the objective.
And I feel like they were just in time to be there. They have that zone control. I feel like Pace did his job because he did kill Zeka. I think Zeka might have overplayed a little bit. His flank was smart, but it kind of just killed him off instantly. And when you don't have Zeka, who kills Sion? Nobody.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, as much as it was a almost 7.8 thousand gold lead, it gets whittled down into a soul, but then it's just another random TP here.
Nah, but I think this is such an unforced error from Honor here because Anivia was literally recalling from the top lane. There's no point.
The TP as well.
No point!
But you
down
see,
through the mid lane though.
One is absolutely not prepared for it because even Faker is trying to salvage the play by TPing in. But when he TPs, Honor is already dead and 4 people from HLE are standing on top of the TP. So Faker can't even get out and the fight just turns into a mess, into a disaster.
So many delusional play from I think T1. I think I didn't expect this coming in from T1 because they are the one who's experienced. They are the one, the king of the international. So
the king of chaos.
King of chaos, I guess.
The circus.
Maybe. This is the start of the circus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it kind of felt like they were juggling with the flaming, you know, I don't know, pieces of wood. Like, you know, it started to catch a little bit on fire. They just played a little bit too fast here. But so did Hanwha. And I think that's one of the great things about this series so far, and we've seen it when they played in the regular season as well. They play fast, and sometimes it's a lot of unforced errors. Sometimes it's a lot of mistakes, and you see a recovery from one team. In this case, it was Hanwha Life Esports, who are up 1-0. Let's see how the rest of this series shakes on out. Let's send it back on over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Deskers, for that breakdown. I love the breakdown of all the little moments that were very critical in that game, so maybe not so little, but able to really turn the tides in either direction. HLE very far ahead, then it was close, then they catch Owner off guard, force the error, and win the game.
I love how they were breaking down during the clips. You know, they were breaking it down, but they were also breaking down over just the chaos that happened in the game. Some great reactions from the desk there, but going into game 2, as we were saying before, not a game 1 that either team is going to come away from feeling happy about. HLE obviously get the point score, which is the big takeaway, but not the smoothest sailing that they would have hoped for with how that game started in particular.
I think one of the big picks that we're going to have our eye on in this game 2 is the Caitlyn pick, right? It's the one that is lane dominant. Now that we're moving into game 2 of Fearless, where so much is already removed, some of those high tier picks like the Ryze, the Jarvan are gone. You have a lot more draft flexibility. So maybe that is where we see these two teams go. T1 looking for second pick. Let's see if HLE give it to them here. The blue side selection. Unknown what side HLE did go for yet, as of yet. Okay, first pick. So T1 will get blue side and second pick. So maybe that Caitlyn lane is what they're looking for here to try to control bottom side of blue.
Yeah,
I love this little train with the little Teemo on the front. Obviously indicating that we're here in 1-2. And if you win, you go to Daejeon, which is where MSI is, and the connection between the two cities.
It is kind of taking the scenic route, though. It's going like really round out to the side.
Well, that's what we're here for, right? We're not on the train yet.
Okay.
You know? Varus going to be banned again here. Orianna remains incredibly high prio. HLE, it's going to be a Bard ban in this slot, you have to imagine, against T1. They have first pick, so there's some wiggle room there for sure. But I think that you don't want to introduce this variable.
I'm interested to see how the support meta of this series kind of boils out with the fact that game one we already had the Camille from the Light. We talked about how the buffs to melee supports definitely helps him. And he was on great form in that game one on the Camille, so if he has the chance to play these engages, he absolutely will, but it really depends on the prio picks. If it is that Caitlyn being prioritized, obviously something you want to pair with a range support more typically.
Yeah, we did see that the Nautilus was banned in game one, away from Delight as well. We'll see if T1 want to do that a second time here, if they've got their eyes on something else. But first we'll have that final Hanwha ban. It's the Vayne.
So Nautilus, Yone, and Cassiopeia all banned last draft and now left available and possible for either side of pick, depending on this last ban for T1. Will they let the Cassiopeia go free, or will they just take that out here? Obviously being super high prio in the LCK.
I think you probably want to ban the Cassiopeia over the Nautilus. But they'll ban the Gnar in response to the Vayne ban, excuse me, as that is Zeus' signature pick and would have been a very safe blind topside choice. Without the ability to play some of the more common range supports, Caitlyn stocks might be down a little bit here. What they want to go for in this first spot. Cassiopeia, definitely a strong option, especially considering there's no Ryze, there's no Anivia. They'll go for Kanavi's Vi instead.
I mean, he's just been on a tear on this pick, and a lot of Zeka's champion pool does pair up well with it. Obviously, a pick that Into the Miasma doesn't have a super fun time, but if you just ult the Cassiopeia and you have the follow-up, can take her out of the fight. We'll see if T1 look to prioritize that here, though, or if they will pass it back over to HLE. I feel like Cassiopeia Vi isn't a pairing we typically expect to see very much.
More commonly, something like the Ahri.
Yeah, or Aurora.
Exactly, the Aurora. Bessa pick here early in this draft for Doran.
Yeah, a
Really
lot
did
of
not
top
expect
bans, and I think they're just trying to get comfort for Doran with already a lot of stuff that could be played into it taken away.
Normally, if you go for a pick like this, you're leaning towards a dive composition of some type. Is it going to be like Mbessa Lulu with the Nocturne? It looks like they're going to grab the Nocturne first, because they won't be able to get both. But I feel like you didn't need to pick the Mbessa here. Could have looked for something else with this Nocturne instead.
These are great picks for these players. You know, Doran's had fantastic results to the Mbessa, Owner, and Nocturne we've seen so many times, but they're committing heavily to this sort of dive setup when they don't really know what they're going to be diving yet. There isn't that information, and I feel like HLE have the opportunity to draft around that and make sure that carries are in a position where they can be a bit more defensive and able to survive.
This was a classic for Zeus in the past in this very matchup, and he's going to pull it out here again. The Rek'Sai, super rare to see that right now at this stage of the meta, but so is the early Mbessa, and they get the opportunity to counterpick. Will we see a Ahri lock-in here for Zeka now? Something that pairs with this Vi, or they have something else in mind. I think it's almost certainly a Zeka pick.
Yeah.
It could just be the Aurora, but they go for the Ahri.
But like Aurora, Talia were both potential options, but they go for the Ahri, and I think in terms of safety, as well as being able to follow up, it's not an easy target to get on. There aren't any easy targets to focus on for T1, I feel like, at this point yet. It really depends on what Guma's pick isn't in the AD carry role, but his will be coming after the next set of bans. And now here for T1, will they go for an AD carry pick or a mid pick? Will they answer the Ahri first and foremost?
Question we're going to have answered. Lysandra for Faker. We've been talking about this pick a lot recently. Very powerful, got buffed a few patches ago, but we are just not seeing it as a response. But I think it works well with Nocturne. It works well with Mbessa. It can also be a dive pick, but the ability to lock down the Ahri, to lock down the Vi in team fights is what makes it so special here.
Historically, it was a counter to Ahri, and we've seen it. I've seen a lot of the pros playing it in support and top in solo queue, funnily enough, less so in mid. But with the new Imperial Mandate changes, the item syncs so well with her, giving a cooldown reduction on her ult and W, and that vulnerable damage. So I think a great pickup for T1, matching the theme of their composition. Interestingly, they ban out the Ashe. I feel like Gumayushi, even though he is a phenomenal Ashe, we've seen a lot of games recently where he's been targeted heavily and gotten 8 or 7 deaths on it. So I feel like with a composition like this, that could have been the game plan again.
Sure.
But they respect the Ashe Seraphine in this situation regardless.
I think that the arrow value for single target they already have is also really high, so that's a little bit scary. I think the Lulu pick is really strong for T1. I think that that should be something that Hanwha Life Esports should be looking at right now, because when you consider the vulnerability with the Imperial Mandate, any scaling AD carry is going to work well. Yunara Lulu could be the follow-up here to this draft. It could even be Zeri. They're going to ban the Lulu themselves, however. I think it also works well with the Vi, but the comp looks like it was built for wild growth. Surprised to see they're the ones, especially with pick priority here, who take it away.
I would have thought maybe like a Xayah ban could have made sense in this situation as an AD carry that we know Guma's very good on and can have that Feather Storm just to remain safe against all this dive.
With this Caitlyn Poppy, I feel like he's kind of making a statement that he's interested in playing it. Into the Rakan, the Poppy would have been a great answer, but not an option anymore.
To see what T1 opt for in this situation. I feel like it's always tricky having to pick bot lane separately when it is that pairing. And it's going to be them denying the Xayah in this situation.
I think they realized what's up, and this is the only option they have left.
I mean, Rakan on top of this composition as well is a huge threat.
I mean, what about just Nautilus Misfortune here, though, for Hanwha Life Esports? It works well with their comp. They have so much lockdown. It's been a pick that we've seen Guma and Delight really enjoy to play.
I'm not a huge fan of Misfortune here just because I think you're going to really struggle to ever channel the ult, and you are immobile even when you have that movement speed. But they end up picking the Rakan first in this situation. Obviously, a champion that Delight has a lot of success on. Will HLE deny the Xayah and break the pairing apart? Guma taking the Xayah, Keria on the Rakan, but on different teams.
What does it mean? I think we all know what it means, and they're going to play Renata Glass with
Oh, I love this pick. I was thinking maybe there was the angle for like a Calista Renata, but Xayah Renata, you have the safety in the ultimate, you have the value of that hostile takeover into this composition of T1, because T1, their cards are all on the table. This is the dive composition through and through. There's no other way to really play it. Like, yes, you can play through punishing sides, but when it comes to the 5v5, you're diving that backline. That's how it's going to operate. I wonder if the AD carry pick is going to try and...
I think they got to go range. They're looking for the Sivir here, which is going to give a ton of wave clear. The Lissandra has a decent amount of that as well. And it is a spell shield into all of this engage, but it's not great into Vi, who could just smite the spell shield away on our way in. And you are really making this composition both a dive and engage comp, but also a scaling comp where the Sivir can't follow up with high damage. She needs more time, so you have to use your CC to buy her that time in late game team fights. I think the theme of this draft here for T1 is a little bit broken. I was kind of hoping for like a Jinx pick, because then you have the range for the laning phase, and then you have, if a takedown comes over, obviously great team fighting power, because you have the setup for that successful trap there for the Jinx, and that initial kill could have done it, but that's not in the realm of LCK meta. We don't see those picks. We don't see those niche picks. Sure, the Lissandra here is about as niche as it gets, but I think in game one, we all kind of felt like the win cons for Hanwha Life's draft were a little bit safer. This draft, for me, feels almost even worse for T1 because there's just so many outs on Hanwha's side.
I think there's a lot of explosive power, though, when it comes to those team fights. I know it's going to be difficult navigating through the defensive ultimates available to the bot lane, but we saw what can be done when you lead the charge heavily on the back of like Delight's Camille. I think that is the vibe they're going for on this one. The snap engages if someone's out of position, because ultimately that is what won game one.
Just got to play to your strengths, and perhaps that's what we'll see here as we hop onto the Rift for T1 versus HLE game number 2. All right, game number 2. Game number 1, definitely a bit of a flip fest towards the last 5 or 6 minutes. But this time around, we'll have to wait and see. I feel like, you know, when I saw the players come off the stage, nobody looked shook at all. You know, based on that game, I think a lot of players and a lot of teams already in this bracket have had trouble from behind or after a wonky losing game. You think about Bro against CK, where they almost won game 1 and then they lost it, and then the game was just or the series was just a wipe afterwards. It just feels like T1 versus HLE. These players are just so composed. They lose a game, they're already in analytical mode. They're like, all right, what went wrong? What can we do better? how are we going to win the series from here on both sides? And I would imagine that their mental is probably still very fortified at the moment.
I have to agree. I do think that, we're going to see a bit of a tempo heal. Rated. I do think that with this draft here for T1, you have both the ability to be the ones who make the first move, make the aggressive play with the Nocturne Lissandra, Khan, with the Ambessa. I mean, there's so many ways to chain CC together. But you also have the scaling element and time buying element that the Sivir provides you. So it feels in some ways a bit of a catch-all. It's just that its theme isn't directly one way or the other. So we'll see how they decide to play it through the mid-game. If they fall behind, how they're going to just sit back and farm up, because we saw a near comeback from them in game 1 with a good punish. This draft, I think, absolutely can do that again with the tools they have, even if they do fall behind.
I think if I'm T1 in this situation, I think the definite avenue in is that you can really target Kanavi and the Light. I mean, they both, I feel like, were pretty consistent in the last game, but Vi in particular always has that pseudo-safety of being able to dash out, but if you see Fierce, you can't. And I feel like we so often see Renata with Callista, but you don't have that safety net this game, that ability just to get pulled out from an engage. You're the one who has to be warding, so T1 definitely has that threat to be able to set up onto those targets. They're in trouble here.
Zeus going in, going to force the flash, and there was a lot of trading early on. Generally, this is going to favor the Rek'Sai because you just have insane amounts of sustain. And now that ward, very critical here. Doran going to know that Kanavi is in the top side of the map. And here comes Owner up to the top side, maybe trying to get something going here.
Kanavi doesn't know he was seen, so if he wants to try to make a longer-term play here, it could backfire because Owner is in the area, even though he's in the early game. Nocturne here, it looks like this is just going to be both junglers retreating. Looks like, although what we know is...
Yeah, still sticking around. That's the ward to come down. Doran, he needed to know, and now he knows 100% as First Blood does go over, and Zeus picks that one up on his top Rek'Sai side.
I feel like this is just textbook Kanavi. We saw it last game as well. This patient waiting. He'll spend as much time as he feels he needs to get that play, and especially when you know that Doran already doesn't have flash, it's so easy to set up when he approaches that brush.
And there's your enemy jungler is Nocturne. Can't get over walls. He had vision in the river, so there's no way Owner can close the gap fast enough there with where he was and where Doran was to actually impact the play. There was no way there could be a Nocturne nearby. So he waits, he calculates, I know exactly how much damage we need here to burst him down before he can look for the outplay. He already lost his flash moments before thanks to Zeus' 1v1 prowess there in the matchup. And as a result, HLE once again getting a lead early.
There's a little bit of cost to it, though. We can see already Kanavi is down 2 camps. So Owner, who is happy just farming towards his level 6, will be a little bit ahead in terms of pace of that. Although Kanavi did get XP from that kill, so he's keeping up in terms of levels for the time being.
Yeah, still a nice little start there for Kanavi. We've seen that Faker's gone back a couple of times. Zeka trying to hold the wave right in front of his turret and has been getting the better of these early trades. Now where the Lissandra really shines against the Ahri is eventually, Ahri's trying to dash around a bunch and you press R on her. Or you are yourself, as that's going to be the root. Faker not yet level 6, and waiting for the flash charm is huge from Zeka, sets it up, and Kanavi locks it down.
What a moment there from Zeka. Just completely takes Faker out with the flash charm there, and Kanavi is able to scoop up the kill, but hardly necessary. Well, they still get the assist gold over to Zeka. Now T1 trying to make a cross map here, but Owner still doesn't have 6. If you can steal some of these Krugs, maybe. Nope.
I mean, he's going to go in and try to start a trade against a level 6 Vi. That's what he's going to do, is now Zeus flashes in, and Owner's like, well, I guess I'm dead.
He flipped it on the minis. Kanavi gets 6 first as a result, and he just dies.
I think because Kanavi spent so long in the bush, maybe got XP from that, and I think Owner might have miscalculated when the level 6 was coming through. This is replay of that play mid, so level 6 is hit, and Faker's mind, he's like, I just have to flash the charm. He catches up to me with a charm flash, catches him off guard, can't react in time, and Zeka gets a phenomenal kill. Yeah, I assume Owner must have miscalculated and thought Kanavi wasn't close enough to his level 6, because he steps up here full of confidence, and immediately the play goes wrong.
I think even if Kanavi stays level 5, he probably still dies.
The Nocturne ultimate isn't going to offer you anything in this situation, not really. Not without help. So that was just a weird judgment there from Owner.
Either way, definitely a bit over-aggressive, if we're being nice, as now here comes T1 into the jungle trying to take the blue away.
I think at least if Kanavi doesn't have ult, he can flash over the wall.
Yeah.
That's fair. But, like, you know, what are we really gaining?
Yeah. So that's going to be the entire top side of the map here for HLE ahead. I mean, the Rek'Sai's ahead. We know what Rek'Sai can do from ahead as well. Like, it's not a pick that's going to burst you down, but he's just going to stick around in however long the fight is going to be and sustain forever.
I feel like when we had Rek'Sai in the meta before, obviously things have changed since then, but it felt like so much of her position in top lane was there was some lanes should actually get bullied out a bit, but just be able to sustain. But then in the later team fights, was so hard to deal with the constant knockups and sustain and tankiness. So if you're winning early, it feels really good, and Carrier tries to find an angle there, is unable to. Nice spell shield from Paze, gets him to safety.
It's already a lot of desperation out of T1 in this game. Even though it's still early days, and they have this Sivir to fall back on, you know, I think in this moment, probably just take the Dragon and walk out. They made it pretty risky there, almost had to burn a sum. They will get away just fine, but high risk play. Reward of the Dragon, though, is still picked up. That play from Owner on the top side, we've already discussed heavily that it was very aggressive, very brash. Does end up backfiring. But I still think T1 are very much in this game, but one or two more mistakes like that, and that can change very quickly with, like you mentioned, the Rek'Sai, and also the fact that from behind, the damage isn't there to burst anybody they engage on, you know, until the Sivir is a larger threat. Or if Doran is ahead, which he's not, you know, he could be some of that follow-up damage, but they just don't have it right now. So T1 need to be very cautious about continuing to try to Hail Mary their way back into this early game. As we have a TP.
And a TP here on Aguma, but he has Ghost, so he just presses Ghost and walks away.
I will
say, not gonna work.
We've hit that point of the top lane matchup where Doran hit level 6 and killed his ultimate, so he gets a ton of free healing and armor pen, so now the matchup feels way better. It's one of the benefits of being those champions. You get a ton of free stats just for leveling up their ultimate ability.
Yeah. He also got Executioner's Calling, of course, which helps a lot in this matchup.
I mean, that definitely does. But yeah, I think Ambessa, especially because they buffed the healing recently, it's pretty insane the spike you just get from level 6.
We're going to make a play here, but immediately the ult comes out. The charm is there, and now Owner has to flash away. Nearly in kill range. You could see Zeka was calculating the numbers in that moment, but not going to be enough, especially with Faker there with his ult. But yeah, that's the first paranoia from Owner, and so far the Nocturne falling very flat in this early game.
And they are grasping at a lot of straws, and they're not coming back with any straws in this one.
I think this is kind of highlighting there's not great lanes to pop those ultimates on. You know, they went for the TP bot lane onto Gumayushi, he just ghosted away, he still had flash, still had ult. Go for the play mid, it's onto an Ahri. As long as Zeka is responsive in time, you just need to be so snappy on the ultimate to catch him out, and he's just able to disengage. Definitely feeling already, this early in the game, as you said, T1 feeling a bit desperate with trying to make these plays happen. I mean, they have the engage tools, they should be using them, but the execution just hasn't quite been there as of yet.
Carrier here, so he has level 6, but it's really tough to try to get onto Isaiah, who has flash and ult. The light can disengage, can peel, and I think you're going to have to wait for your opportunity here. You can definitely find dive targets, you can definitely find punishes with this comp for T1, but players who have Ghost or players who are just under turret with mobility, probably not going to be the options that you're looking for.
Trying to make a play once again, I guess? No, just a little zoom in from Jonas Strong. At the end of the day, Owner doesn't have flash, doesn't have paranoia, so not really going to amount to much, especially with the light there as well.
Also with Infernal into Hextech Soul, two of our big budget souls out of the way. With those two dragons, sorry, coming in first too. Does mean our soul, good chance it might not be the most impactful in this game.
Could be similar to the last game as Kanavi is here, but there's not a great angle for him to utilize. This wave is going to get cleared. A little bit early for this prio for the Dragon, as it's not spawning for 70 more seconds. Owner's going to surf around to this bottom lane and see if he can find a counter gank here, but so much of his jungle is being taken away. And there's no teleport for Faker. There's no prio. So it's very easy for Kanavi to continue to do this. He's very close now to farm with Owner.
They want to make the Viari work once again, or at least try to get some kind of summoner out of Faker. It's very difficult. Again, we were talking about the Lissandra into the Ahri. You know, he kind of got outplayed earlier on with the crazy play from Zeka. But still going to be good as they're looking for the pick here on a Kanavi. The charm comes down, but that is not the easiest target. They're going all in to try to take out Kanavi. It's taking quite a while through the exhaust. Kanavi with the bailout, but finally they do get the kill. But it is going to be Peas who pays his life for that one. Zeka in a bit of trouble here himself. Gets ulted down. Doran with the follow-up, and they do knock down and take out Zeka.
This won't be without a cost, though, as Zeus is unanswered here in the top lane with Doran's teleport, and it looks like first brick will likely go over here as a result with the Grubs, the Voidlings here over to HLE. They can buy enough space for Zeus to get the majority of this turret. Looks like he's not quite going to get it off of this wave, but still a lot of value on the other side. But this play aggressively from Keria does end up working out to get that kill. They get the follow-up there with Doran joining with all that linked up CC. Keria. Okay, it's going to be fine. We do have the Dragon spawn now.
Yeah, a lot of ults on cooldowns, and this is a game where the ult budget is insane. There's so many powerful ultimates you want to have for fights, so T1 just seemed not to be interested with quickness, paranoia, with the Glacial Tomb down. I think that makes a lot of sense. And it's just going to be 1-for-1 in terms of those dragons, and it's going to be an Ocean Soul, which, you know, last game we kind of talked about the sustain. There is champions like the Ambessa and the Rek'Sai who in the longer fights will get a benefit, but with how explosive these comps are, this just feels like a non-factor.
Hayes, he's going to get hand shook as finally the charm comes out, and, you know, just running into so many bits of CC, you only have one spell shield.
I mean, I get the idea of, I'll outplay this Ahri because all I got to do is spell shield the charm and I've got more DPS, but, you know, there wasn't anybody else nearby, so very bizarre. This is back to the earlier play where Keria is able to set up the Nocturnal. They get the charm here. Pays able to do a lot of the damage. He does end up getting caught himself here forward, but because they can commit this into a further play on the Zeka, you'll see the TP come through from Doran. They know Zeka's so deep here that they have the CC with Faker. You can get over the wall here with the flash, press R, and the Ambessa R will follow. So that was pretty successful, but here you've got a Nocturne nearby, but that's all you got, right? It feels, again, like another really forced play here for T1.
I'm not even sure what the play is for. From Pays specifically, just kind of walking up and auto-attacking Zeka, but not too much value.
Yeah, he doesn't get punished at all if it's only Zeka, and I saw that the other two members of HLE were in mid lane where there wasn't any vision. You know, generally you see like at least a ward in the middle of the lane, so maybe he's like, oh, I can do a little bit of damage, punish Zeka here, but if anyone else is there, he just dies.
We call them high-risk, low-reward plays.
Yeah.
So,
not worth.
Not worth.
Hashtag.
He still has the only gold lead here for T1, as Deus maybe collapsed on.
Now we got the Paranoia coming in, and a bunch of damage already into the Rek'Sai, and you're not really going to be able to sustain out of this, although you can go through many tunnels, as now we got a TP coming in, and he gets away by the... Wow.
Hair of his chinny chin chin, Valdez.
Exactly.
Skin of his teeth.
I was stuck in between the two of them, and I opted for neither.
Well, I'm glad we were able to cover both ends of that one, but this is horrible for T1. They committed so much. Faker's a little bit late, and now Doran's going to get some Constellation plate value on the bottom side, but the Herald will go over to Hanwha Life, who have triple Grubs again in this second game.
And T1 just keep making these attempts, these proactive plays, and it's just the targets on the other side are so hard to pin down. I mean, they committed early to this composition of having this level of dive and playing into a Rek'Sai here. It feels like a done deal with how low Zeus gets, but then taking the second tunnel and immediately going for the TP, and the damage just isn't quite there from Ona on the other side.
와, 진짜 에반데. 네, 탭했다. 나패드.
He is not happy with that, as we are going very deep in mid lane. What is going on here? And that's going to be the turret going down as a massive hostile takeover gets tons of value for Delight. But yeah, this time it's kind of forced from the side of HLE. It looks like they're going to get away with it, as they do take down the mid turret and only trade junglers.
Yeah, it's 1-for-1, but they get the turret, and I think that the reason why they think they can make this play is because they've got the Herald, right? They've got Guma here. So there isn't a great target to punish when you do commit this heavily. If you get the turret, you feel fairly safe. Kanavi, I don't think needed to force this, but it does guarantee them the turret.
Yeah, I think
they're still going to pick an exchange.
Navi was buffering the Lissandra ult, so we had to ult the target and didn't really have a choice, so we had to go deeper. I think HLE did a good job of translating the play, but it kind of shows that thing with the Vi where if you get CC chained, your usual safety of just dashing out doesn't work anymore. And Kanavi goes, oh, I guess I just have to ult in the tower. Nothing can be done about this situation.
Oh well. Classic Kanavi. That's where he wants to be. That's his home.
Any excuse.
And he's going to enjoy that one. He's still enjoying a lead over Owner after the way that the early game did pan out. And, you know, this isn't a back-breaking lead. This is still playable for the side of T1 as now they're trying to dive on to Zeus once again. He doesn't have TP this time, but he's going to ult into 3 people and immediately just get feared down and taken out. So Faker will enjoy some extra gold.
That was pretty close, but I like how they dragged him outside of the tower and made sure that when the ult came out, he was clear of it, because I thought that could have been a situation where Zeus escaped, but a good punish there. And T1, we've seen so many attempts this game. A lot of misses, but they are getting some hits now.
Now there's going to be a turret in exchange, but it's a turret for turret plus the kill onto Zeus. We're out of first brick territory, so the fact that HL get it first doesn't necessarily matter. I like that they're giving Paze the money, though. Paze needs the money. He needs to be the scaling late game win condition here. Xayah scales really well, too, and it's Guma Xayah. So we're all very horrified of that, but this wave clear that the Sivir can provide is going to be so helpful for objective setups later on. Speaking of, do have Hanwha Life Esports starting this Dragon first. Faker no ult, but it is coming up fairly soon. But I think Hanwha should have this one on lock. Paze coming over, though. I think they have enough damage to rush this down and get out.
Yeah, no paranoia, and I mean, Owner's miles away, but even if he was there, I think it's so much for T1 about those big budget ultimates. He might get caught out here.
Just backing on a ward, as that's going to be the spell shield taken out. And another Spirit Rush, and he's just kind of being walked along here. Owner saying, well, there's no real reason for me to try to flash. Might as well just turn onto Zeka and die. And that's exactly what he does.
It's been a bit of a weird game from Owner. I feel like a lot of mistakes in this one, considering the level that his Nocturne is usually at, the consistency we've seen from this pick. This game has not been living up to that standard.
Keria will also need to leave this vicinity with Kanavi having ult there. And no teammates were nearby. Hanwha Life Esports didn't have full information, but yeah, this game has been quite bizarre with some of the overextensions. Maybe a trap could be set here, but I don't think T1 have enough members.
They're going to throw an ult into Kanavi. I mean, on the Vi, with the escape, there's really no follow-up. But now Doran does come in. The hostile takeover right in the choke, though. And now HLE on the charge here as the TP does come in from Zeus, and T1 back away.
A lot burnt from HLE there, so good from T1 to bait that out and disengage again and not get caught up in the hostile takeover. It's very easy with this composition just to go all in and not have a backup plan.
Baron's up in 30, but I don't think it's anything that we'll be fighting for a while here in this game state. Only a 1.5 thousand gold lead here for HLE. They have been the ones who have been able to catch T1. They have the kill lead in this game. But it's still a very close one. And even though T1 were able to get a lot of resources out of HLE there, I don't think there's an easy punish objective right now for them to utilize at the moment. Keria is going to get some vision set up here. They have a lot of vision on the top side of the map. That's where a lot of the vision war has been as of late. For T1, still just waiting for Paze to get his third item online here. We're getting closer and closer to it. He has 1,000 gold, the advantage over Gumayushi. He's just going to park in mid, clear these waves, and get all the money he can find on the Rift.
That's really all that's going on in this game with the 280 carries just sitting mid.
I don't think Faker does any damage to Zero, like actually.
Yeah, mostly just negative damage. I think the only people that can really deal damage to him are Doran and Paze. I think even Owner at this point doesn't really do a whole lot. At least was able to pick up his second item. But they need a lot of time with Zeus regardless, with multiple members, if they're going to be able to take him down again. He's definitely been kind of the butt of many a gank, but hasn't always been successful, as now maybe it's Doran's turn. Our poor top laners.
I'd like to see for the rest of this game, I don't mean in every situation, but T1 using their dive tools defensively to peel for pays so that they can just cut through those health bars, keep him alive. Not trying to necessarily look for backline play because the turn and the counter engage from HLE is so incredibly strong. Not to mention they have their own defensive Renata ultimate. I think T1 need to change their tune a little bit here and just play through front to back with this composition, especially with the lead that HLE have right now in this game. Gold lead is small, but the control over the map is pretty immaculate here. I mean, look at the vision on the bottom side of the map where Doran is trying to push up into this turret.
Also, credit to HLE there. One of the things I was talking about is how Kanavi and Delight could be the primary targets to pick off, but they're moving as a trio and just slowly moving that vision forward, making sure to check these brushes, only moving up when they have enough members where they feel strong, they're ready for a fight. Because T1, we're setting a trap there in that banana brush, and we're looking for, I mean, anyone really to approach, but don't find a target and have to back away. And you were talking about the vision on the bot side, vision on the top side also in favor of HLE now because they were able to push them out there. HLE's control spreading across the whole of the Rift right now.
If you try to make a aggressive dive happen and try to catch HLE members when you don't have the full information, what will likely happen, or what has continued to happen in this game, is they will have more members than you thought. They will turn, and they will turn it around on you and then take an objective. We're looking for potentially soul point here for HLE in 30 seconds time if they're going to fight for this dragon. You see Doran back in Keria, TPing back in his Faker, looks for an angle.
Trying to get Guma here. He's just immediately going to get Mikhail's. So as long as Delight stands next to the Xayah, you don't even get his flash, his Feather Storm, his Ghost, nothing. Just one Mikhail's.
And I think that ult,
the pick potential of T1.
Grabbing that Mikhail's feels like it's something, but maybe using that ult onto a Vi who's trying to dive your backline, your pays might have been better off here on this dragon. Instead, they just get a Mikhail's out of it. Faker's now ultless for this really important team fight. Unless they could slow it down here somehow. This looks like it's HLE's.
Yeah, still not available for a while. It's not the Imperial mandate, Lissandra. Cooldown's quite long, and I think the ult's not going to be there before the dragon's taken.
Just trying to TP into this one as the Rek'Sai, as now they're looking for the turn, as once again gonna shut down Faker with the flash and the charm. Used in tandem, as now looking for a bit more. Zeka trying to get those, max range charm is gonna come in, but that is onto a Rek'Sai. They take down the Lissandra, they get the dragon, but look at where they're going. They're heading up towards the Baron.
They only used 2 ultimates to get that kill, and so there's still ways to lock pays down if T1 want to challenge, but I think it's pretty risky to try to start Baron here now as HLE.
Yeah.
They'll just be happy with the gold they got and the dragon that comes in tow.
I think into a Sivir, into the Ambessa, and the fact that Lissandra has TP and ult now available is too risky. But here, Faker tries to Rocket Belt out the way of the charm, doesn't flash, and doesn't have ult to self-ult, although I think if you self-ult there, you're just dead anyway. But a great pick from Zeka, who's been on fire on this Ahri, despite it being typically a counter matchup.
Yeah. Faker's put himself in harm's way a little bit as his vision toggle always nervous.
Saw them for a moment in the jungle before they toggled the vision. And we have Ahri and Vi making their way down here. As even a spare rush into the brush, they want to make sure that Doran cannot TP out of this one as he tries to go for the public execution, but the CC chain is there, and 400 gold goes into the pockets of Kanavi.
And there's no cross map. There's no cross map target for T1 to even hit. Look at where Zeus is. He's just hanging out in the mid trio. There's no outer turret, so it's not like T1 could push a turret here. He's just going to be able to go up and catch the wave. This is a zero-sum game for T1 right now. They lose something on the other side of the map from where their focus is, and they gain nothing. They can't start Baron. And again, we're just kind of watching Pays try to hard farm his way to that IE. Goldie has shrunk.
Yeah,
Feather straws.
Pretty good. The thing is, if you only use Paranoia with no other follow-up, if you only use the Glacial Tomb with no other follow-up, you're not going to kill anyone.
But I feel like this is them trading resources. So they use Glacial Tomb to get the kills. They use Paranoia to get the Call. The problem is, this still, I think HLE are fine with this. They still have other tools. They still have Flash and Gumiushi. They now have the Mikhail's back again. And your Paranoia is down. You can see the thought process of what they're going for, but in practice, HLE are still the ones with control, and you're not burning cooldowns with long enough off a cooldown to really make an impact.
Yeah, also the timing, I'm not really sure how they're going to force a fight at this moment, because neither team really has Baron pressure.
The IE is done for Gumiushi, but it is still a ways away here for FaZe, it looks like, and that's the real break point for the Sivir. Obviously, the Xayah utilizes the IE incredibly well too, but there's a lot of tools to keep FaZe alive, and he does a lot of damage with Ricochet, etc. He beats Sivir in this a little bit less safe, but safe in a different way because of the spell shield than this Xayah. Shadow Flame picked up here for Zeka, also a big spike. And we are getting to the point, I think, with the control over the map that HLE have, plus the IE, plus the Shadow Flame, the Rek'Sai, who's got side lane control. You can start a Baron soon. I think it will be soon where they look to start and turn. And T1 are going to have to be ready. There's the Infinity Edge for FaZe now, the critical juncture.
For Faker, so the spikes on both sides, and both of them kind of posturing. HLE trying to get aggressive control of the jungle here.
And this time, I mean, you're going to have follow-up. Aguma just fancy feet. He is going to dodge everything, and now coming in from the bottom side is Zeka. But now Guma frontlining is immediately charmed, flashes away. The bailout is there, but he does not get the reset. 2 kills goes the way of FaZe, and 1 overextension. Immediately FaZe will put you in the grave. Delight goes down. That is the quadra kill.
They're looking to end,
and they're looking to push mid.
And there's still 30 seconds on these death timers. I don't think they can end the game off of this one, but they certainly should be able to get a turret and Baron at least. And the Baron will lead to so much more here. Massive gold swing goes to T1. And Guma initially, with the sidestep, you're like, okay, he doesn't need Mikhails, he doesn't need Flash, he doesn't need ult, because he's just going to dodge this. And then he just walks straight in. Like to a Rakan. He just wanted to visit Keria, his old bot laner, but the follow-up CC is there. It's too sticky. I like Kanavi's attempt to try to get the reset for the bailout, but it was just a complete collapse here for HLE. Into this Sivir that is just gonna ricochet you to death.
Yeah, FaZe was perfect in this fight, just constantly getting the damage down, the ricochets between Gumushi and Delight, who was trying to peel for him, and then just stepped up at the right time, free hitting for the whole fight.
Uh-oh.
TP coming in. This is
the TP mistakes we have seen in the last couple of weeks at LCK. It is a Rek'Sai though, and they're going to be looking for the Ocean Soul. So T1 have to actually pull off of that and move over towards that Ocean Drake. There's maybe a little bit of a setup here on the objective. T1 waiting in the brush. There it is. The charm gonna catch 2, and immediately down goes Guma, and the follow-up is there as they take out Kanavi as well. HLE just not respecting the engaged potential of this Rakan multiple times in a row. As Delight should be okay, but that's going to be the Drake, and T1 are exploding in this gold lead.
2 fights in a row. It's Keria who finds Guma, Rakan who finds Xayah, and T1 who are finding success in this game. A 6,000 gold lead now in a game which for so much of it they were behind.
Whoa.
Now looking for more.
Yeah, nice timing there from Faker. I'm not sure if they should really be going in this kind of play, but FaZe is so powerful. They're trying to take him out with the Rek'Sai ult. It's not quite going to work, as the bailout not going to help out either, and T1 are just compounding their gold. Mistake after mistake, engage after engage. They keep baiting HLE into these fights.
They're desyncing the death timers here. Now Guma's back, but there's no Zeus, and they can easily retreat here with the inhibitor down. And Keria, with the FaZe ultimate that comes up in this fight, are able to both set up this engage here for Keria, but then follow up so easily. And Guma does not have the tools to escape. Again is burst down. And it's these snap calls from Keria that have brought them back. It's moments like these, which is why we said earlier, Keria does often feel like the main character for this roster, sitting at 100% kill participation here in this second game. And even though this looks like it might be going a little bit too deep, FaZe has GA. He has so much damage and there's no follow-up, there's no damage. The Rek'Sai is a big health bar, but eventually it'll be taken out. Guma respawns, but there's no tank, and down goes the inhibitor.
It just reminds me of original Rakan, when there was no delay between ulting and using your other abilities. How little you could respond to it. And Keria just camping in the brush that they had control warded, so he gets to essentially play original Rakan when he shows up after channeling the ult beforehand. Such an effective tool, able to catch out any carry who has that ultimate that grants so much safety. And now a 9,000 gold lead. GA on FaZe, he's such a hard target to deal with.
Yeah, now they can just use the paranoia, not for diving the Xayah, not for trading ultimate cooldowns, just for zoning, as they will be able to pick up this top inhibitor, no doubt. Zeka, you know, he's trying to look for something. I think the window is kind of past here for HLE, especially down this much gold, obviously, but the Sivir's online, and you don't have any pressure to try to catch her. There's just way too many peel tools. FaZe is playing Sivir in the first place. You're never going to be in a spot where you can actually kill him and then go on to win the team fight. You'll just go way too deep.
We can talk about team gold all we want, but look at the 80 carry goal difference. That is just insane.
And it happened in what felt like an instant, right? The gold lead was biggest for FaZe in the early game, but it shrunk down to like 380, something like that, I think at its smallest. And then he picks up a Quadra, is unlocked on the map. They get all these structures. He gets funneled even more gold. Now he buys an arm guard. He's like, look, if I die, my team has no damage, but I'm not going to die. I've got GA, I've got an arm guard, I don't care. It's like old stopwatch days, except way more expensive.
Don't remind me,
I think also this is really signaling they think this next fight is just going to be game over. And at this point,
it will be.
I think it will too.
And it's just small punches. Kanavi thinks he can hit his jungle.
He should be okay. He reads the pressure. But yeah, it's just so crazy. I talked about it in game one where it's like HLE, you make one mistake, T1 threaten a game victory. Same thing here, but it doesn't look like T1 are going to let go of the comeback. They've gotten this one, and it's more than a comeback now. I mean, they're just super far ahead. And HLE playing RE5 from this position, not really enviable.
I mean, if they get this third inhibitor, which it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get, but if they were able to get the third inhibitor, they could just say, well, we'll do Baron, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can TP to end with double super minions going down the waves, and then if you get Baron with 3 inhibitors, you just win the game. If they want to try to threaten some sort of Ocean Soul, you just trade the objectives because they're synced up in spawn timer here, albeit about 7 seconds the difference between these two. But because they have the Sivir wave clear as well to constantly gain prio plus double inhibitor, T1 can kind of take whatever they want on this map right now. And I don't think that HLE could be the ones who are proactive to make a play. It's got to be like a great Delight ult used defensively, or Guma gets some crazy feathers pull back, or Zeka's able to find an angle after Spell Shield is down for FaZe. Some sort of miracle here is what HLE need. And this isn't it.
Oh no, Kanavi, not like this. Well, looks like it'll be exactly like that, actually.
Carrier?
Down it goes. They're going very deep. The angle here from Carrier as he just is able to bully his former 80 carry in the bush. The follow-up with the public execution onto Delight. As now they're trying to take out Alessandra. Not a great spot here. Already a triple for FaZe, as there is still the potential for a penta, but I don't think he's even thinking about that at that point. As you can see that HLE are not going to give it to him either. T1 just looking to push down mid and end this game in their favor. As they are going to flash on a carrier. They do get the kill, but T1 do not care at all about that. Just trying to stop the backs here and end this game.
Yeah, FaZe will just push down the Nexus at this point. T1, game 1 was close with their comeback. Game 2, their comeback is enough. And the series will be equalized at 1-1.
Carrier keeps his 15 out of 15, 100% kill participation on the Recon. And they were able to turn this game around through some miracle catches. That catch onto Guma after he had the sidestep onto Doran's ult felt like the first domino, and everything just fell apart from there. And it's 2 games in a row where Hanwha Life Esports had massive control and T1 had a big sweeping comeback. They couldn't stick the landing in game 1, but in game 2 they do. And now you start to wonder, if you're a Hanwha fan, we were so close to being 0-2 in this situation. Sure, we're 1-1, but it's a worrying, dangerous trend how these games are looking.
But also, when I look at these 2 games, both of them have been decided by picks, by snap engages, by supports, not on enchanters that we've seen so much. But this game of Rakan, last game of Camille, feels like both Carrier and Delight seeing angles to carry in this series. And we all know Carrier loves to carry when he's in the support role.
The difference in 80 carry damage here is so insane because with Guma, he had a deficit, but when his team had a lead, they weren't fighting. And then all of a sudden, FaZe is getting a quadra kill. He's fighting all the time.
Yeah, well, that's how they got that lead. Overstepping just a bit too much there in the mid lane, HLE, and immediately T1 clamp down and punish. They balloon into a massive gold lead and take down game number 2 to tie up the series, which is now on our hands 1-1 as we head into the break.
아이고 이거.
야,
맞았어.
파이 노플.
가자. 야타 공 있다. 야타 공.
괜찮아.
위에 봐줘. 안 빼고.
위. 나 강했어.
자. 위에 봐줘.
위 좋은데.
칼부. 펜타네.
알겠어.
펜타래.
펜타 확인.
밑으로 가자 일단. 타이건.
나 봐줄게.
일단 하고. 펜타기네 그러면 와봐.
야 진짜로? 야.
수원아 와봐.
나 아리 잡자. 아씨.
예. 미드가. 끝났어.
끝났어.
엑셀 잡으면 내가 여기 양념 쳐놓을게.
잡을게.
솔필 따주라. 펜타 안 돼. 안 돼 더 하긴. 나 살리기 해줘.
야 잡자.
내가 죽을 것 같은데? 끝낼게요 그냥. 아 진짜로?
나 왔거든.
본진 끝나? 보석이만 해줘. 끝났어. 본진 끝나. 나이스. 어떻게 이겼냐? 너가 잘했어. 나 있다.
다행이다.
Can't hide from me, monster. I'll make this quick. Stay back! Don't do this. Here we go. I got you.
Lock. This doesn't mean we're even.
It's good to see you too.
MSI 팬페스타가 좀 잘 돼야 되니까 이런저런 얘기 들어보려고 회의 한번 모아봤습니다.
저 팬페스타 참가 조건을 전원 가렌 코스프레 하는 건 어떨까요?
팬분들 전원에게 대전의 명물 튀김 소보루 증정 어떻습니까? 와 미쳤다. 이거 크랙이다. 이거 튀김 소보루는 완전히 인정입니다.
근데 그건 사실 예산 문제.
아니면 그거 어때? 꿀잼 도시 대전이니까 행사장에서 안 웃으면 쫓겨나는 거야. 너 진짜 천재 아니야? 이거 괜찮은데요?
자 그럼 일단 어느 정도 아이디어가 나왔어요?
아니요 크리세님 하나도 안 나왔어. 아무래도 망한 것 같아요.
근데 저기 빅나 선수 아니에요? 닮는 사람 아니에요?
빅나 선수 혹시 좋은 아이디어 있어요? 사실 제가 대전 출신이어서 대전의 자랑 빅나 동상을 세우는 건 어떨까요?
대전의 자랑 바이퍼 아니야?
듣자하니 도저히 안 되겠다 싶더라고요. 결국 제가 나서기로 했습니다. 재미있게 놀 수 있는 여러 가지 프로그램, 그리고 여기서만 받아갈 수 있는 것.
드디어 퍼즐이 완성되는 느낌이더라고요.
팬분들은 결국 이런 걸 원하거든요. 대전에서 뵙겠습니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Wonju Arena. Here in Wonju, it's all tied up 1-1. Again, T1 fell early, but found a way to battle back, and this time closed it out to bring us to game number 3, all equal. Digon here alongside Wadid, Huni, and Yankos to break that last one down. And we start off the top. The point that Yankos made earlier, it's about the Vi and what the counter would be.
And I feel like T1 really had a good idea in the draft because they did pick Nocturne into the Vi and they did go for that dive comp where if Vi goes in, Nocturne turns the lights off and then the Vi team doesn't really know what to do. And actually how the game ended and how T1 really made that huge comeback is when Nocturne turned the lights off and Gumayusi went way too deep, right? Thinking that maybe that's a correct time to go in, but then it wasn't. Also, the first time that Kanavi Vi lost is this game.
But listen, I don't think like it was the issue though. Like, I think Kanavi had such a great early game before.
Okay, but that's not... Okay, early game is not the draft. Early game is just T1 being a little bit over-eager. That's how I felt. I don't think it's the draft. I don't think it's the draft,
Those were
my
good
boy.
plays.
Did you see the deaths they had?
I did.
Yeah.
We did.
You did, guys. So what did you think?
It was great play by HLE.
Yeah, very good play, exactly, but not the draft.
All right, let's take a look at some of those early kills that Vi was able to get up and the lead that they were able to build after we take a look at the draft as a whole, because yet again, we've talked that picks here are so important, right? Picks are what separates teams that are equal in skill.
So I think in the game 1, Doran had such a hard time in the laning phase. He had to deal with the J-Sion matchup and it was not going well. So I think he decided to just ban out 2 top laners and just blind picking Ambessa on the top lane so he can just play favorite matchup. He can just play his best champion on the top lane. And I think it kind of worked out. Even though like he got ganked a lot, he couldn't really find the angle from the top side. I think he had such a great window in terms of the mid game. I think his ultimate, his teamfight skills were on point. Comparing to like Rek'Sai, yes, Zeus is a good Rek'Sai player, but what can you do more with Rek'Sai? That champion doesn't do anything in the mid lane game.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Lissandra pick as well, so you can actually neutralize the game like against the Ahri Vi, especially right now. So I think Ahri is one of the best mid lane champion who can blind. I think it pairs really well with the Vi, right? And also, I think, but the T1 also team calm as a Sivir, Rakan, Lissandra, Nocturne, Ambessa. It's just like absolutely so makes sense. Like only one counter play, it's gonna be about the Renata, like disengaging, right? But I think T1 actually did so great job with the Rakan playmaking, with the, especially as Yankos mentioned, turn off the light, Rakan goes in, just chase whoever actually overstepped it.
Yeah, let's take a look though at how Hanwha Life Esports were able to get that early lead. It started in the first couple of waves here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he just waited enough. Like I think you could see Kanavi got spotted by Ward, but I think Doran had the timer on the Vi recalling because like he was there for a minute.
Yeah, I mean this is a top lane, like it's a nightmare, like right? Like you have to assume like this guy's still in the brush, this guy's please jungler base, right? Like please.
But this is something I don't understand because you cannot really take the 2v2 fight. Nocturne cannot stay because you still lose, right?
Yep.
So I feel like Doran just has to respect it, and he used W to farm, and then he went for a ward. So he didn't even have W to defend himself, which made no sense.
That one didn't make a lot of sense. Then here in the mid lane, It's just a good old setup and knockdown.
I mean, this is huge mega play by Zeka. Like, he was going to auto, and then he canceled auto with his Charm Flash, and that's why the Faker actually was not able to react. The Charm Flash was like so insane.
So all the early game plays that he made was insane.
Yes, I think Kanabi was really good on the buy. That's why he was 9-0, as you can see here. Owner was going for an outplay. I think he thought he can outsmite Kanabi, get the level 6 faster. Unfortunately, Kanabi was faster with the fingers, gets the smite off, gets level 6. Then Owner gets caught in the jungle, and this is where T1 topside just really crumbled in the early game. And this is how the game became so hard for them to play.
Yeah, and from here in the back, we were like, all right, what do we pull for highlights? It's just been slowly Hanwha Life Esports building upon this lead, having this aggression. And then finally, the moment that we've talked about, turn off the lights, create some chaos, and it goes the way of T1 this time, despite Gumayushi being on his most played Xayah.
And the fight doesn't even start bad. Look at Guma, his fingers are absolutely insane. He sidesteps that Ambessa ult, waits it out, and this is the go button for the light to ult, but then the light misses the ult completely. They don't know about it, of course, because Paranoia blocks the vision, and Gumayushi just goes way too deep, doesn't flash out in time, gets feared, gets slain. And when Guma dies, Pei is free to do whatever he wants.
You might blame Guma for this one, but he literally got the Nocturne ulted, so you can't see Rakan coming into you. So I think it was really good team play by T1 here.
Yeah, I mean, that's an in zone. They crossed the line.
Yeah, again, you can see the players working their way back on towards the stage. As we have one more look. No, we don't have time for one more look. Again, the players are ready to go. The action has been messy. This wasn't necessarily the cleanest series and the peak of what these guys have done in the past, but it's a series where it's still up for grabs here, Huni. Like, when you play in games like that, in series like that, where anyone can win, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, this is like really high pressure moment, right? Like, it's a 1-on-1, and it's like, you know, whoever just wins right here, it's a day actually becomes a 2-1. I think it's a huge, like, you have to deal with the pressure.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here. Again, 1-1. These power picks are starting to whittle down. We're going to be in at least some of the championship rounds. We'll go at least 4. How deep will the champion pools be? Let's find out as we get through game number 3.
Thank you very much, Spacers. We are getting into game number 3. It has been a very wonky back and forth affair here, as this is actually the chef of Hanwha Life Esports has come down to support the squad at the game. Renowned for very delicious food there at the Hanwha Life House. And I don't know what to expect from here, to be honest. I really like how our space highlighted the Nocturne and the Rakan play in that last team fight.
All I can think when we saw the chef is that clip we had at the start when Zeka was eating the sandwich and dropped half of it on the ground.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly some interesting scenes we had behind closed doors early on today. Moving into this third draft, again, the deeper we go into Fearless, the more picks are gone. Hanwha Life Esports last year, especially early in the year, were renowned for their depth in late game best of fives. We're seeing Zeus play Vladimir, but see what this iteration of Hanwha looks like as we get deeper into one of the most important best of fives of the year here for them.
Yeah, it's a big one. You want to make it to MSI first and foremost. You want to get it done in the first best of 5. You don't want to have what happened last year happen again. You want to get the first seed. There's so many things that you gain by winning this one best of 5. But now it's chopped down to a best of 3 with a game going apiece to either side.
And I think the pressure really is on HLE with how both games have started with them being in a really strong position, then kind of thrown away. And as much as they salvaged game 1, game 2 wasn't that. And also with the context of last year, a road to MSI, and HLE just trying to make it to their first. So Ban's going to come in quick and fast here. It's HLE again on the first pick side, so going for the same bans.
Maybe a Gnar ban again.
Could just be if we're going to have the same bans as the previous game.
Definitely have to go in a very different direction with the first pick, if that is going to be the case. It is. Last time we had the buy. This time, Kanavi looking for Lee Sin, a very high priority jungle right now, to be taken right away. But this does leave a lot of different bottom duos here for T1 to take.
Also,
Ash Seraphine.
In terms of pairing, we often see Lee Sin paired with Ryze or Annie. Ryze obviously already taken away by Fearless. I wonder if T1 seek to deny the Annie pairing that point-and-click CC, if they're going to give a chance for HLE to secure it. They're immediately going to snap up the Neferi, though. A pick that, since the Cyclo Sword introduction, has really rocketed in terms of priority. And we'll see if T1 are going to take away that Annie that we see paired with Lee Sin so often.
Yeah, or do something completely different and take like an early Lulu that we've seen paired with Neferi sometimes. Try to set up that combo with a scaling 80 carry for Daze. Could be an alternative. The Annie feels like it's a glaring, obvious choice here and very safe. But with no Gnar and no Vayne, the Renekton stocks are also quite high here for Doran, and that's where they'll send us.
I think it's pretty interesting. I like where you guys were going with the Annie or the Lulu, but just once again trying to get some top picks for Doran. Obviously, some tanks still available,
That
but
makes
if you
sense
force
because
Zeus onto a tank...
Top laner, so he would have top picks.
Cassiopeia was left open, by the way,
Speaking
guys.
of top picks in the mid lane, that's a high tier one that's finally going to go over here. And we are looking like we're going to lock our solo lanes, our top half, in this first phase again here. Set is not a pick we have seen in a very long time.
That's not a champ in the LCK.
That's not a champ in the LCK either, but I bet you we got at least 2 spacers who are very excited to see it, and was a pick that decimated the LCK at first stand.
So, yeah, this can be played top or support. Has that as a flex. I do feel like the Cassiopeia pairing with the Lee Sin doesn't inspire the most joy, but I think the theory here is into Neferi and Renekton has a lot of value. That Miasma are going to be incredibly powerful. And I also feel like the Miasma would do pretty well into Silas as well. They end up going for the Galio. I just feel like the value of the Shen Cassiopeia is kind of going up and up into triple melee already.
I don't like this Galio pick because I think you need some specific champions to be empowered by Galio in order to make this pick that's so low damage worth it. And because we're doing this right before the second banning phase, I think some of those scaling options here for Pays are going to be removed. And now you have to worry about like Mel Shen, in the bottom lane as a potential duo that you'll be running into. So banning the Senna here initially, as Guma's been one of the only players to play it here in Korea.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Senna, but Senna Shen is definitely a combo that we could see.
Feels like
really giving credence to that Shen to be bought.
Feels like last game T1 heavily committed to like dive in their first 3 picks. At this game, they heavily committed to diving with their first 3 picks with the fact they have this sort of melee-based composition. So I'm interested to see what they pair up for, especially since a lot of tools are being whittled away in terms of what they can pair with a composition. Something you mentioned last draft was the Jinx, kind of on top as that long-range option for follow-up. I wonder if that ends up getting a look in, although we haven't really seen any Jinx recently. Nautilus going to come through as a denial, so...
It used to be a Guma classic, but it's really just out of the meta so heavily right now. The Lulu still feels viable, like now you have a Lulu Yunara angle where you can empower the Renekton, you can empower the Neferi with the wild growth, but also keep your Yunara in a safe spot. I know Yunara is not everyone's favorite AD carry right now because it has felt very risky and has been punished a lot here in the LCK and now Road to MSI, but I think that might be the best bet here for T1 at this point.
I feel like it could be like Jinna MF, though. They end up going for the Milio, so hinting at a Lucian Milio, but
maybe Milio Jinx, though?
Milio Jinx, it's possible. Keeping the options open. Now, obviously, HLE can flex the Shen down to support, but can keep the options open, and it looks like they might end up just going toward Ashe Seraphine in a situation and putting the Shen in the top lane. Or
that's not
Ashe.
Ogma for Guma, that is not a pick I associate with him at all.
Lulu Shen. Oh, man.
It's G2.
They're here at our road to MSI. What are they doing here? And why did they summon for HLE?
It's so incredibly powerful. And if you go for the Lucian pick here, you were just so heavily outscaled, and there's so many tools to stop you from bursting the target. I don't think you could do it. I don't think you could run that here. I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, you're playing this short-ranged melee composition into Shen, Cassiopeia, Kog, Lulu. And just icing on the cake, his Lee Sin kick has tremendous value at Peel. You have these carries who they don't care how many bulky champions you have. They just have so much damage to cut through them. I think HLE really have to miss-execute if they're going to get punished in this one. It's up to T1 to be super proactive, get the ball rolling, and then not misstep. We've seen HLE leading the charge every game so far, but I think they are in such a comfortable position in this Game 3.
And the drafts have just been so good for HLE, but it almost feels like it's been tiered. Game 1, they had a small advantage. Game 2, we felt like they had a larger one, and then Game 3 here. If you went Jinx, you know, you would have had maybe a fighting chance for some of the ideas we were talking about, but that's just not what we see. We don't see that type of innovation in the best of 5 like this. You stick to what the plan was, but when Gumayushi locks Kog'Maw and they throw a wrench into the gears of all your plans and you stick to the plan, sometimes it can really, really backfire. And I think my expectation is it likely will in this game. We'll have to see what happens when we get onto the Rift. Faker, an incredible Galio player. I just don't know if this draft was calling for that.
I also feel like when you're playing into Kog, Lulu, and Cassiopeia, you know, we've seen Game 1 and 2 defined by these snap engages, but you don't even have that with this composition. Your engage is Neferi goes in or Renekton goes in, and then you follow up with Galio, but it's not super responsive. There's definite opportunity to peel away from that, so hard test for T1.
It's a big game here to see who's going to take the lead in the series for T1 versus HLE. Alrighty, game number 3 on the cards. And so far, it does feel like it's been all over the place. There have been moments where there have been obvious mistakes made, and then the opposing team would immediately capitalize and go on to get a massive swing in their direction. So, you know, we had a moment in the middle of that game where everything was quieted down. HLE hadn't overextended yet. They were just kind of playing well from ahead, and things were looking good. And immediately, our hopes were crushed as they push too deep. And, yeah, we all know what happens next. T1 tie up the series. So interested to see where we go from here, if the teams kind of quiet down a little bit as they settle into this best of 5.
I do think there is a lot of power in the early game for T1 in the bottom and
not a great
in the bottom and top lanes, not the mid lane. And I wasn't saying that because Faker went for a taunt and then decided that he was likely going to die if he did do that.
Just emphasizing your point.
Yeah. So let's see if this bottom lane can go well here for Pays and Carriot, if it can generate a lead there. It's not a default free win lane, especially into the Lulu with this combo, but it is quite potent, and if there's some jungle attention down there, they can pull ahead. And obviously the Renekton, they really levels into the Shen, is going to have a much better time. Okay.
That's how the trade is supposed to look. Dodging quite a lot. Owner, he's like, huh, what's going on over here?
Blink and you'll miss it. Did he see something? I don't know. But his Krugs are gone, and Kanavi continuing to be a bit of a menace here. He has Prio in mid and top, so he can play this out 1v1.
Yeah, just 1v1 so far. Kanavi kind of bleeding out, though. Eventually is going to have to hop over to Zeka. Gets pretty low, but not really any danger of dying.
You see, one of the issues with playing out 1v1 is that all the dogs in the way just block the Sonic Wave. And Kanavi is now so low that he's in danger of being invaded himself.
And now he is just going to have to find his way out of here with the Blast Cone. Owner's trying to go over the wall. Very close there. Valdez's favorite. Does get away. He's going to stick to the Krugs.
I think this was such an unforced error because you'd gotten the Krugs, you'd gotten out. You could have just gone back to your jungle and cleared it. And Owner's not going to cross over and challenge until you went for that heavy trade onto him.
And now it's going to start taxing top lane.
Kanavi getting pretty low here as the flash comes in, but it's not going to land. And once again, Owner finds himself in the same spot as game number 2, this time a little bit earlier, and the same result. First blood goes over to Kanavi. Meanwhile, Faker, no flash, but he is able to run away from Zeka's cast.
Zeka actually flashed on him there, so committing that cooldown and try and chase down Faker, but doesn't find the kill. weird back and forth between the junglers. I feel like Kanavi overstepped and was getting punished for it, and then Owner, would you believe, overstepped.
On the enemy Krugs? Again?
Who's the real Krug Lord here? Like, it's Doran. He's not even part of any of this.
Yeah,
I think maybe it was Owner was thinking back to last MSI, and he just remembers Krugs were really important. Krugs were the defining factor.
Yeah.
So, I mean, first of all, flashing, it doesn't really make sense. You don't have, I think, the damage there you hit. The shield is still out. And then Zeus he's walked out of top lane. Doran probably told him already, you know, like he's coming, by the way. Maybe that's why he flashed. He's like, they're going to catch me no matter what. I got to flash to try to get this kill so I can at least get something back, but...
We're back.
Here we go again.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that... The theory, I was going to say...
Oh, no. Taunt underneath the turret. Doran taking a huge amount of damage, but he's got enough fury built up, it looks like. Should be okay.
I don't know.
He's going back in. And Doran is able to hit level 6 as well, so he is totally fine.
Level 6 was closer than I thought there for Doran. I thought Zeus had a larger advantage in experience, so he will be fine with Dominus there. Nothing that Zeus can do. Fight a cool taunt under turret before. Rating pattern here good. I was going to mention before we had some more things happen that were kind of going to this point, in that I think you can really feel the tension in the players in the series. We're seeing a lot of mistakes. I don't want to call it big choking or anything like that, but we're definitely seeing some rough around the edges gameplay here from both squads. I think the stakes are so incredibly high. Owner going to look for a bit of a steal away here potentially. Does not have flash, so I think he's going to have to leave.
Yeah, he's alone. That is Cassiopeia. You must leave the pit.
Yeah. I mean, the Fury champion who's so mobile, so hard to pin down, you can kind of play so recklessly as a result, but if there's ever a comp to hold you accountable, this is it.
Yeah, so many times we saw picks early on when our pros were still dabbling and beginning to understand what the pick does into stuff like TF. We gets it. This time, Owner's Invade actually does something. As now the Polymorph is coming in and pays, as we expected, is definitely struggling here.
Well, initially there were no jungle resources given, right? Like he went Doran's Helm start in this matchup, which is, you know, quite weird, quite unusual actually for a Lucian to start, and then just never got any jungle attention, never was able to break out of the lane, and has just kind of always been a little bit behind the 8 ball here. And so as a result, like there's a heavy gold lead, or a gold lead, but also CS lead that is the gold lead here for Gumayusi. And you picked the Lucian. It was the final pick. It was the counter pick.
I just feel like with how this game has gone so far, it's still early days, but the fact that HLE already have that 1,000 gold lead, have a dragon in pocket, they're feeling pretty great with the early progression. And now having the Shen ult as well is just a constant looming threat. We often say that with things like a Nocturne ultimate or Galio ultimate, but Shen is really just so much more responsive, and the fact that you can just be anywhere and provide that shield immediately puts so much more pressure on T1 to get their plays right when they go for them.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy Shen shields as well, especially later on in the game. He comes in and it's like the guy just TP'd into the fight plus more. It's like kind of crazy what he can provide. So we've seen Shen plus Kog'Maw comps in the past. And
yeah, I saw
you
one
guys are going to get to see it
at First Stand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went really well for that team.
It did. Nice dodge here from Faker. We do have Kanavi, though, on the chase. No more taunts is coming in. The kick is there! And one more Fang.
Faker's
put in the back of Faker.
On the player cam there as well.
He looks angry.
And, like, I'm not sure what Faker was trying to set up there. I mean, but even without the information, if he had the information, he would have never gone for it. But even if he knew there wasn't anybody there, I'm not sure if that trade he was looking for there was going to be great. I mean, obviously no one was really nearby to help him out. He just kind of goes in and gives HLE an opportunity.
Oh, it's this game again.
Yeah, it's this game.
The Raptors, the Krugs. I think Owner got one of those little guys.
Big one this time. So.
Yeah. Owner got like 8 gold, it looked like. Here comes Faker. As it really does feel like neither of these teams are backing down from the fight. T1 almost trying to play HLE at their own aggression game.
I mean, in the 1v1, Kanavi's is such a disadvantage. You just throwing the Sonic Wave out, it kills a single doggo. Like, okay.
Hayes is coming to swamp up top side here, but Doran doesn't have TP and Faker doesn't have TP, so there's going to be a lot of minions lost in the bottom lane to get these
they're coming heavily.
These grubs. And they're going to try to get some plate gold here. Maybe kill Zeus? Interesting plan here. Will come at a heavy cost if it does not work.
Well, here comes Kanavi. He says, I'm going to try to take one of these with me. Going for the trade into Owner. There's the Shen shield. As the kick comes in, Owner in a bit of trouble. The Q is not going to land. And Owner does get away. These guys are just skill checking each other over and over again.
But look at the bottom lane. I mentioned before. No answer here. Had Guma known Paze was rotating up and he'd stayed, this turret would be gone already. He went for a back, but still gets back here faster. And this is a Kog'Maw getting free money, and Paze got nothing for that rotation up to the top side. They didn't get the kill, they didn't get the turret, and Guma is just free farming. He is 750 gold ahead.
They got 2 grubs.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Galio gets to hit a turret, man. Who's going to remember that moment?
Once again, not worth. But again, it's a situation where HLE are getting a bit of a incremental lead early on in the game. But this time they have, you know, Kog'Maw and Cassiopeia with lots of backup. So, you know, as long as they don't make any too big of a mistake. Also, it's not Keria on Rakan with Paranoia backup for his engages. You know, if you think about the engage of T1, it's like Galio.
100%. That was, I mean, flash from Faker just to get away. But that was so much of Game 1 and Game 2 defined by these snap engages. We saw those picks from the supports. It's not them for T1 in particular. It's either Galio or Ona or Doran, and they're not primary engage champions. I mean, Ona can be, but normally we have like the Lulu follow-up to make it really work.
This Doran gank is not going to work. They're going to try to turn into a dragon take, but Shen, no ult, but has TP.
It's just going to come down to a flip, and it does go the way of Honor. This Kanavi looked like he was a bit early on that one.
Did it go to 1 HP? I thought it...
It was very close.
I guess I've seen the replay. It looked like it went to 1 HP. It was super close. And Kanavi trying to get it with the execute, with the recast on the Sonic Wave. Doesn't quite land it. Now they're Faker in trouble.
Yeah, Faker's in a lot of trouble. No flash here, no help either. As his jungler is doing, you guessed it, the Krugs. This time on the other side, he is going to try to jump away, dies in midair. And yeah, he's not having a lot of fun here on this Galio.
No, not really. And we kind of predicted that from the draft. It's a pretty surprising draft here for T1 and again, here just trying to clear the wave as soon as possible. Steps up too far. Doesn't have his flash anymore. Has just a little bit of greed after what was a successful steal on the dragon. And it's just, you know, it's a rough situation all around. I mean, I feel like history has repeated itself. And mind you, the two of you guys weren't there with me and Atlas, but we just commentated a similar type of series with T+ and KT, where it just kept being massive gold leads and then comebacks. T1 couldn't complete the comeback in Game 1. They did it in Game 2, and they want to go up to match point. They're going to have to do it again in Game 3, where Honor Life Esports has once again dominated the early. But the difference in comps, as you already pointed out, is so different this time. Like it's definitely an HLE late game comp with I mean, they couldn't have more tools to use their scaling composition.
I think for T1, you need to start finding picks, numbers advantages, or coming from creative angles. It's tricky because you're into a Shen, but if you have the burst available, you can burst through the shield before he arrives. But in a straight 5v5, there's so much structure to HLE's composition, it's going to make it hard to push through.
Doran's in a lot of trouble, actually. He is going to be okay just because Zeka doesn't want to dive, but, you know, if this were solo queue, probably Zeka could get in there and get a solo kill or at least force a Dominus. But either way, just going to push him off the wave.
Hit his TP. Faker has to go bottom lane here to catch this wave. And it's Honor Life Esports is moving T1 around the map with the fact that their Shen has teleport and his ultimate. They're always going to have man advantage. Galio doesn't have ult, and even if he does, he's not actually global the way that Shen is. Shen can literally go anywhere.
Also, to me, this is one of the rough points as well, is the fact that you have this Lucian Milio, who typically, I mean, historically it's been Lucian Nami, but Lucian Milio, you want to be playing around that mid-prio, being able to challenge the enemy bot lane and force them away. But it's Paze and Carrier who are just clearing the wave on the tower. They're not able to capitalize on what has been Lucian's, one of his biggest strengths over the past few years, is that mid-game, mid-lane prio. And it's really giving such limited options to T1 right now. But hey, I mean, game 1 and 2 started pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking for a little bit of copium for sure on the side of T1, we've kind of, you know, talked a lot. Maybe Faker can get some kind of miracle engage on the Galio. Like, the game isn't over, but it's really rough when you're this far behind against Cassio and Kog'Maw. We do have an Infernal Soul this time, by the way, so not an Ocean Soul for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah,
thankfully.
I think the thing for me is that I almost feel personally invested in this game state because we all were hoping for a different draft from T1, and they stuck to their guns and pulled the Lucian out, and we're like, well, these are the consequences, and it's not going to get easier, and we all had different thoughts about how this one was going to go, and it's not a commentator I told you so moment, but it's a moment where we're all frustrated because we don't know what the exact way back into this game is going to be. Aguma is 0-0-0, but he is going to be a massive threat later on.
Well, one thing I'll say is that there's always a way.
There's always a way.
We've seen crazier things. We've seen big mistakes, shape games, shape entire series. And HLE need to be clean as they're going to go all in onto Alulu, who just trades with her ult, but maybe that was the whole point. Zingo's Faker trying to just zone this one away, but we have the Combat Herald already down. ZI was taken and looking for more. He's just going to turn towards mid and look to crash into mid, and might be able to get this one low enough. But either way, it's enough pressure into mid.
I think this is showing a great understanding of the comp for HLE. Even though they're ahead, even though we've talked about how strong their composition is into what T1 has, their comp is great at peeling and playing defensive. Even though they felt like they had the advantage there, they don't step up and go aggressive and dive in, because that's immediately when things can start to fall apart. All they need to do is hold the line, protect the backline carries, and they'll be successful. Now they get the Herald into mid, they get the Dragon here. Patience is really paying off for them.
Well, that's the timing of this is so great because they get to use the Herald to escape, get turret, and that's prio for Dragon all at once, while T1 get nothing. And there's T1 were almost able to set up a fight, but HLE were not like, maybe we can win this without Herald. They just instantly drop the Combat Herald. They instantly bail out.
And when I'll say it, right? When it was Kanavi who got in the Herald, I really thought he saw the 4-man. He was going to go for it.
Yeah,
but no.
I was worried too.
Yeah, more measured for sure.
They got what they came for. This will be actually the first turret going over to T1 here. Faker gets some alone time with it. And because HLE were unable to get that mid turret earlier, actually a little bit behind in that one, puts a dent in the gold lead. It's not about the 1,800 gold lead that's the problem. It's the fact that T1 aren't ahead. It's that they don't have tempo, it's that they don't have pressure. And Paze needs to be in a position to actually pressure the enemy AD carry here.
Right, trying to beat Guma into something, but again, Wild Growth helping out quite a lot against that Nefiri. They are still going to get the exhaust and the flash away. Alongside of that Wild Growth, obviously, Kanavi looking for the angle here, but...
That's big, though, for the side of T1 bidding. Those summoners on Guma make him a much more viable target. I think the Wild Growth was a little bit late. It didn't interrupt the ult from Owner like we saw it in the previous fight. Yeah. The damage seemed to come through, which put a lot more threat onto Gumayushi, so... able to be in a summoner, and to be honest, those are the big openings. I think if the game plays out slowly and all the flashes are available for HLE, it becomes so hard to approach fights, but now you have a target in mind, and it is that Kog'Maw.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu ult can get you pretty far, but it's not a freebie. You know, it's not a get out of jail free card. If Guma makes a mistake, or if there is a punish angle, you can certainly see a lot going wrong. Those Paze is sitting down pretty low on the damage in this game. Just hasn't been given any opportunity.
Gonna find Carrier here, but it's Kanavi alone. And yeah, I mean, this is a place where T1 can get value in little picks onto Guma or even onto Zeka if they're alone. what scares me is Humble Life Esports is team fighting. You know, we saw kind of on the Herald, even though we didn't have a team fight. You know, the idea was there where T1 were like, we can't fight into this because even if they did go all in and take out Guma, you still got to deal with Zeka. You got to deal with everybody else. And there's just two massive damage threats that are only getting more and more scary. And, you know, at least they open an option, and maybe they can follow up on the Summoners of Guma. And they're certainly going to have to fight over at least a couple of dragons from now, but probably want to fight over the next one as well.
So much of the map right now on the top side is T1 controlled. They had that push into the bottom lane. They got a little bit of tempo back. You can really feel it when you look around the map, but that alone isn't going to necessarily win you team fights. It's how you use it and how you set up to get those picks. If Faker could set up a taunt in the brush, you know, if they're able to get even one target. If they catch the Lulu, even Zeus tries to come on a flank angle, set up a taunt, they catch him. There are ways to 5v4 and be successful here. Lucian's on 2 items. The Kog'Maw is not at an insurmountable lead, even at 1,000 gold ahead here. So Humble Life Esports still need to be respectful, because that's what we go back to in the near comeback in Game 1 and then in Game 2, is the disrespect ended up giving T1 an opportunity.
I think to me, the big things, if you're going to capitalize on this next dragon, which you should, because it's sole point if HLE secure it, and if you're going to capitalize on the lack of flash, getting a ward down for a TP flank is going to be really important. When you're playing into things like Cassiopeia, Lee Sin, so much easier when you can approach from multiple angles, so you're not getting kicked into your teammates. He's not playing bowling with the entire roster. And so finding an angle to get down wards is really important. Actually, you can see Carrier just managed to make his way in there. And you can see near the river, just over the wall, he's gotten a ward down. And I think that one's really important. So when HLE are on the dragon setting up in the river, there is positions that Faker and Doran can TP to. So we'll see when HLE push in if they sweep all of these wards out. I feel like that's going to be make or break for this next fight, is can they get behind them with a TP flank?
That's a really good point. TP down for Zeka now, who catches that wave. 35 seconds here until the dragon. A lot of prio for T1, a lot of vision. Doran has TP, he's the only one in the top lane right now. Putting some extra pressure on, he can join at a moment's notice. Ben often wants to go later with the shield.
One thing notably as well, because they have a Lee Sin, you have one less sweeper. Because, you know, you keep the Trinket Ward as a Lee Sin. So Kanavi doesn't have one to sweep out, and they haven't cleared out those 2 wards behind. So the Light has his sweeper available. We'll see if he moves to clear out this vision now. I think they'll get the Banana Brush, but will they go behind as well?
I don't know. It looks like the collapse coming in. There's the TP, and now immediately HLE realize what is going on. They're able to back away and actually get position here. But now we got a TP in from the Shen. Immediate taunt does come down, but still Zeus pretty tanky. Still has to back away, and now HLE have lost their position here on the Dragon for now.
They need to start working on it, though, T1 do, if they are going to take it, and that's going to require a bit of a split here. Owner soloing it as they hold this Banana Brush. Vision control is so paramount here. Guma pushing forward.
Guma's trying to just lead the charge here, and immediately is just going to get blown up. Leads the charge, dies, and now we're going to see Zeus going in, and he is going to fall. They do take out the jungler of T1, but that is about it. As now T1 up a member. Flash comes in, double taunt from Faker. As they're looking for more, they're going to get some flashes out of HLE, but it's still a 1-team fight here for T1.
And he just charged so far forward on the Kog'Maw. Flash wasn't available at the time, and Guma gets immediately focused down, taken out, and the composition crumbles.
I mean, it's all about these carries, right? I mean, yes, you have Zeka as backup, but just wasn't able to do anything there, as this would be crazy. No way. No way, Kanavi.
No way. Go away.
They're also like not just trying to secure the dragon. They're like, we're gonna kill him.
Yes, Smite though, he's able to get in, and no, they get distracted by someone else, the Cassiopeia. Now they do take him down, but Kanavi gets in, picks up a couple of kills. At least they are able to get the punish on a Delight. But now Kanavi in an awkward spot. He's gonna get taunted up. Guma doesn't really have much backup here, trying to save a Lee Sin. Not really gonna work out for him. He is gonna flash away, but now you're going to lose your flash and potentially go down. As trying to save him, he is not able to. And now we got a weird breakdown as it's a 1v1 between a Naafiri and a Shen. But HLE, you know, importantly, they got the Dragon. We do still have this 1v1 going on. Owner just trying to kite it out with the little doggies.
The Titanic
is going to jump away.
Kills all the dogs instantly. They can't fight. In terms of gold, T1 doing pretty good, but the third Dragon is secured by HLE. This was a manic encounter.
It's hard to quantify who walks out ahead here because it's so expensive what Hanwha did. They were able to get a lot of those kills back, so it didn't end up being as bad as it looked initially. But here,
yeah, I felt like the TP was too early, but then they just pushed in and let Doran get behind him.
And Faker is ready to follow up on the taunt. It's just an easy lockdown. Zeka gets zoned away then, so even though he's an additional threat that's left, they kill 2. And T1 end up, you know, thinking they've got this Baron secured, or this Dragon secured. They chase Kanavi and then turn on to Zeka without getting the smite here. So it ends up just being Kanavi taking this away, which is very hilarious. And then in the ensuing fight, it costs a lot here for HLE because Kanavi goes so deep, end up getting the kill onto Delight as we are fighting near Baron.
Yeah, a lot of damage being traded just mostly onto HLE. We saw Culling coming down, but they're able to back away, importantly. Once again, it's definitely the position they want to be in, as now they're trying to get on top of Faker, who's in a rough spot himself, just soaking up a ton of damage. Gets polymorphed. He's still alive, though. This Faker very tanky here on the Galio.
Yeah, the ult from Carrier saving him there. It's also gone the, what's it called, Volcanic Rukun for maximum magic resistance as Zeka. We don't often see that on the Galio in the mid lane. And then the Imperial Mandate, which is so good with Galio. You get 30 ability haste effectively on your CC abilities, 15 from the base, 15 from the extra effect. So on his W, his E, and his R.
And the vulnerability for the Lucian, who needs that extra damage to cut through and get that burst, is going to feel great. We do have Randuin's here now completed for this Kog'Maw, so very difficult to burst him down without a lot of help and a lot of CC. We're really camping this bush. We're making it a party.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting spot because there's no objective over here. Owner's not going to expect this as he's running face first into it. He's had no idea as now the Galio comes down, but they get in, they get out. And it's a very nice pick here from the side of HLE. Even the wild growth on the follow-up from Kanavi is huge. They get a couple. As now, what are they going to take afterwards?
I think Baron has to be the call at this point.
I thought that T1 were going to be able to turn that around, but they just could not collapse fast enough. The whole HLE were able to get in there from the mid lane and just completely win the war of attrition. Now TP from Zeus, who has his Dusk and Dawn at the ready. And it's just going to be a Baron, and all T1 can do is kind of feebly try to get a return kill on this turret. But into this Hydra, I don't think they can. Doran's going to push bottom lane instead, and that trap comes up huge for HLE.
Now with Baron in hand, 2,500 gold lead, it's Dragon in a minute 20. HLE can push out these lanes with the Baron buff and then just choke out the vision of T1. And when T1's composition, the short range comp, needs to push in aggressively, it's so hard to do. This is a replay of that. Just Owner face checking, doesn't expect them to be there at all. And even with all the safety up in the Fury, it's not enough against that burst. And Kanavi is able to disengage, then go back in.
Yeah,
instead of the play on a Faker.
With Faker coming here, Paze could do something, but they just got cut off by the bottom duo of HLE getting there much faster.
Okay, so T1 working really hard to get the Scuttle Crab there, not wanting to give that over. But now we're going to see HLE pushing the waves out with the Baron buff. And no doubt looking to sweep out the vision in this situation and just not give T1 easy access to the area.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how T1 are going to manage to get into this Infernal Drake. They have to fight for it. I mean, at least in terms of flash CDs, maybe they can try to force something on Guma, but that's about it. And again, as we've talked about, he has so much protection built into this composition.
All he needs to do is position well and not overextend, not walk into that CC.
Yeah, has Randuin's.
It feels like it's a lock.
His flash is up so soon, so they could stall it out for that as well.
True, and it doesn't look like T1 are going to get an opportunity, as that's going to be the ult in from Faker.
But it's completely worthless in terms of what he gains from it. And, you know, Baron is still up here, so HLE could just bide their time, push those waves out. Now they're on this Dragon. No Galio ult here.
And 2 seconds, 1 second, Guma flash back up. There is a flank coming in, though.
Oh, this flank could go so hard in this one. We'll see. how it is going to work as immediately Doran is able to access, but he's going to get knocked up. In goes the Nafiri. Big taunt is there for the follow-up. Not quite. A lot of damage done, but Doran already down. In goes the and he takes the Infernal Soul away from the hands of T1. Picks up the double kill. And HLE are beginning to run away with this game as another kill goes to Kanavi. The steal is there on top of the triple kill.
Beautiful peel there from Delight to stop the Renekton from getting access to his AD carry. The damage starts to come around. The turnaround is there. And Kanavi cleans up, executing the members of T1, getting the kills, getting the dragon. And HLE looking in great position to close this game out. I don't think they're going to get it right now, but they are so strong. 7,000 gold lead in Infernal Soul as well. And then just massacring the base.
Yeah, just ripping this inhibitor out. And that's what the edges of the rest of this Baron. So T1 lose Infernal Soul, lose an inhibitor. And Kanavi goes back in here initially to push on the Doran, and then peel here for the backline, and then decides that, hey, you know what, I'm going to taxi on this Lucian. Steals the Dragon, kills the Nafiri, and the Milio, mind you. And he's looking to clean up House on Pays, who he used to get into the Dragon in the first place.
So well played, just not missing an ability. The fact you're connecting the Sonic Wave onto the Lucian twice in that situation, even if he didn't secure the smite, that would have been a great play. But the fact he gets it too, and now Doran is in big trouble.
Oh, Doran's in a lot of trouble here as Dominus comes in, and we have more. There's more members of HLE that are coming in here, so that's where you are going to get the secure, as even the Lights getting into the action.
They're still trying to get that mid tower. Pays is desperate. He's been trying all game.
You know, I don't want to say it's donezo because we have seen some comebacks, but it really feels like at this point, there's just no way back in. Even with the standing gold, the bounties. Final Life Esports have so much gold at this point, and their comp with the Siege they have and the Infernal Soul should just eventually wear T1 down.
You can see they're just kind of brute forcing it. Zeus is going to taunt into multiple members, and now he has to try to flash away. Lots of damage is there, as you do have... Whoa! Okay. He's okay. He's back. And that's going to be the inhibitor in mid and top now, taken down.
TP here from Doran for the flank, but he's so far away.
And now Faker going to just, okay, that's going to be the melee ult that does come out, and now Faker's still in a lot of trouble, although it does bait Kanavi pretty low, but I think the wallets are just too heavy. The front line is there, and the damage dealers have all the room in the world to take them out as NECA does go very deep. And you see, Guma didn't quite follow the train, but he's just trying to get the wave in here, it looks like, as HLE, I think, from this position, should be able to close it out. You could probably still hear the hesitation in my voice, but that is going to be the kick away, and Guma will be safe this time. Owner desperate to try to do something, but it is too far gone. HLE should be taking this game number 3, as Owner also is going to go down, and HLE jump ahead in the series.
And despite the fact they're 2-1 up, this is the first game that felt pretty convincing start to finish, other than that one team fight, but they did flub it a little bit. It was just a strong early game. They knew what to do with their composition. They followed through, and they closed it out without any real hope for T1. So a big confidence boost, and now at match point to attend MSI, redeem themselves. What happened last year at the road to MSI?
The Lee Sin pick worked a treat. I mean, in that fight where he stole the dragon to secure the soul, he peeled for the back line. He got into the pit, got the dragon, and got multiple kills. He was doing so much, but I think we have to go back to the rest of the overarching draft here for T1. It felt like they tried to play this game on hard mode with what they set up here. Heavily melee, low range. Kog'Maw has so much protection. You're playing into this Cassiopeia that you left open. T1 did not make it easy for themselves, and as you can see, they really had no strong position across the early game. Things got a little bit more even when they won that one scrap, but Final Life Esports just had so many tools.
And time was so heavily on HLE's side as the game went on, so the fact they had that early lead just took all the pressure off them.
One game away from nabbing that seed number 1 here for Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see if they can do it, as they have a big lead now after a dominant Game 3 victory. They desperately want that first seed. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
나 W 2초.
나 이제 궁대기네.
나 천천히 벌게. 갈려. 맞아.
야야 봐줘.
갈려 노플.
나 노플. 달려.
갈려 잡았어. 준혁이 형 실드 한번. 안 죽어.
야 아래 봐줘.
루시아.
나는 죽은 거 같아.
야 살아야 된다. 야 라인 꺼야 돼.
야 레넥 봐야 돼 레넥.
괜찮아. 나안 죽어.
레넥 홍보 주지 마.
나 탈진 있어.
안 죽어. 뭐야 탈진 들었어? 와.
이거 끝까지 라인 달려서. 라인. 나 미칼 있어.
나 필이 노플이다. 야 고구마 그 레넥스 노플. 사줘.
미칼 썼어. 나이스.
나 필이 노플이야.
나 필이야. 나 변이 4초. 나이스. 잘했다.
잘해보자.
잘해보자. 잘하네. 나이스. 좋아요.
대전, 멋진 도시죠. 곧 치열한 승부가 일어날 곳이자 팬들을 위한 축제가 열린 이곳에 제가 직접 이곳 대전에 왔습니다. LCK의 빅팬으로서 지난 결승전과 같은 성공적인 행사를 위해 직접 뛰면서 곧 다가올 팬페스타를 위해 대전을 자세히 알아보기로 했습니다. 먼저 대전을 느끼는 게 중요했죠. 음식부터 여러 명소들까지 이 도시의 생명력, 활력을요. 대전하면 또 빵이 유명하지 않습니까? 일단 맛있더라고요. 그리고 긴 답사 끝에 최적의 장소를 찾았습니다. 더 만전을 기하기 위해서 혹시 모를 여러 가지 상황들과 디테일을 하나하나 체크하면서 장소를 둘러봤습니다. 그리고 이런 상상을 해봤죠. 만약 이 아름다운 탑 옆에 티모가 있다면, 아니면 대전의 상징 꿈돌이가 티모 모자를 쓰고 있다면 어떨까? 그런 행복한 상상을 해봤죠. 정말 아름다울 겁니다. 그렇게 다녀와 보니까 알겠더라고요. 팬분들이 원하는 게 뭔지, 그리고 팬페스타에 어떠한 정성과 준비를 쏟아야 좋은 팬페스타가 만들어지는지 말이죠.
Life on the wild side gets so lonely. Wanna sing a lullaby to someone new. I must have lost my hand last night. You're on my mind. You're on my mind. You are standing right in front of me, baby. Living out our lives in this fantasy. I'm starting to see so clearly. You're the best thing that I've got. Yeah, I'm sucking energy from someone else. Don't wanna fake it all by myself. You are standing right in front of me, baby. We are living life right out of this memory. Starting to see so clearly. You're the best thing that I've got. Every sky's a line I'm drawn, caught by
Hello, everyone. We are back as Hanwha Life Esports are on track to make it to Daejeon. They are up 2-1 over T1 after 3. And this time, yet again, it comes down to a very unique draft, y'all. Again, a multi-flex Shen. Where's it going to go? Who knows? It ends up going to the top side of the map. And it's Kog'Maw Lulu coming out for the bot lane, which was very surprising. But you wanted to start on the first 3 here, Jankos.
Absolutely. And I feel like, this game, jungle is so important. And you first pick Lee Sin because you are confident that Kanavi can carry the game. And you know what he actually did? I think that first pick Lee Sin was very smart. Nafiri normally used as a counter pick to Lee Sin because you can't really Q her. But Lee Sin still has that early game tempo and early game skirmish power. Then even though I like the Renekton pick as a blind pick at this point, when you combine Renekton, Nafiri and Galio, you have this comp that is so early game centric that if you play into Cassiopeia late game, you just can't win. And what happened?
And I think for 4 or 5 picks I want to talk about is that I think HLE bot lane literally just outsmarted them, because the reason why T1 picked away the Milio is because you want to play with the Lucian and Yunara trade, right? I think you can just have both, but I think with Lulu you only have the Yunara, so it's like they just like try to play with them. But I think that, them answering with the Kog'Maw Lulu was just so smart, because I don't think Yunara Milio or the Milio Yunara cannot win against the Kog'Maw Lulu. So I think it was just so good counter draft by HLE here.
Yeah, I think it's been super interesting that a lot of the bot lanes here just are still available, right? I mean, Caitlyn is still on up. We had Lucian Milio go all the way through. We still had Ashe Seraphine that was still available because of what was picked.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to shout out to Zeus as well, right? Like, his playstyle, imagine there's a Renekton, maybe you can even pick Queen, but he picked actually Shen for the team, and they had a plan for like Lulu Kog'Maw on bottom, first pick Lee Sin, it pairs so well with this Shen actually just picking there, even though you are going to lose against Renekton.
Yeah, and he helped out with our first early game highlight here, because it was him moving first after all this early jungle pathing. I mean, this game, early game, was dictated by these two, and it started here.
I feel like Kanavi invade is really smart here, because you kind of want to put a dent into one's early game comp, so you want to do something surprising. It was a little bit surprising to invade enemy cracks, get these cracks away, and then we see a lot of back and forth where Owner is going to decide to chase Kanavi all the way to Raptors and play for invade.
So if you're a jungler, if you're an Owner, I think you feel a lot about like, I think you need to punish Kanavi here, because like you just got crocked by Kanavi here.
Absolutely, and look at these cracks. Where were we here last game? We did last game with Nocturne Viant. Owner does the same thing, this Q flash. I mean, I'm a big glazer of Owner, but this is just too much. It's too deep. I think you get, even though you get outsmited or you get cracked, you don't get cracked, you just get out. You can't stay here when Zeus can move.
Yeah, I mean, while I was watching this, this is like Owner actually can carry this game, because like he actually buying so much time for the team. He could just leave, play for leave, and it's just exit, and it's just wasting so much time for mid and top especially. That helps so much for the team, but instead, he went for the play.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been something like, hey, top already moved, you're probably going to die. And he tries to get the kill there with the second Darkened Dagger, not able to land it, and moves on, as it was early game and early aggression by Kanavi going yet again his way. And then the game continued to stall out a little bit until it's the old strategy. I've got a bunch of Europeans here. It's the old Fnatic Bush by Hanwha Life Esports. Also orange.
Yeah, we had Fnatic Brush, we had the G2 Brush, but here we call it Orange Brush. So literally, Zeus and Kanavi made them hero play here. I think right before this, by the way, T1 just won the team fight. So I thought T1 could just win the game by that, but I think HLE making those play was insane and huge.
Yeah, it was a huge comeback from T1, and it's like, I think it was really well organized by HLE. Actually, the flow was like for T1. They had a great vision setup, they had a great plan, but I think this was actually really nice play by HLE.
The reason why this pick worked as well so well is because at that point they already had 3 dragons because of this insane play from Kanavi where he stole the previous one. So T1 was really pressured and they had to go in there, and Honor was probably saying like, we have to go fast, we have to face check. And it really didn't pay off.
And then it led to, yet again, one more of those steals. You can see the way that Kanavi was working through the banana earlier. It just showed how easy he was able to steal this dragon as well. Nothing can stop Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I see Kanavi, he never chokes.
Look at that Q.
To be honest, Kanavi lost game 2 by himself. But I think he just carried the game 3. with the Lee Sin by himself.
That's true.
This is crazy. Like whenever you think about the mentality, whenever you think about the momentum, I think, you know, it's really hard to come back from that game too, but I think Kanavi is the guy who doesn't care. He's just gonna move forward, and he does this again against T1.
I mean, he's actually like fearless, right? Like I think it's like no fear. Like let's say like, oh, I play bad. Like that fact doesn't stop me playing next game. I'm gonna play like, you know, chicken.
Yeah.
He's gotta go.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything, right?
When you play stuff like Lee Sin, like Vi, you have to go in, right? That's how your champion operates. And I think the fact that Kanavi is such an aggressive player that can really capitalize on these champions pulls HLE ahead.
Yeah, we are in the championship rounds here. Anything that you want to see from these guys in terms of picks?
So for T1, like I saw game 1, Owner getting caught without any reason and Faker tip it and he died, right? And that was just game over. And game 3, it was a little the same. Like you didn't need to check the brush, right? I think you just walk through mid, get the mid priority into the jungle. So you get the vision clear, right? So I think T1 now, they're making so many mistakes by just individually, right? I think they should work more as a team. Work through the mid lane. Just play depends on the information that you have already.
Again, the winner is going to be punching their ticket into Daejeon. Final thoughts here, Yanko.
Listen, T1 top side, a lot of mistakes in these games. You can't get so behind. It is playable. You gotta step it up.
Yeah, I mean, right now I think the game's really stabilized, right? Like I think that one mistake, it cost the Nexus.
I'm hearing a lot of T1 copers here as the only Hanwha Life esports predictor.
One more station!
That's pretty good. Let's see what happens here in game number 4. Will it be Hanwha Life esports with a 3-1, or are we going to Silver Scrapes?
Thank you so much, Deskers, for that breakdown. Certainly a lot of mistakes. We've been highlighting it here on the caster desk as well. Just feels like has kind of warped the series one way or the other, as some risks being taken, you could say, especially by the side of T1, who are going to go for the first pick here. HLE most likely going to go for the blue side, and still going for first pick, even in Game 4 of Fearless.
Hanwha Life esports have shown so much depth at the very end here of our lead up to MSI, right? In the last few weeks of round 2, now moving into Road to MSI, they're no longer just a Kanavi, Jarvan, dive between the turrets, play aggressively no matter what team. Sure, there have been some glimpses of that. There have been some moments in this series of that, but they are definitely looking like they're the full package. Gumayushi on the Kog'Maw, of all picks, was not something I think any Hanwha fan had on their bingo card before today, but they're really showcasing some depth. And when you go deeper into Fearless, so far their draft reads have been a lot stronger.
For the side of T1, I feel like it's really going to be important that Owner steps up. He has had a bad series, for being brutally honest, and just not being at this typical level we see from him, so needs to be more consistent, not making these overextensions where he gets caught out. And I would love to see Keria have some more agency, because the game that they won was on the back of his Rakan, and then we saw him on Milio in the follow-up. And I feel like if you're getting him on picks where he can have more proactivity, I think you're going to have a lot more success. Obviously, the Bard is going to remain permabanned against him. There's a lot of other picks we've seen him make phenomenal plays on, and that's often been the tool to unlocking T1.
The Aurora going to get banned this time around. No Nocturne, still high prio on that pick. Hanwha Life have found a ton of success with this Aurora pick throughout this year. And so many of these big jungle picks are gone, with the exception of the Xin, which we know is also kind of a flex pick right now, technically speaking, can be played in the top lane. Even the Lee Sin being gone here means that picks like Wukong are suddenly a little bit more relevant, which is, I think, in part why we see this Annie ban here by Hanwha Life esports in the final spot.
I think maybe also we often see the Aurora and Tani, and the Aurora being taken away. I think a big takeaway from these bans is no top laners, apart from, I mean, I guess the Varus is a flex, but the Rumble going to be left open. We also were seeing the Vayne and the Gnar banned away. They went banned, so a lot less ban attention towards that role, and Doran instantly slams down the Rumble. There's no Galio to answer it, which we have seen before. There's no Sion to answer it. There is still the Cassante, which you've seen be pretty popular on the back of Doran's helm, of all things, working against him if it is going to be picked up in this game. But the Yone that we saw banned in game 1 gonna come out here for, we don't know. Either, you know, I think probably going to be played by someone.
His name starts with a Z?
Name starts with a Z, yeah.
Yeah,
I think
that's
so.
what I was thinking as well.
Hey man, Yone bottom lane still could happen.
Yorick would make that. I think we know which player it's going to be.
Yeah.
They actually lock this in, but the Cassante makes more sense. So we've got Soul Lanes on lock here. Now, I'm wondering about a Maokai pick. When you're playing Yone into Maokai, it can be sometimes very tricky to actually close the gap and get where you want to be. Maokai works well with the Rumble, and even though it hasn't been one of our premier jungle picks, I think deep and Fearless, there's definitely an angle, especially if Faker feels comfortable picking up an AD mid pick here to clash with this Yone. See what he wants to do, but this is an owner angle. Hey, it's going to be Faker's Azir. We saw BDD pull this pick out late in Fearless against D+ just a few days ago.
Azir into the Yone, though, is a pretty bold one. Often a matchup we've seen the Yone picked into the Azir, so Zeka definitely going to be fine with that, but Faker wanted the mobility to potentially dodge away from the Unsealed Fate. I think they'll probably go for jungle pick here. You talked about the Maokai. There's also things like the Skarner here, which can work well in tandem with the Rumble. Poppy also does good into those dashes that both these have, but I think having a solid tank jungler not only fits what they have so far well, but also for Owner specifically could be a good pick to stabilize.
Yeah, and it certainly could still be a flex, the Poppy. Zyra jungle would be very fun, and we know Kanavi loves it. He's actually the one who gets the Maokai. No, part of the reason I mentioned the Maokai earlier was because it is also paired with Yone very often. Because of the AD mid, you have an AD top, you need a little bit more magic damage. It feels like in these slots, the Maokai can do incredibly well. And it sets up the Yone's ultimate and his knockups really, really well. It's very difficult to play around that. So I thought maybe we'd see a denial from T1, something AD mid, but instead the shoe is on the other foot.
Anyone excited for Rocket Belt Maokai once again?
Yep. Something that could be a cause for concern is we often saw Delight playing as part of the combo the Maokai Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
So the potential to set up for that. I remember back in the day, Gen G using that to great effect because it's the point and click CC and then just the rocket grab to follow up.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that when you're playing into these carries that are so squishy, it is going to be very easy to, if someone is trying to set up that shuffle, for example, the Azir, or the Rumble is trying to join a team fight, you can find yourself in trouble if you end up interacting with the enemy jungler. Bottom lane going to get all the focus here. We see the Caitlyn ban, we see the Ashe to follow here, as consistent damage output is what Hanwha Life Esports need more than anything else. I think stability in a winning lane is what T1 want in the bottom side, so that's where you see the Caitlyn ban come through. Not a whole lot left, as they'll take away the Xin here, expecting that Poppy could still be a flex.
They still have that option available, which does add some flexibility. In theory, the Maokai could be flex to support, but it's, I think, less likely than the Poppy. So we'll see what the last ban from T1 is. The bot lane has kind of been ravaged so far by Fearless and a lot of these bans coming through.
I don't think you necessarily want to ban Blitzcrank here because it's just too risky of a ban, and it's not necessarily going to get you a lot of value. You still have to be wary of the potential combo, but they'll take away the Mel instead. Mel Pike could have been an option. And Guma's Senna, which was banned earlier in this series, is now to come back. And Senna Maokai, something that we have seen a lot across the last few years of LCK. Not so much recently, but this is kind of, HLE pulling back the pages of metas a little bit and saying, well, in Fearless, this is going to work. We've got mastery of all these picks. Zeka's Yone is terrifying. Guma's Senna has been so consistent.
And Senna has been a pick that in solo queue is just rampaging and doing so much work. Obviously, pro play is different, but the success is not something that's going to go unnoticed by the pros.
Speaking of throwbacks,
he's considering the Aphelios in this situation, but a mobile pick into this composition does feel pretty risky.
Got to be Thresh, right? It's got to be Thresh.
I think so, too.
I mean,
or Nautilus.
I think Tom Kench is too risky here. I don't think it's safe into this composition. I think it's going to really struggle. Thresh is way safer, empowers the Azir a little bit more as well. Karius looking on.
Yeah, he certainly enjoys
This is my
himself
pick.
some Thresh. He was a big Thresh player when it was very meta. As there's the Blitzcrank, along with the Maokai.
I think with the
it all
Thresh
comes together.
coming in, that's always been a matchup Blitzcranks have enjoyed playing into.
Yeah, your hook is longer than theirs.
And he has to like go stationary to use a lot of his abilities, so you can just grab him. The fact that you get the Maokai Blitzcrank pairing and it's into the Thresh, you can see Delight was waiting for this moment.
Yeah, it's one of the better drafts here for T1. I think they got a lot of comfort. Like, Keria Thresh with Aphelios was kind of his thing with Kuma for a long time, especially back in 2021 when Aphelios was so strong that he was, with Gale Force, he was first picked in almost every game he was left available in. There's a lot of synergy that Keria has with this pick, but Pays hasn't played it with Keria that much because it's a more niche pick in longer Fearless drafts like this. I like the draft. I think it scales well. It's got some good power picks in here. It's Faker on Azir. But once again, it feels like Hanwha got the kind of right picks at the right end of this draft that are unusual, but like the Blitzcrank works well into the Thresh. They've got the Maokai set up for it. They've got the Maokai set up for their Yone. And T1 reacted well, but it did seem to me like Hanwha Life Esports had the better plan from start to finish. Let's see what the game looks like as we get into it, because I do think that there's a lot of scaling in both of these drafts, and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and a lot more potential for HLE to make some of those snap engages again, and it's going to be up to Keria with the Lantern, I think, to deny that from happening.
Well, we'll see exactly how it does play out. Does HLE win another early game? Let's find out in Game 4. All right, game number 4. HLE are one game win away from making it into MSI with that first seed. And it is so juicy to just get out. You don't have to play in the play-in stage. You're the first seed. You don't have to play on Sunday. You get to take a longer rest. You get to say, I'm the best team in the LCK right now. You don't have to play up against potentially Gen G, who is also looking incredibly scary, or KT. I mean, if KT, always got to throw that in. You know,
if KT beats Gen G, they could do anything, right? You never know. That sounds like something you would not enjoy.
Exactly. That was an interesting miss. I don't know how you missed that one.
You know what's weird is that all the center we've seen this season has been fleet footwork, but the by far dominant rune in solo queue has been Death by a Touch, and a big reason for her resurgence. So it's just interesting that all the pros have stuck to fleet footwork. Obviously, that bit of movement speed and sustain is nice, but in terms of the damage, the pressure that you can get from Deathfire Touch, just not leaning into that as of yet.
I think that the Deathfire Touch is always going to be better in an ideal world, but in pro games, having the ability to stay alive and, you know, having that extra movement speed is always going to feel safer. And so I think that's probably why we see that, especially here in the LCK.
I think if our LCK pros can find a way to get more safety in any manner, they will do it.
I think we're going to see Rocket Belt center this game.
On stage. Yeah, no.
Got Doran's helm start, by the way.
We're definitely going to see at least one.
Got to keep your helmets on here at the LCK. Got to put your seatbelts on.
Yeah, Doran's helm for 80 carries also now just bleeding in just because of, again, how safe it is.
I think particularly on Senna, it's been very popular because you have so much sustain, and your effective pool of health is so much larger than the typical 80 carries because of that sustain, and the resistances help with that. I think in the previous game with Illusion, it was because that same theory applying to the Milio, who's bolstering you. But the Doran's Helm Senna start is pretty popular right now. And she's also very squishy as an 80 carry. Even as far as 80 carries go, she's one of the squishier ones. So those base stats helping out quite a bit.
Yeah, and we also have Doran's Helm for the Cassante, obviously. Has been...
Doran's on T1. Why is he selling his helms to all of HLE?
He just needs... He's running a business, okay?
Well, he's got 2 rings on the other side and a bow, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And a shield on the other
side. But why is he giving the new merch to HLE is my point.
He's selling a lot of merch, okay? He doesn't really care where it goes as long as there's money.
He's trying to offload
it.
He's like, Helm is worthless. You got to get rid of these stocks. Although the buff is definitely making it, as you guys can see, a little bit more of an appealing option.
Yeah. And, I mean, you know, first pick Rumble comes in for Doran, and I feel like we don't talk about it all that much just because, okay, we're going to actually have a play, but no, the minion wave is close enough, so.
So that was nearly dangerous because Doran's, he'd gone for a heavy trade, and then I think the Deathfire Touch had timed out, and then he got CC'd under, but that could have been really bad.
Yeah.
So I think there's two lines of thinking with the Rumble into Cassante. You can go first strike and just farm up gold, print money, and be strong later in that regard. Or you go for a more combat-heavy room and you try and bully the lane out, which is the approach Doran's gone for here. And he has got a bit of a lead so far, but you are kind of on a bit of a timer because once that Koenig Rukin comes in, so hard to do much.
Easy pull here. Now we got Kanavi making a play. Flash shot in, and Carrier will have to accept his fate. This will be first blood once again into the hands of HLE, and this time into the pockets of Gumayusi.
Well, that's not exactly how the Blitzcrank Maokai combo works, but eventually the Blitzcrank hooks somebody and the Maokai shows up. You know, that combination, that pairing could be quite potent. I mean, it could have been any jungler, frankly, in this situation.
Yeah. I think, though, when you have Blitzcrank, Senna, and Maokai, if one of them hits, they're all hitting in most situations. So the triple setup combo just very potent for making these ganks easy.
Yeah. You know, Maokai doesn't have a whole lot of mobility. You get him into range, you're able to twist and advance a little bit easier. So it's a nice little combo regardless. And it is going to be kind of the crux of the composition here for HLE when it does come to looking for picks. T1 and Owner mostly just farming it up this game, hasn't found an opportunity. He's just going to take that dragon as here's the kill once again.
He's like, I'm just going to look for a hook. He probably won't say anything else. And then just take the kill. Give him his reaction. A little bit hard to hear.
Nice that he moved in the rush just to drop vision, make it harder to dodge. Oh, root comes in!
Oh, we got a root. Ooh!
Oh, the Blitzcrank hook on cooldown. Okay,
yeah.
That's why Carry and Paves are playing so aggressive. We just came out of the replay, and it's like, oh man, they're so far up, but the light had just missed a grab.
Trying to keep us guessing, you know.
Yeah.
Owner, you're not playing the Fury this time, as that's going to be the knockup. And we got the Maokai coming on in. They don't quite have a lot of damage, though. Is now Carrier going to land a hook on the Delight. There's the follow-up. The sweep from Faker into the wall helps out Owner. And HLE have kind of hand shook on a fight that they did not want to get into. This kill will go over to Faker's Azir on top of it all.
Yeah, you can see it was a decision as well. They're both like, and then they ultimately give it over to Faker.
We emphasize the Maokai Blitzcrank combo, but I think we failed to mention there's an important extra factor, damage.
Okay. Gonna get the flash here out of Faker.
Yeah.
Down Soul.
You need someone else there to actually kill the target when you do any Maokai Blitzcrank combos, which is something I think that Kanavi and Delight didn't factor in when they went for that play.
Well, I mean, it's obviously Poppy and Azir as well, and the Poppy passive makes it harder to even get those kills. Gets tougher to kill the lower health she gets, and you know, you watch this happen, and initially you're like, Owner, again, really? But he has a lot of backup here, and Carrier is the one who sets up the Lantern while simultaneously hooking, so Owner can Lantern out late, Carrier gets the double flay, and then boom, Faker has it in Emperor's Divide, and Owner's able to re-engage back into the fight.
What was weird was at the start of the play, Zeka had his Q3 charged up, and then used it on Faker to try and stop him getting the play, but then he had to rebind the soul, and he just had no way of getting to the fight. And I feel like this was such a spur-of-the-moment decision. It wasn't communicated well. And if Zeka had been ready and in position to follow up, this could have gone completely differently.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a glimpse of old HLE potentially. You know, just pulling the trigger on any sort of fight when it looks like, you know, oh, they're in our jungle. Okay, we can go for a fight. But again, it's Poppy. You don't have the same backup that T1 had. And not everybody was on board. You know, this is something we've seen a lot in the past. It is just a couple of kills that go over, but it does mean that finally it's T1 kind of in a winning position here. They don't have a mass lead. It's like 200 gold.
But they're not behind.
They're not behind, exactly.
And that's a bit of a different look here so far in this one. As Owner's going to look for a play. Yeah, he's got his, he's level 6.
Okay, just going to try to, they're trying to stick together, but that just means that one of them is going to get hooked up as now a bunch of damage comes out from Paze, and they can just go for a reset here. The wave clear from the Senna is not good. Knocks him into the wall, though, and no! Paze got aggro, somehow just dies as Delight hooks him in, and that's the end of the Aphelios. Doesn't even get a chance to flash.
What a fumble there. I felt like it was so funny how Owner was threatening the ult, and they're like, oh, just hit us then, we'll be free.
Yeah.
But with how low Gumayusi was, it felt like a surefire thing, but a misstep. Owner goes to slam him into the wall, and Pays gets caught out. Once again, a dive attempt onto the weak side Gumayusi ends up backfiring.
Yeah, now he's got 2 kills, and the gold swings in that bottom lane back to his favor.
It was nice while it lasted.
Yeah, they weren't behind in an early game, and now they're pretty far behind. If your Senna has 2 kills, is sailing through the early game,
watch this group
you're just
up
so happy.
that Ox is talking about. It's really cool because it means that it's impossible for Owner to isolate one target. Guma gets ulted here, but there's no CC. The wave is thinning out, so they decide they want to go in now, but they could have just waited. Owner goes in first, the silence is there, and then he steps out of aggro, and Pays picks it up.
I don't even think he got.
Yeah.
Died.
On second look, I don't even.
Yeah, I think he just died.
I called it that way because he took so much damage. I'm like, oh, he must have taken a turret shot, but actually he just got blown up by Blitzcrank. Like, Aphelios is not very tanky at this point in the game, especially with Doran's bow, which, you know, by the way, is not quite the same as Doran's helm or even Doran's blade. So
I mean, Blitzcrank base damages are kind of crazy. So
he just kind of one-comboed him with Guma with a little bit of health. So
you know what I was saying before, how they needed more damage? Maybe Delight just needed his
on the
ultimate.
target, yeah.
He just needed his ultimate. Oh yeah, better target.
Well, this is a game state that's problematic because of the scaling elements, not too dissimilar to what we saw with the Kog'Maw in the previous game. The lead is smaller this time around, but we've seen games where, you know, the Senna is behind 1,000 gold, and then you get to that break point. Good try, I suppose.
I mean, yeah.
Good hustle!
It's a Senna who doesn't have flash, so maybe if you get that, okay, we're going to force a fight here once again, trying to get in onto Guma, but they just turn tail and try to take down Faker, who barely gets away! And they actually do take out Guma in the pit. As meanwhile, Zeus getting into the action. They finally get Faker, and Pays is all alone on the bottom side. Zeka looking for the kill. So many low health bars, but it's a double that goes the way of Doran. And T1 will win in the pit fight at the end of the day. They also get the dragon.
Well, ultimately, double dragon into Hextech Soul feels really good after some feeble attempts there on the bottom side. Carrier's flash hook. Light.
The light with the flash on the turret. It's perfect. Pays says, take a seat, Delight. Not today.
The fact that he committed the flash as well for the play and doesn't get it, it just felt like in that passage of play, luck was on the side of T1, or maybe just a bit of magic, but they're able to pull off a successful team fight despite so many low health bars. I feel like this was just on the knife's edge. Faker initially is the one who gets focused down heavily and has to escape on such low HP after getting grabbed in here. The fact he survives this initial attempt, and then although he does eventually get taken down, look how heavily Zeka has to commit to get him.
He has to flash, so he can't actually rejoin the team fight. Goes for Pays here, actually just kites it back. Owner incredibly low, this Poppy pick, insane. And then Carrier here is eventually killed, but they get the dragon in tow.
Watch
and
this.
then Pays.
No, 괜찮아.
He's like, I'm okay.
Wow.
Like the whole time, he is just like, nope.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, he knew that.
Uses the red gun for movement speed, then uses the white one to block. Just perfect situation.
Yeah, we don't see that much Aphelios, and we don't see that. We rarely ever see Aphelios into Blitz, but Hayes has got it on lock. He knows
Hayes,
all the interactions.
Back in the Gen G era, when Aphelios was still relevant, he was one of the best. Faker.
Nice hook here from Delight. That's a lot of damage. Owner going to threaten that one, but he gets underneath it. Kanavi says, you know what? I'm pretty good against the Poppy here on the Maokai. So we're getting to see all the interactions today, and that's a nice pick here on a Faker as Zeka's picking up some plates in top.
The counter Poppy play has been so good from HLE. They know all the interactions. They know exactly how to outplay what Owner is trying to use here.
I mean, in fairness, this was a team that had Peanut on it, and his Poppy was pretty famous, so it does make a lot of sense.
Agreed. Well, that was a very successful setup as Faker backs away here. The minions pass through, gets hooked, and then watch this from Kanavi. Straight through the ground. And Faker tries to peel with his ultimate, but it's just too late.
He even tries to, he does actually try and sidestep it. He sees it coming, he's watching his character, but isn't able to in time. Holds the flash there, wanting to save it, potentially for this upcoming dragon fight. It is 2 dragons to 0. Is that Hextech Soul, so a lot of emphasis going to be put on these next 2 neutrals, I feel.
Oh, that's going to be the flash used here by Faker, so he finds value out of it eventually, but it's a problem. He's got it back now. No presence in top lane.
Yeah.
Zeka doesn't have TP, though, so
and now
that
doesn't have that summoner for that big dragon fight.
Yeah.
And the Herald as well in 40 seconds. If you get that, we've seen the value a Herald can have in setting up for an objective or that combat Herald coming through.
I think that's exactly where HLE have their setup here now. Maokai ult coming back online. They've got total topside control. You go Herald into Hextech Denial.
They might just kill you.
Yeah, they're kind of on vision. I mean, he saw delay backing there, and so Carry was making his way up, but still kind of playing with fire. I suppose Doran feels pretty fed at the moment.
Giving a little bit of extra space here for T1 to group for a contest, or Hunt Life Esports right now. Zeus wants to get the Q3. No flash.
Little dash on in. That was pretty close.
And now Azir just going to head to the mid lane, it looks like. Picks up the blue buff, in fact. Instead, we'll back down to that lane. They both have teleport to join for that Herald fight, where we're going to see, I think, this game blown open one way or another. If it's just given over to HLE, it takes all the double dragon momentum away from T1. But if T1 fight and lose, it might just be going to that series on Sunday. It's going to give this one up. So that should be Honda Life Esports really taking a lot of control on the map. The mid turret, which they're going to be threatening when they drop this if they want to use it for Prio, only has 2 plates left. So it's not only Prio, but it's first turret as well that's on the table. So much gained in just a matter of seconds after Faker's pushed out, lost his flash.
I just feel like we've had a pretty chaotic early game. I mean, a lot of blitzcrank shenanigans, dives gone terribly wrong. And a little stun with hitting the minion. He's able to lock down pace. And this is all very crucial. We were talking about the timing. We got this dragon spawning. There's the Rift Heralds. And T1, they have a decision to make. I mean,
in truth,
they're just going to come in, but
I think they are likely going to lose this turret no matter what, but they could not fight for Prio.
It's so hard to face check in a Maokai Blitz, and Faker's trying to find an angle here. They want to fight this.
Hook is down. Already a bit of damage on the owner, though, and he's just going to get zoned away by all of the roots that do come in, as now a hook comes down, trying to save owner's life, but that means that Carius is going to go down, and this super fed Yone just tears him apart, and also Guma picking up the kill. So
Faker's just going to TP top.
Yeah, and they like kind of tried to get in there, but it just ends up they're bleeding more kills over to HLE on top of the dragon.
It's just not enough. When there's a Maokai on the other side, there's not an angle for Faker, especially without flash, to find a scoop. And they just got pushed out, and now they're going to lose this turret here. Mid-turret also forfeit as Faker's trying to trade one back, and Zeus is coming up to try to deny it. I don't think he's going to get this either.
I feel like HLE are playing so well around Zeka. You constantly see him pushing a side lane, and then Kanavi and Delight just leaning in, playing in the jungle, and making it impossible for someone to walk up and clear the wave. Doran has to play so safe because they're threatening over the wall.
Oh, the hook is going to land once again, and the follow-up is right there.
And that's the
result. Utilized as he just dies, and in goes Zeus as well, trying to punish here. No flash, no ult, and Faker in a lot of trouble. No way for him to get away from this one, and that is just a solo kill coming down from Zeus.
And I think this might be the beginning of the end of this game, as HLE push up to a 4,000 gold lead here at 18 minutes, and we get solo kills inside. The group ups in the bottom lane. The pressure is real. The shadowing is there. And Owner, he's 1-0-4. He's 100% KP, but it feels like he has made such a low impact in this game comparatively. Once we got past a certain point, he was able to trick them right. He was able to out-tank in some of those early game skirmishes, but otherwise has not made the same impact that Kanavi has made at all. As you look at this fight, Faker can't join, right? Hook comes through from Caria, but where's the fault? There's nothing here. There's nothing in this. As the Yone gets knocked away, he doesn't care. And then here it's just a hook onto the Rumble that you said has to play safe, but maybe he should have equalized earlier. And Faker gets solo killed because moments before had to push Zeus out with his ult to peel for Zeus' last all-in, and now he's got nothing.
And He's like pushing soldiers into Cassante when Zeus is obviously charging under the turret. It just feels like
2 levels down. And once
like,
he gets on top, he
needs
can't even
to
dash
know.
away.
Yeah, he needs to know that that is going to happen. But maybe the respect not being shown there. And, you know, you look at his counterpart in the mid lane, Zeka 4-0-1, nearly 3,000 gold ahead in 19 minutes. And, I mean, you know, it didn't even have to be Zeka, but Zeka's Yone Insane. Zeus is as well. We don't get to see it very often nowadays, but this is the Yone team. Those banned for a reason. As now a little hook on a Kanavi, but he just gets ulted away. So, really not sure about that synergy, guys.
Hayes has IE, but this Cassante is just so tanky at this point, even with the Rooker and start, that he buys enough space.
Langle here. Oh.
There's just not, I don't think, a way for T1 to 5v5 with Faker also being this far behind for a while. Here comes the sieging ult. Faker has his flash. He might need it. It's too late.
Just not even going to bother. Down he will go, and that is going to be another kill. This time it doesn't go the way of the light, as now Zeus is TPing away. He's like,
oh, what a read.
See you later.
Second time this series, he's TP'd away at just insane moments. And now HLE goes straight onto the Baron. Ona has to run there. Should be there in time, but it's going down quickly.
20 minutes.
HLE are literally running circles around T1 right now on this map.
I mean, they know this is happening, but the grab comes in, and Karya is down, and Owner doesn't even bother himself. He's like, well, oh, I say that. He's actually moving his way up towards the top side, but zero vision, and the root comes down. They wait for the root, and there's the smite. As now even Yobi goes over the wall. Zeka looking for more as he is extending miles into the enemy jungle. Just executes him from miles away.
He didn't even need the Q3. He's like, let me try to hit this one. Okay, whatever. I'll just press E and you die. As this is a dominant game from HLE, arguably the most dominant of all that we've seen, and they have won every early game in this best of 5 to decide who's going to be our first seed, and it starts to feel like there's no hope. It starts to feel like there's nothing left in this one for T1. As look at the vision setup they have here. They tell Owner no. They've got the sapling as well, just for good measure, but then Gooba just hits him. And then it's, okay, I'm killing you. Misses the Q3 as he feebly tries to run away, and then, oh, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
And after the start that Zeka had, you know, getting tricked by Faker, the solo death early on, he has bounced back at this
a little rusty,
huge way.
You know, he's like, I just got to shake off the rust, some
That's
mistakes.
the thing, so often.
Fine, I'm back.
In these big matches, in these live arenas, in these best of 5s, T1 are a team that you can't count out, and they ramp up over the series. But HLE, it feels like they're the ones who gained momentum and ramped up, and now just feel completely on top of this game. There hasn't really been much of a moment for T1, and they're pushing in with a Maokai ult. T1 have to scatter away.
Yeah, and they're just taking whatever they want at this point. I mean, 7,000 gold ahead. They're pushing mid, they're pushing bot, and Faker's in top lane because he knows that his presence on the defense is not going to do anything. So really just trying to pick up the crumbs of what HLE are giving him, which is, you know, these little plates.
He's got a Gnasher's Tooth and a Dream. He's hoping to get his team some bounty gold, but
they're just going to go ahead and take their second Hex Tech break of the game. Might as well.
The fact that T1 have double Dragon means that they can try to get, you know, 3 plates in exchange for Dragon. It's never going to be equivalent. It's never going to feel great, but they just have to get to this late game Aphelios. Remember, the late game phase Aphelios versus KT, 10,000 gold down, they were able to win. I don't think Hanwha is going to give those same opportunities over, but there is, if you're looking at this in the miracle sense, if you're a T1 fan who's believing like it's not over till it's over, there are some good things right here, but it's going to take a lot more than just sitting back and scaling, I think, in this one.
I think the main sort of potential selling point is that with the composition of HLE, it's around these 2 carries. So if Zeka or Gumi usually make a big misplay, you're down to 1 damage dealer, which makes it very hard to fight your way out from that position. So for T1, it's trying to pick one of these major carries. It's not an easy task, definitely not. But that's kind of the angle. And as you said, those 2 dragons mean it's not a soul in HLE's hands right now. It's just so hard to approach, though, because there's this setup, this control, the threat of the Blitzcrank, the threat of the Maokai. This tower is going to be gone because Kanavi can just ult.
Yep, just going to throw an ult down, and immediately it's evacuation city here for T1. They just get away, and they say no thank you.
Yeah, against this composition, but particularly when you're this far behind, there's no tank. Owner just isn't bulky enough to survive anything that HLE throw at him, so there's no one who can just be in their way and absorb the Maokai ult because they will just die to the follow-up.
Saw what happened last time with him against Zeka, and that was before he had IE. That was on 2 items. Looking for a kill on Zeus. I mean, he is incredibly strong at this point in time, but I think 1v3 is too much to ask for, so a little bit of a shutdown. Dorn actually gets a gold lead himself, but again, feels like another little crumb that HLE are leaving for them.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you stack up enough crumbs.
You make a biscuit?
Yeah, I was going to say like a roll, but same idea.
How many crumbs do you need to make a cake? Probably a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Let's start with like a piece of cake.
That's how many
more
you need to
realistic.
split the game.
Yeah, just a little small triangle. Or maybe like a small pizza crust. HLE do end up losing Zeus here as they were trying to set a trap, and then this equalizer doesn't get the interrupt, but Zeus is then isolated. They're like, okay, well, he's not here. They even committed Faker's TP because they're like, we need to get something. We absolutely must get something here, and they do.
And as much as this game does feel to be in a very dire spot, we've seen this series has consisted of moments where HLE have overstepped and been punished. So T1, they're fishing for those opportunities, trying to see who's recalling late, who's overextending, who's out of position, who can we punish.
Oh, speaking of which, right into the Azir Poppy combo. And guess who's here once again? It's Doran. Zeus is going to try to flash away to get out of this one, but one Harpoon gets the job done. And not even a Senna ult will save him. So a couple of kills in a row here for T1.
At the same time, FaZe is double farming. He's farming top lane and mid lane while the rest of the team goes down. So he's getting double farm for their late game Aphelios win con and sending everyone else as a kill squad. And the setup for HLE, you're like, well, we got this fed Cassante. He's not fed, but he's got items, right? He's late game Cassante. He's approaching it, right? We're 25 minutes in. He'll be able to handle almost anything that T1 throw at him. And the top side catch last time, that was a little bit of a desync there from HLE. This time they intentionally were like, he'll hold the line. He'll hold it. We'll defend. It's totally fine. We have control everywhere else. But now it means FaZe gets double farm. You get the kill. You get more money. The gold lead is still 6.5K. It's still massive here for HLE. But those small win cons are growing a little bit here now for T1.
Yeah, they have really sacrificed Faker's farm quite heavily to elevate FaZe. But he's now even gold with Gumishi, which, I mean, we're so used to seeing fasting Senna, who's just so far down in gold. It's weird to see this, but FaZe being strong is such an important factor in this game. Na'Vi and Delight fishing. These two have been together at the hip throughout this game, using that combo. And now setting up for the Baron. This is so scary to approach with the saplings. Look at that damage!
It's crazy.
That is kind of insane, and that's mostly just the Leandres is now owner in a lot of trouble. I think he's just dead. I mean, the Lantern is there, but one little ward, one pesky ward, and you're not getting away. And just like that, T1's chances of challenging the Baron are down the drain.
And it's Baron into Dragon as well.
It's like an impossible situation. It's so hard to approach. It's so difficult. Someone has to go forward. Owner's the tankiest. He eats a bit of CC, and then he's just dead.
And you can't, I mean, you can, but you don't want to give up the Baron because of all the consequences that come with it. But when you try to force it like that, where you just kind of go in piecemeal and you try to get the information, if you're right on the timing or someone's out of position, maybe you could get something. But instead, you give a pick and you give the Baron. As you can see, the Lantern attempt here is denied.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, what is that damage? It's crazy. Zeka's just so fed at this point in time. 1Q3, and Faker's gone.
He's got a QSS. He's budgeted all of that extra money into even additional safety. And this Baron might push to end the game.
Oh, they're going to land an exhaust. Oh, no, mid-Lantern. He just gets sacked down once again. But it does look like the rest of the team is abandoning ship with that knockback from the Poppy on a Kanavi.
Oh, the Maokai
comes in with the Maokai, and now you have the follow-up coming in from HLE, but it's a little bit off kilter. Down will go Kanavi. As Guma still very strong, still has the range, and Zeka still there with full health. So
Baker's respawning, so I think all they can get is this one inhibitor, but it's still a successful push. They have Baron. They have Prio for this Dragon, but they don't have a jungler. But for T1 to get there in time to challenge is going to be very difficult as he pings it. I think I can do this.
Saves the little Krug for the charge.
Damage. Yeah, saving the Krug for the charge, so smart. I mean, Zeka on this champion is just something to behold. Now, Onus looking for an angle, so they're going to have to move off the dragon, but they've already gotten a low. This is just going to be given up.
X-Gates, I think, is part of why T1 is able to get here so fast.
Zeka, I don't think you do that much damage, but
now, I don't
might as well try.
That dragon pickup suddenly puts T1 in a good odds to win this game, but they've managed to deny another dragon from HLE, keep them further away from the Hextech Soul, and at least keep their hopes a little bit more present in this game.
So initially this looks like maybe HLE can end the game, right? They go in, they get this interrupt here on the Lantern. It almost looks like predicted by Delight, by the way. But Doran actually is able to go into stasis here, and then Zeus is cut off. They get the Kanavi out, so his ultimate here, his Nature's Grasp, takes so long to actually come into effect that it's a little janky when he goes back in. And Doran is so big, he's got Paze's damage to follow up. And so with all this disjointedness and Faker's respawn, that's the end of the push. Otherwise could have been a win right then, right there. They're still in a commanding lead. They still have Baron for 20 more seconds, but Paze is getting stronger, has his 4th item now.
All right, here we go. Combo comes down once again. Equalizer there, just trying to get them away. Space has to flash at the very last moment just to try to survive against a Maokai Blitz combo.
And at the dregs of this Baron, they get another inhibitor.
Yeah, just going to take it down. Looks like they're kind of moving towards mid, but HLE, they also have to be careful not to overextend. Just going to poke from a distance with their Senna.
My God!
Rapid fire there for Gumayusi, almost 100 stacks. It's so hard with triple and Hibs down. The game is just on a timer.
Yeah.
And against this comp, someone's going to get grabbed sooner or later. You have to believe.
Now T1 going to look for their moment as the grab is down. That's a ton of damage coming out from Paze. I mean, he is still an 80 carry 30 minutes into the game. So at least they hold on to their Nexus turrets. But man, HLE are playing this very safe and very respectfully.
Pretty dangerous. The fact that Doran didn't have Equalizer up, I think is the only thing that saved HLE from potentially, well, definitely losing the 80 carry and potentially losing more. But now they can just wait for the super minions to push
all they
in.
have to do is wait for the minions now.
Yep.
I don't even think the conversation about Baron or this next Hextech Drake is that important for HLE. They're thinking about how they could set up a siege to end this game right now. As with 6 super minions coming in, with the Maokai ultimate in tow, and defending this is just nigh impossible.
He goes for Rabadons, not Azonias. He wants maximum damage, not going for the safety. No Rocket Belt as well picked up.
I think he just wants to go in there, deal a bunch of damage, and die. Like, at this point, he's probably going to die anyways, so might as well go down swinging. But HLE really just trying to put an end to this game, but they're not finding the way to do it just yet. That's a lot of damage into Doran already, as he's going to get rooted up. Immediately has to go gold, and Zeka by his lonesome on a Paze, but he is only by himself, not able to get the kill. They finally take down Keria, and the damage is being done to these turrets as Faker being poked out. Look at this turret that is Gumayusi right now. The pull on a Paze, and that might just do it as Faker in the base gets taken down. And Homolife Esports, they totally wipe T1 here on the Nexus. Triple kill to Guma, and they will be representing LCK as the first team going to MSI.
A statement series, redemption for what happened last year, the road to MSI. HLE able to make their way to this prestigious tournament, able to take down T1 in a dominant fashion.
And the way they did it, which looked different from so many of their games during their dominant run, their run to first place in regular season, was slower play. Different ways to play the mid game, playing through Gumayusi a little bit, and just overall showcasing a wider depth than what fans had expectations for. And against the predictions, against the grind of everyone saying their time might be over as the best team in the LCK, they secure it. First place, first seed for MSI.
And you know, it's been a while since we've seen these teams play. They've had a good amount of time to prepare, and I think we can definitely say HLE used their time to prepare well. The play they had moving around the map, making T1 run around behind them, and also the drafts. I feel like they had an edge in so many ways. Yes, in the team fights, I think T1 showed their prowess there in some of these games to bring it back, but the early game was dominated by this HLE lineup.
There are just too many strong teams in this region, and HLE are the strongest. They have declared it tonight. They are the best team. There's only one man who did go for the 3-1 prediction for HLE. That was Jonah Strong. We also did have Degon going for the 3-2. Yeah, I mean, Jonah Strong, sometimes he looks like a genius. The other times we don't quite laud. But this time, you know, very much on the money, so props to him. But at the end of the day, it just feels like, you know, whoever's better on the day is going to get it done. But this time for HLE, they're first in terms of the standings at the LCK, and also they come out first here in the seed to MSI, proving that even in the long run they can be consistent and they can prove they can be the best team.
Zeka's first MSI. He's earned it. So many fans asking for it here on these
so
signs
good right now. It's crazy.
He looked so good in that final game. And that's what's so poignant about this win is so much of this year has been about Zeka not playing Yone, about Zeka playing Ziggs, about Zeka playing Victor. But in his final game, in the final win, he pulls out the classic. Guma pulls out the classic, you know, in the Senna. And he's going to sign his name here.
And it says, let's go to Daejeon. That's what he wrote at the top there above his signature.
You can see so much of the Hanwha Life Esports family members were here as well. This one will be Kanavi's.
Kanavi just being such a great addition, not just to HLE, but to the league.
Let's win MSI, it says on his signature.
So fun to watch as a player, and just so aggressive and really challenging some of the tendencies we have in the LCK.
See if we can read Zeka's here.
I think it says Zeka.
I mean, what he writes underneath Valdez.
Oh, okay. Oh, it says
It says Daejeon.
It said, let's go. It says, let's go. I can read that.
Yeah.
Good job, Ox. You can read.
You can read English? I'm very impressed. I didn't think you could do that. All right, it's Delight's turn. I kind of like this, by the way. We have all the fans were able to sign this earlier.
Yeah. And they do it, I think it's right in front of the super fan area. So really cool. Perks given over to the super fans as well.
Yeah, and in the middle where it had our LCK tagline, that part was like basically cut out, and that's where they're signing it, is how I understand this. Let's win MSI, it says. I thought it said, oh, it does say Usung there. It's just very hard to read his handwriting. We don't have to have great handwriting to be an MSI champion, as Delight will find out potentially is Zeus. GG!
Hey, also, you can read that one too, right?
GG, no read.
And now, I mean, this is... you know, she did not book any ticket for Sunday because she believed.
I trusted you. I didn't even get a ticket for Sunday because I knew you weren't going to be there.
Yeah, they were right. There were actually a lot of signs on the Hanwha Life Esports side that were like, we're not coming back Sunday. Like, there's no Sunday for us.
The train. It's on the train. They're on the train. They're on the way.
Wow. Look at that.
Clean.
It's beautiful.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's Daejeon!
All right, this started off kind of dicey in this one. Very back and forth. You know, we had T1 finally having a lead in the early game for about 13 seconds.
Yeah.
And then they lost it again right here.
As well, when you fall behind against a composition like this, it's so hard to do so gracefully. We saw once HLE had control when it came to the fight. Not even the fight, just the setup around the map, around vision, around objectives. So easy for HLE to get picks. Zeka was on... I mean, it's not unexpected at all. His form on Yone is phenomenal, but Delight and Kanavi working together as a unit so well, and the rest of the team there to follow up.
I think Zeka's going to end up getting POM. Just based on his performance on that last game, he was so out of control good, and you forget about the Rise game. You know, it's not in your mind anymore. But we will have to wait and see.
Wow, what a great Blitzcrank hook. God, I love support players.
Yeah, I wonder who Ox voted.
I wonder who I voted for. Yeah.
Justice for supports.
I mean, the Camille game, insane as well.
Pulls out the Blitz here. Had a great game on Blitz. I think if I had a vote, which I don't, I would probably go Kanavi. I think we had a pretty obvious jungle gap in this series.
I voted Kanavi.
It just feels like he was super consistent. Owner couldn't find it today, and Kanavi really made it quite obvious. But, you know, great from many of the players here on the side of HLE. And even Pays, who was quite fed at the end here, could not get it done.
Shouts from Delight to go for Aphelios.
Zeka's so happy.
But Delight is as well.
I mean, last year was so heartbreaking with how it went down. To secure it, first time around, first match, don't have to risk going down in the lower bracket, must feel so good.
It could, you know, go down as the year of Hanwha. You know, if they can win MSI, come back, win LCK, and then potentially win a Worlds title. Like
10th place at LCK Cup.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, started at the bottom, and then, you know, look what's happened.
Yeah.
What a turnaround of a season.
Well, let's take a look at the POM. It will be Kanavi here. And not a big surprise. I would not be surprised to see some votes. You know, we already know that Ox went for Delight, but also for Zeka. Would not be surprised at all. But Kanavi, a huge day today. His Lee Sin, I think, was a big reason why he does pick this up. Just insane play on that pick.
Yeah.
And he also wrote, "Let's win MSI." So
I think so often it's been Genji, T1 attending MSI. So the fact that we're getting this new face is so cool. And it's not even confirmed if Genji or T1 will be attending. Still have to see.
Or KT Roaster.
Well, I'm saying that's what I mean.
Yeah,
it's not confirmed that Genji or T1 are going. It could be 2 new faces. We'll have to see. But definitely getting 1 new face in HLE. And I'm excited to see what they do on that international stage.
yeah, I don't know what it means about a region if KT actually somehow just is reborn and makes it into MSI through both Genji and T1, who are looking like much stronger teams right now.
I don't think it's a good sign, but KT went to the World's Finals last year, so yeah, I don't know. I can tell you guys, I voted for Genji. I predicted Genji tomorrow.
You're not the only one.
But, you know, that's often when KT gets their power. So, who knows?
Nobody believes.
I mean, just like today, like almost unanimously, anti-Hanwha, you know, everyone was T1, and then it did not happen.
Yeah, well, guys, we do have the interview on stage. Let's hop into that right now.
Thank you very much, guys, for the amazing commentary. This is here for the full team interview translation, joined by Hana Life Esports, who just made it to MSI as first seed in the LCK. We got Zeus, Kanavi, Zeka, Gomayushi, Delight, and head coach Om. Congratulations!
네, 먼저 제우스 선수 T1을 상대로 승리하고 1시드로 MSI에 진출했습니다.
Zeus, you just beat T1 to secure first seed of MSI. How do you feel? You know, last year we lost against T1. And when we found out that we were going to be against T1 this year, you know, I had even bigger desire to defeat them and make it to the MSI stage. So did you expect to be back in this kind of form? Yeah, I felt like we're in a really good condition team-wide. So honestly, it just felt like we would be able to win with a 3-0 even. It looks like T1 also was quite resilient today, which made the match a little more difficult. And with T1 playing well lately, what did you watch out for during the prep? I think personally, I wanted to really focus on playing out and doing well during the laning phase so that I can impact the game better. So how satisfied were you with your performance? I think overall, I was pretty happy with my play, and it's just that my teammates did so well. So I think that actually enabled me to do a lot more in the game and opened up a lot more options for me, which is great. And in game 1, you did massive damage on Jace, and with today's win, it extends your streak to 7 straight wins, including LCK rounds 1 and 2. So, did you see the damage charts? How did you feel? I think Jace is just something that I didn't really even think that it was a great pick, but you know, my coaching staff was the one who actually gave me more confidence to go ahead and pick him. So I just tried my best with it, and it feels great. And what is your mindset going into your 4th MSI? Yeah, I've been to MSI multiple times, but I have not been able to win and lift the trophy. So I think, you know, in Korea, obviously, there's a lot of good memories regarding MSI. And I think Kanavi also is the past champion, so I'm really looking forward to it. And of course, Kanavi, with that incredible performance, you defeated T1 and locked in MSI first. So how do you feel? I think even from last year and also for this year, I personally think that T1 was doing really well, but I'm really glad that we're able to get a clean victory today. And the POM was Kanavi. And I'm sure that lots of your fans were moved by your performance. And you were so fierce, yet graceful. So how happy were you with your Game 3 Lee Sin, especially? Yeah, in Game 3. The early game went so well, so, you know, it just felt really fun playing. And during the mid-game, during the skirmish, and all the trades, it just went so smoothly, and that's what really enabled me to do even better. And that Drake steal, that was insane. And in 2023, you were the MSI champion with JDG, so can we expect that again this MSI? Yeah, obviously, as we are the first seed, I want to make sure that we have a great showing, and hopefully we can lead that up to the winning the champion or winning MSI in the end. And what is your mindset? This will be your first international showing with HLE. Yeah, I think for Hana Life Esports, I want to make sure that we're able to be the MSI champion. We will return with a great news, hopefully. And Seka, this is your first ever MSI. Just how long have you been waiting for this moment? Well, first of all, this is going to be my first MSI, you're right. And this is actually the first ever MSI for HLE as well. And it's going to be in Daejeon on top of that. So it's going to be quite meaningful, very special. Yeah, in the standby video before the match, we saw your toast mukbang. So did it hit the spot? Actually, my toast flew away. And yeah, we all saw that too. And I think the moment it flew away, I had a really good feeling about today. It's because it was just simply the crust of the toast that flew away. It's fine. And as the longest standing member of Hana Life Esports, how do you feel about 2026 HLE? I feel like this year, you know, just considering the teammates, my teammates' career and my career, I feel like we're all really doing our best to grow as a team together, collaboratively. So I'm sure that we're able to lead it all the way up to MSI champions. Is there a team that you want to meet? I think I really want to face and meet Viper in BLG. Any special reason? I think everyone knows the answer to that. And Zeka, you said Daejeon means Hanwha. You'll go to MSI and bring it home for HLE. So as LCK's first seed, you must be aiming high, so please share a word. I want to make sure that we are able to perform well at MSI and bring it back home. Next up, we have Kumayushi. You said you've never not attended MSI. That you would send Hanwha to MSI, and you kept that promise. How do you feel? Well, I would like to say I'm grateful for God for this honor. And last year, when I was here, I think I wanted to make sure that, I could repay my fans with a 3-0 today because of that 3-0 that happened last year. And, I'm really happy that we were able to make it to MSI this year. And you met your former team T1 at a critical crossroads. So was it as expected, pulling out a dramatic win? Yeah, honestly, it was fate, and it was actually quite dramatic. I thought it was pretty inevitable that we would win today. So yeah, so with HLE heading into MSI's first seed, who do you think will join as the second seed? I think it might be probably T1, maybe. And this is your 5th MSI in a row. How incredible. What is your mindset? Yeah, I've been attending quite a lot, but I haven't been able to win yet. So I want to make sure that we're able to win it all with my teammates. Please give it up for Gumayushi. Next up, we have Delight. Delight, the fans are going crazy for you, and you're back to MSI after 3 years. So what does today's win mean to you? I think just being able to make it to MSI with today's win makes me the happiest, and I think just being able to play alongside my teammates who work so hard, it actually brings back all the passion that I have. So that's just really my one take. Despite the 2-week gap after round 2, your play was so sharp. So how did you prep to keep your edge? I think during the practice, I was able to really sharpen up my gameplay and really try to experiment with a lot of champions that we can actually pull out. And that's how your Camille threw off the opponent and those insane game to Renata ults. And the 4th game, Blitz. So did you save these picks for today? I think as a pro player, you need to be able to play everything without limit. So I think just a little bit of TMI. I think, when the last time we won the championship, I actually remember having a nosebleed, and I actually had a nosebleed today, so I felt really good about it. It was a good sign. And you proved yourself today, so what more do you want to show at MSI? Since 2023, I haven't been able to go, so I really want to make sure that this time around I'm able to win alongside with my teammates. And head coach Ohm, congrats! You brought HLE to their first MSI appearance since franchise, so how do you feel? I just want to say thank you to all my players who did so hard, who worked incredibly hard, and that's why I don't think anyone can criticize me. It's because of my players. They put in their 100%, and I feel like I'm just happy to contribute to today's win. So if you had to pick a standout performer, who would it be? I just think that the mid-jungle synergy was just incredible. So I think the MVP for myself, it would be the two, our mid and jungle. And lastly, as LCK's first seed, what are your goals heading into MSI? Well, since it's going to be in Daejeon, I'm sure that we'll have to prepare even harder so that we can keep up the momentum and show a great performance. Please give it up once again for the LCK first seed, Hana Life Esports. We look forward to seeing you shine in Daejeon. And that is all from Hana Life Esports, and back to the space. Thank you.
And there you have it. The first ticket has been punched, and it is Hanwha Life Esports as Wonju turns orange for Friday. Not done yet for T1, but for Hanwha Life Esports, the #1 seed to get this job done against T1, the T1 magic, the slump that was happening near the end as substitutions were coming in and coming out, it has to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, today's series was like really, I would say, like exposed, like it was like really bleeding, like at some point, right? But I think the HLE was like way more you know, they were way more like delicate, I would say, like making less mistake and punishing enemy mistake. I think it was really, that was the whole series.
I mean, the early games were just, wow, Digon and Jonas Strong, the two people that predicted HLE to win.
And I'm cooked.
And they were right. And I'm cooked as well. What you did? You were 3-0. Wow.
What did?
There is no excuse. I'm cooked. And this guy knows the future. He knows the future.
I mean, no, not you. But I mean, look at the Jonas Strong. Jonas Strong is better than you.
Jonas Strong made the shout out earlier. It was asked, why did you predict the 3-1 for Hanwha Life Esports? And he said, because Kanavi is so good.
Fair enough.
And that was it. I mean, I felt like they started trying to do more things and prepare for tougher opponents, but when they stuck to have Kanavi blast things open, there wasn't an answer in the LCK. There was no answer, and they showed it today here with the victory. Again, a huge, huge effort by Kanavi, your POM, as we take a look at the POM votes. It was pretty solid here, 10 out of 15, as again we had the TriCast going on the English side. Couple shots for Delight as well. I feel like pretty good call out as a secondary.
Makes sense, yeah.
So literally, I feel like Delight deleted Carrier from the game today. I think the reason why I predicted T1 3-0 is because the bot lane. I think a Pace Carrier could literally just the gap between like those two bot laners, but I felt like Delight having such an insane game in the game 1, especially against Azure Karma. He picked Camille and he literally 1v9, and I think that kind of encourage is like what you need in this kind of series. You know, you have to take the risk, and this is the result that you get. Yeah. High risk, high return.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you know, it required standout plays by Keria to show up, like the Rakan play. Yeah, but everything in between was Delight. Let's see, what else that we have here from our commenters. I think it's Uni. There it is. Oh, both of you guys.
Well, Kanavi, the bus driver, of course, jungle. I felt like it was all about the jungle matchup, actually. As much as bot lane was important, and I think the Light played a great game, I feel like it always started with Kanavi's aggression. And I think he was just all over Owner in the early games, and that just like pushed HLE to snowball these leads, even in games where they had difficult early game drafts, especially in game 3. It just felt like Kanavi was always finding his plays, always being everywhere on the map, either invading or looking for ganks or Q flashing right after Zeka. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like he was the main engine core of the aggression driving HLE to that John, the MSI.
Yeah,
I mean, 100%, like no doubt. Like I think this guy was like super carry, just early game, middle game, playing around objective, even like ganking like against Galio.
Stealing everything, stealing.
Yeah,
not only counts, but also objectives.
I mean, he was just also everywhere. That I think wherever he goes, I think there was a point for HLE.
Again, not only looking like prime G2 Jankos, but also looking like EU legend Jankos just the other day with the Lee Sin and making sure that things were going well. As again, this one playing in the face of this Nefiri and just not giving anything up was crazy, and the coin flip turned out heads.
And I feel like in these moments it's also about like which jungler has the better mental, because in the end Owner kind of got what he came for. He got the Smiter, but then he overstayed, right? And I feel like Kanavi, he thrives in aggression. He's like that kind of psychopath that just like keeps going in and keeps going in and keeps going in. So I feel like that just fits them best. And when Owner was trying to match that playstyle, he's not that kind of jungler.
I mean, what can you do? These guys playing actually at the edge.
Oh my god, just so good comment. No, it's a sin to give him a lead. Wow. That was a good one, Wolf.
Wolf's cooking.
Wolf's cooking. He's cooking.
Good job there, Wolf. Let's see what else that we had here from Ox. I'm sure Ox cooked as well. He couldn't be outcooked here by Wolf. Okay, I guess we'll come to Ox later. Kanavi, you were amazing. Again, the shout out there for Kanavi by Cloud Templar on the call on the Korean side. And now we go to Ox because he voted for Delight. When I saw they were buffing melee supports, I knew you were going to be unleashed. But if he knew,
He should have.
wouldn't have he?
Credit.
Yeah. That sounds a bit fake.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really fake.
a little
Yeah.
I mean,
He didn't know.
So he's being smart after.
He can't say I knew it.
All right, let's see what else that we had here from our comments as the Delight votes will rain on in.
Wow.
Oh, Go cooking. The Eggshell Hercules takes down the Genius Monster support. I like that one. He's cooking again, Go.
It's crazy. Yeah.
And normally I'd say that Kere is the one who has this unique pick, but this time it was actually Delight, right? Taking over, having that Camille counter pick and so on, and being the shining star of HLE.
Yeah, Camille, Blitzcrank coming up big here and allowing the draft flexibility that we all knew was so important in this matchup. Umpty also voting Delight. HLE's pocket picks start with Delight.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy. Like, I don't know how many times we should say, like, playing Camille first game in BO5.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and he's playing against the easier Karma, willing to play into it.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too insecure, Like, whenever I think about the bot lane draft, like, I have to think about Seraphine, there is Caitlyn, there is something, like, there is Azure Karma, but he doesn't care. Just let them play Azure Karma. I'm just gonna lock in Camille first game.
I mean, I remember 2 days ago, like, Wadid was begging, please give me back Karma every game. I can't play against that champ. He wasn't begging.
That is true. That is true. Like, I
Begging
couldn't find a pick or myself, I cannot see myself.
Now you know. Now you know.
Now I know.
Next time you ever play against Karma,
I learned it.
be careful in solo queue when you do this, but you can lock in Camille and you can go crazy.
Camille?
Yeah, again.
It's crazy.
What did is not Delight, as we have learned. As the last one here from Prince, Delight shared every last piece of himself like Anpaman. Victory was the perfect ref.
Anybody can educate me on
Anpaman?
Yeah. Anybody knows? No?
Angpangman?
Anpangman, yes.
I have no idea.
Oh.
It's the old anime.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's the character that is the food.
It's like, yeah. It's like a
his
head
is the bread.
It's like one, and then it's like you can take. You eat it away.
Yes. He's giving away parts of himself to feed everybody.
And last piece.
You can look it up right now. We can't show on the broadcast, but oh my God!
There's a character.
There's a character that we can see right now. We can't show you.
That looks a bit
He
weird.
literally cuts his head to share his bread. All right.
Thank you very much for educating us, Prince. As we take a look at the score one more time, it is Hanwha Life Esports booking their ticket, and it did not take all 5 games. It was a 3-1 victory here for HLE. They will be the #1 seed for the LCK moving into MSI. What this also means is that T1 will play again on Sunday against the winner of our next match, Gen.G versus KT. I think the only shining light here for T1, a couple shining lights are, 1, it didn't go all 5, so they didn't have to show all the tricks in the book, and 2, they know that they didn't play well. That wasn't the best T1 performance that we see.
But now we have Gen.G versus KT. Yeah, we all know that KT had struggled against DK, even though they got here in Wonju. But you know what happened today, right? Everyone predicted T1 to go into MSI today, but HLE did the insane comeback.
And
I do believe everyone predicted Gen.G.
Not everyone predicted.
Not everyone.
Wait, Diga, did you do it?
Again?
No spoilers for tomorrow.
T1 today.
Maybe.
Not everyone predicted T1 today.
Wafers are not strong, maybe.
I don't think we need to wait for Jonah Strong to figure out who the favorite is for tomorrow, but who will win? You'll have to tune in and find out. What a day here from Wonju, as it is 3-1 Hanwha Life Esports. They will move on. T1 will play on Sunday, which leaves our big match. It is Gen.G versus KT tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you live in less than 24 hours for KT versus Gen.G.
I don't just win, I live my mic into the stars.